Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Get out. Soon after Palkia showed up, a shout came from the pit, and Darkrai rushed out of the dusty pit, condensing a dark and gloomy dark pulse with his hands, and hit Palkia, who was still hiding in the cracks in the space. With a loud bang, the transparent substance surrounding Palkia shattered. Palkia instantly opened his eyes, stretched his body, glared at Darkrai, and roared growl. This roar was terrifying, and it also caused the sky of the entire Bayong town to change color. The sky, which had been somewhat normal, suddenly became dark, and countless space vortices and thunder and lightning were reflected in everyone's pupils. The entire Bayong town seemed to be facing the end of the world for a moment. Tonio exclaimed, "How? How is this possible? Our entire town is floating in another dimension." In his notebook, according to the data analysis after Palkia roar, it was concluded that the entire town was floating in an alternate dimension, not in the real world. Suddenly, the ground shook. Palkia, who was standing and soaring in the sky just now, landed about 10 meters away from Ash and the others. "Is that Palkia injured?" Alice, with sharp eyes, saw the broken gem on Palkia's arm. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes and looked intently. But at this time, Darkrai suddenly launched another attack on Palkia, firing a dark pulse. The ground shook and smoke filled the air. Everyone could only retreat quickly to avoid accidental injuries. When the smoke cleared, Palkia looked at Darkrai with cold eyes, stomped his feet, rushed forward, slapped him, and started fighting with Darkrai. "Master, should we summon Rayquaza and the others now?" On a big tree, Xia Fan and Mew quietly watched the fight and soaring in the sky. "No hurry, Dialga hasn't shown up yet. If he sees my strength and gets scared and doesn't come out, I'll regret it." Xia Fan crossed his arms and smiled. But this Darkrai is really brave. He challenged Palkia fearlessly. Although Palkia was injured, his strength was not something he could challenge. After all, even a child can tell who is more powerful in space and nightmare. At this point, Xia Fan saw Palkia casually use Aura Sphere to penetrate Darkrai Dark Pulse and knock it back several feet. Palkia therefore roared to the sky, showing off his strength to Darkrai. It's telling Darkrai to get lost and not to disturb its rest. Otherwise, it won't let Darkrai see its true power. Translator Mew translated simultaneously to Xia Fan. Xia Fan nodded, and when he was about to express his admiration, he heard another roar, and a huge group of meteorites swept normal like a machine gun. These meteorites were all furious and directed their anger at Palkia. Instantly, Palkia, who was just pretending to be angry, was hit hard and screamed, and then he hurriedly defended himself. In order to avoid accidental injuries, Darkrai also hurriedly used the skill Protect to resist. For a moment, the two legendary Pokémon struggled to resist under the skill Draco Meteor. "Is it Dialga?" Xia Fan thought to himself. After a while, as Xia Fan thought, a dark blue four-legged Pokémon with a gem on its chest came out of the endless darkness, roaring growl and rushing towards Palkia at high speed. While Palkia was still resisting his Draco Meteor, it bit Palkia's neck from behind and dived into ground. A big hole was suddenly smashed into the ground. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Palkia being pinned to the ground and kicked wildly by Dialga and screaming towards the sky. It said, "Palkia, you be *******D. Keep hiding if you dare. I'll beat you to death this time. How dare you steal my territory? You're courting death." The translator Mew heard Growl's roar and said directly. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, but returned to normal the next second. Uxie had told him before that the two of them fought because they thought the other had taken over their territory. Thinking of this, the battle situation on the ground changed again. Palkia took advantage of Dialga's bragging and punched him, then quickly got off the ground and escaped, followed closely by Dialga. The real battle between the two guys started again from this moment. They used their skills desperately at each other, without caring whether the Bion town below would be destroyed. It's time for my Pantheon to show up. On a tree trunk, a young boy smiled brightly, enjoying the gusts of air generated by the battle between two legendary Pokémon soaring in the sky. He opened his hands and snapped his fingers at the same time. The next second, a huge space crack suddenly appeared behind him. A dragon roar was heard from the crack, and the sound echoed throughout Bion town. Dialga and Palkia, who were fighting, were stunned for a moment and turned their heads to look at the space crack. Then a green Pokémon that looked like a flying dragon rushed out. After that, another phoenix cry was heard, and a Pokémon with a body emitting colorful light appeared. Then, a Pokémon that was completely blue and looked like a giant whale emerged. Next, there's a giant white Pokémon with both dragon and bird features. As soon as these four legendary Pokémon appeared, everyone in Bion town was stunned. Originally, the appearance of the gods of time and space was shocking enough for them. But now the appearance of these four Pokémon really made them shout, F*** K this shitty world, destroy it quickly. Just say so if you want us to die. But the shock did not end there. After the four Guardian-level legendary Pokémon Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, Kyogre, and Lugia appeared, Inti, Raikou, Moltres, Articuno, Latios, and Latias followed closely and rushed out from space cracks. This time, not only the humans were shocked, but even Dialga and Palkia were stunned. The power gathered in their mouths and chests dissipated directly. How come when there's a fight between these two, these bastards follow too? As for Darkrai, when he saw the 10 legendary Pokémon rushing out of the space crack, his heart suddenly turned cold, even more despairing than ashes. Originally, Dialga and Palkia were enough to bring it to its death. Now, 10 more rushed out at once. Do you wish it would live and die together with the Tower of Time and Space? What's going on? Where do they come from? Aren't we in a different dimension now? How come there are so many legendary Pokémon from other regions? Alice said in horror. After the appearance of Palkia and Dialga, the oppressive feeling in Bion town was already very tense, but after the appearance of these 10, it was even more unspeakably tense and terrifying, and it almost made people suffocate. It's that space crack. The data here shows that some creatures have connected reality and the other dimension, so they appear. Tonio looked at the notebook with a frown, very puzzled. Isn't this ability unique to Palkia? But from its current expression, it seems that it is at a loss, so it is obvious that these guys were not brought here by it. But who brought them? It's the Pantheon. It must be them. Ash wiped the cold sweat from his face and said through gritted teeth, We saw these 10 legendary Pokémon in a ruin in MT Coronet 15 days ago. They are all Pokémon under the Pantheon. Yes, they must have come here to subdue Palkia and Dialga. I just don't understand why they failed to subdue them last time at MT. Coronet, Dawn agreed, looking at soaring in the sky, with eyes full of shock and fear, afraid that in the next second, this place would become a battlefield for the gods and beasts. What is the Temple of the Gods? Alice asked puzzledly. The Pantheon is... Ash replied anxiously, only to stop short of opening his mouth. He didn't know what the Pantheon was for. He first met them at MT Coronet 15 days ago. He only knew that they came for Dialga and Palkia, and knew nothing else. Moreover, he escaped quietly at the suggestion of Mr. Xia Fan. Xia Fan's substitute continued, It's a very scary organization that controls 10 legendary Pokémon. Their goal seems to be to capture legendary Pokémon in each region. I don't know about the rest. Yes, that's it. Ash nodded repeatedly. So a war of gods will definitely happen in Bion town today. Alice said nervously. Is there no way to stop it? And even if there is a war, can't we send Bion town back to the real world before fighting? Xia Fan's substitute said again. I think the only way now is to pray that this pantheon can quickly conquer Dialga and Palkia. What? Ash, his two companions, Alice, Antonio looked at Xia Fan in shock. They didn't expect him to say that. Xia Fan's substitute sighed. I know it's not nice to say this, but this is indeed the only way. Only by conquering Dialga and Palkia and using their power to send Bayong Town back to the real world can everyone survive. Otherwise, we can only wait to die. The 5 people on the opposite side were stunned. After thinking carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the only way. But what if the Pantheon refuses to help us? Dawn said, what if they capture Dialga and Palkia and leave without us, taking the legendary Pokémon with them? Xia Fan's substitute smiled slightly. Since they want to capture legendary Pokémon, I think if I take the initiative to hand over my Pokémon to them, they should be willing. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 people on the opposite side were all speechless. I didn't expect Xia Fan would trade his Pokémon for Bayong Town, and it was a legendary Pokémon that a normal person might not even see once in his entire life. Yet Xia Fan would say it so casually. From this moment on, Tonio looked at Xia Fan with eyes full of respect. Thank you, but Bayong Town is my home. I will never let you make such a great sacrifice for us. Give me some time, and I will find a way to save this town, Tonio said solemnly. After that, he turned his eyes to the notebook and began to look through various materials. Tonio is right. Bayong Town is our home. We will never let a foreigner like you pay such a huge price for us. Alice looked at Xia Fan with red eyes and bowed 90 degrees. Xia Fan's substitute smiled again and didn't reply. But in the eyes of everyone, this smile was very bitter, and they felt that Xia Fan was extremely great. For the sake of everyone's lives, he was willing to sacrifice his most important partners. Let's look back at soaring in the sky. Jessie, James Meowth, and the trio stood on Molter's back and laughed triumphantly, announcing the arrival of the Pantheon, as well as Dialga and Palkia, to the people of Poplar Town. There's nothing we can do. Who were the people below who just said that there were people standing on the divine beast? Who were they? Hearing this, it is really easy for the people in the upper positions to stick their heads out and show off. Okay, I asked you guys to come here, not to steal my limelight. Xia Fan jumped from the tree trunk below onto Rayquaza's back and glanced at Jessie's trio behind him. When the 3 heard this, they immediately shut their mouths, respectfully called him Walking Master, and then stood on Molter's back with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, acting like majestic lackeys. Get out, Rayquaza, Kyogre, Hoolugia, this is not your territory. At this time, Palkia roared growl, and telepathy spread in all directions. That's right, get out. This is not your territory. Do you want to start a war? Dialga followed closely behind, staring intently at the 4 region guardians of equal status opposite them, while he ignored the other 6. As a powerful enemy appeared, the 2 of them decided to temporarily put aside their hostility and fight together. Rayquaza, Kyogre, Ho-Oh, and Lugia did not reply, but turned to look at Xia Fan. The meaning is clear. This human is our leader, and we follow his orders. Human, Palkia, and Dialga then realized that there was a human standing on Rayquaza. You guys actually chose to obey a human. Palkia said in shock. Shame, shame on all the gods. Dialga said angrily. Except for the great god of creation, no one else can command us or subdue us. It has roughly guessed the purpose of Rayquaza and the others appearing here. That's right. We will never be conquered by humans, even if we die. Palkia agreed. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes just now, it would be hard to believe. Dialga and Palkia, who now looked like brothers who had shared weal and woe, had just fought to the death and wanted to grind each other to ashes on the spot. But now that they said so, we can only see if they can block our pokeballs. Thinking of this, Xia Fan was about to wave his hand, let Rayquaza and the others rush over to start an unreasonable beating, and then take the opportunity to throw the ball. But at this moment, with a whoosh, a dark figure suddenly rushed from behind Xia Fan. With Master, be careful. 10 legendary Pokémon alert at the same time. Xia Fan glanced back, The corners of his mouth curled up, and he told Rayquaza and the others not to interfere in the shared spiritual world. Just as the dark figure was about to rush forward, a light shield appeared on his body, blocking Darkray's dark pulse. How is this possible? Darkray, who was thinking of capturing the leader first, was shocked by Xia Fan's skill protect. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xia Fan turned around and looked at Darkray. You are really brave. You rushed in my legendary Pokémon alone. Aren't you afraid of death? Get out of here. Get them out of this town. Darkray shouted angrily. He formed Dark Void with his hands and smashed it towards Xia Fan's face at the moment when the skill protect dissipated. But, for some reason, when the Dark Void was only centimeters away from Xia Fan, it suddenly turned 90 degrees and smashed towards ground. Darkray's eyes widened in disbelief. It was clearly intended to hit Xia Fan's face, but how did it suddenly hit the ground? Don't you understand the principle of not hitting people in the face? Xia Fan frowned slightly, but there was a hint of joking in his words. Darkray didn't reply and began to attack Xia Fan like crazy. Dozens of dark voids were thrown at Xia Fan, but none of them hit him. When all of them were about to hit Xia Fan, the dark void deviated from the direction at a strange angle and hit the ground, soaring in the sky, or the protect barrier of other legendary Pokémon. It gradually began to realize that this was definitely not its fault. What did you do? Darkray asked. Do you know the skill Lucky Chant? Xia Fan showed his big white teeth and reached for his waist. Of course, Darkray knew about the skill, and just when it was about to question Xia Fan how a human could use it, it saw the Pokeball that Xia Fan took out, and it panicked and turned around to run. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw that Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Kyogre had surrounded it at some point. For pairs of huge eyes were staring at it closely, undisguisedly releasing the pressure from the upper-level divine beasts. Just go in and score the goal. With a flash of red light, Darkray was taken into a Pokeball. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Darkray. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Dark-type Phantom Pokemon. Darkray, God level. Gender, none. Ability, Nightmare, gives rival damage to sleep contest condition. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Dark Void, forces rival into a dark world, causing him to fall into a sleep condition and suffer a nightmare. Nightmare, let the rival in the sleep contest condition fall in a nightmare, and the health will slowly decrease every round. Feint attack, sneak up to rival and attack him when he is off guard. The attack cannot be dodged. Haze, raises haze, invalidating the enhancement effects of all Pokémon within the range. Dark Pulse, a terrifying aura filled with malicious intent is emitted from a body, which sometimes causes rival to flinch, 20% probability. Hypnosis, gives sleep-inducing hints, causing rival to fall into a sleep contest condition. Strong Wind, a powerful and terrifying hurricane suddenly blows up to attack rival, which sometimes improves his abilities, 10% probability. Destruction Ray, fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Disable, rival hit by Disable will be stationary and unable to move for a period of time in the future. Sure enough, subjugating the previous Darkray clan leader can also gain skills. Looking at the system panel, Xia Fan felt secretly happy. When he learned from his Darkray that the person Bayong Town encountered was the previous clan leader, he felt that this one could also acquire skills. After all, even though he has lost his godhood, he still has the god-level power. As long as there is divine power, there are skills, just like his Jengar ancestor. But what skills should I choose? Xia Fan has already chosen Darkray's unique skill Dark Void, so he will not be able to choose it this time. However, compared to the last skill, Xia Fan discovered that the former Darkray leader seemed to have an extra skill, which was Disable, a normal-type skill. Hitting rival could make it unable to move for a period of time in the future. This made Xia Fan very excited. After weighing several other skills for a while, he said directly in his heart, "System, I choose Darkray's Disable skill." 2 seconds later, Disable was added to Xia Fan's skill list. Xia Fan looked at Palkia opposite him and came up with the idea of conducting an experiment. Then he pointed with his right hand, and a beam of light shot out from between his fingers. Unfortunately, the beam was directly shattered by Palkia's dragon breath. Xia Fan smacked his lips regretfully, gave up the experiment, and commanded Rayquaza and the others to start a war. At the same time, Darkrai was released, and NTI took it aside for ideological baptism, making it understand that its master would not destroy the town. Even if it was accidentally destroyed in the end, he would command Dialga to go back in time and space to restore the town. At this time on the ground, Tonio and Alice led Ash and the other two and Xia Fan substitute towards the Tower of Time and Space. Because just now a light bulb went off in Tonio's head, and he recalled a sentence he had read in his great-grandfather Gaudi's diary. For the future, I have to keep Eurasian. Alice had a flash of inspiration and finally figured out what Eurasian was. This is the song her grandmother taught her when she was young. It is a song that can calm great anger and has a kind of magical power. No matter what the situation is, as long as both parties hear this song, they can calm down and stop fighting. As the two talked, Tonio immediately realized everything and thought that as long as they found Orion, they could prevent the disaster. So he took everyone to the place where Orion was most likely to exist. Xia Fan's substitute, who witnessed all this, did not try to stop it, because he felt that this music that could calm both sides had nothing to do with his capturing of legendary Pokémon. After all, he didn't come here with the idea of destroying everything. It would be fine if only Dialga and Palkia were here. Kyogre, can you do this? Use your skills steadily and don't shoot at the Tower of Time and Space. There are people down there. If Ash and the others die, what will I, your master, do in the future? During the battle, Kyogre activated his passive power, and several energy beams shot out from his mouth. One of them shot towards the Tower of Time. If Darkrai hadn't suddenly rushed over block it, Ash and his companions who had rushed into the tower not long ago might have died there, and Xia Fan would have been furious. Master, I will pay attention next time. Seeing Xia Fan's eyes, Kyogre apologized awkwardly and continued to kill Dialga. At this time in the Guardian battlefield, Kyogre and Ho-Oh surrounded and beat Dialga. Rayquaza and Lugia surrounded and beat Palkia. Dialga was okay, as his contest condition was not bad, so he was still suppressed, but he could fight back from time to time. Palkia was different. He was injured by Dialga at the beginning, so he hid here. Now his injury is not healed yet, and two more bastards who are not weaker than Dialga came to fight him. You can imagine how difficult it is. As soon as the battle started, he was beaten by Rayquaza and Lugia all the time, and he didn't have a chance to fight back. Xia Fan, who was standing on Rayquaza, watched for a long time and had the Pokeball ready. But just as Palkia fell to the ground and threw the ball, the bell of the Tower of Time and Space rang, followed by an indescribable and melodious melody. It was soothing and gentle, with ups and downs, sad and magnificent, and was accompanied by golden rays of light flowing out of the tower. The golden light was bright and flawless, spreading in all directions, illuminating a large area of the originally dark extra-dimensional space around it, just like a bright lamp that suddenly lit up in the dark universe. The Tower of Time and Space extended under the golden light, like an ancient tree of life, normal, growing, saffron-colored branches. Xia Fan, who was about to throw the ball, turned his head and looked when he heard the sound. He was stunned the next second. In a reflection of his pupils, a huge creature flew out from the saffron branches. It looked like a Ho-Oh, but it was not a Ho-Oh. Its whole body was made of golden light, and every time it flapped its wings, it would emit a warm light. These light ashes fell on the entire poplar town, and the minds of all living beings instantly stopped, looking at the creature made of light like a pilgrim. Ho-Oh, Kyogre, and Dialga, who were fighting, stopped their actions involuntarily and looked on blankly after being illuminated by the golden light. Rayquaza, Lugia, and Palkia also stopped, attracted by the light. But is this the end? No. When the music of this creature made of golden light reached its climax, the entire Tower of Time and Space suddenly burst out with a more powerful light, and all of this light rushed towards the golden creature shaped like Ho-Oh. The creature suddenly became larger, covering the entire sky of Bayong Town in less than 2 seconds, and the status condition of all the creatures covered by the golden light below it disappeared, and the physical injuries of all the creatures covered by the golden light below it were repaired. Therefore, Dialga, who was injured by beat up, recovered quickly. Even Palkia, who was seriously injured, recovered under the golden light, and the broken gem on her right arm was perfectly repaired. Is this Eurasian? Xia Fan, enjoying the golden light, muttered blankly, I seem to have underestimated its power. It looked around and found that not only the injured Pokémon had recovered, but even the poplar town, which had been continuously swallowed by the dimensional rifts due to the War of the Gods, had been stabilized under Eurasian, and the houses that had disappeared had returned to their original state. Ding! The system has listened to the song, Calming All Rage by Eurasian, and recorded it. In Xia Fan's mind, the system prompt sounded, which was rare outside of capturing legendary Pokémon. At the same time, a golden leafage suddenly appeared in Xia Fan's palm. He looked down. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Leaf of Eurasian. This is a one-time item. As long as the host blows it, Eurasian will appear again, heal all creatures injured in battle, and calm all their spites. I wish the world peace and stay away from war. Xia Fan closed his eyes when he heard that. With this music, the unexpected surprise he got from the system made him neither excited nor disappointed. He was just very calm. He just wanted to listen to the music quietly and do nothing else. He just wanted to be a lazy guy for a while. However, his thought did not last long as Mew suddenly said, Master, something bad has happened. Dialga has escaped. As soon as the words fell, Xia Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His originally calm eyes were instantly filled with anger. He turned his head and glared at Dialga's position, only to find that just as Mew said, the B********* D Dialga had disappeared. He looked around, but all he saw was a space-time rift that was being mended in the distant void. Apparently, Dialga escaped through that. Damn it, I've been listening to this song for so long that I've become careless. Xia Fan cursed and could only vent his anger on the only remaining Palkia. Because he was seriously injured, he was only thinking about repairing his body by listening to Eurasian's song and forgot to run away. Surround it, don't let it run away like Dialga did. Xia Fan said angrily. After hearing Xia Fan shout, the 4 Pokémon, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, Kyogre, and Lugia, came back to their senses from Eurasian's music. When they looked around and found that Dialga was gone, they were shocked and quickly followed Xia Fan's instructions. The 4 of them surrounded Palkia and would beat it up if it dared to run. Dialga, you be D. You ran away without even notifying me. Palkia, who was surrounded, felt sad and hated her old rival so much that she didn't even take him with her when she ran away. Just like that, the surrounded Palkia let Xia Fan take a pokeball with an aggrieved expression. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Palkia. Please select one from the skills as your skill. In Xia Fan's mind, the system prompt sounded again after Palkia was subdued. Water-type and Dragon-type legendary Pokemon. Palkia. Gender, none. Ability, Pressure, puts rival into a tense contest condition, 10% chance of skill activation failure. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Dragon Breath. Blows a strong breath towards rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition with a 30% chance. Scary Face. Stares at rival with a scary face, scaring him, thus greatly reducing rival speed. Power Gem. Fires a dazzling gem-like light to attack rival. Aura Sphere. Generates wave power from the body and attacks the opponent. Spatial Rend. Tear apart rival and the surrounding space, dealing damage, making it easier to hit rivals' vital points. Earth Power. Releases earth power at rivals' feet. Sometimes it will reduce rivals' special defense. Draco Meteor. Drops meteorite from soaring in the sky on rival. After using it, the reaction force will greatly reduce your special attack. Ancient Power. Attack with Ancient Power. 10% chance to double your power. Hydro Pump. Attacks rival by violently spraying a large amount of water. Seeing these many skills, Xia Fan said in his heart without thinking, System, I want to choose Palkia's Spatial Rend. Anyone who doesn't choose the exclusive skills of the Guardian is basically stupid. Therefore, 3 seconds later, as his body underwent a new round of transformation by the system, Xia Fan obtained the powerful Spatial Rend. From then on, he could tear the space apart at will and exile people to die in another dimension. At the bottom of the Tower of Time and Space, as Erasure ended, the creature condensed by the golden light dissipated. Ash and his friends watched Palkia being captured by the Pantheon, surrounded by 4 powerful legendary Pokémon, and they felt very uncomfortable. I didn't expect that after doing so much, Palkia was still conquered by this organization. The only point of Kuri's achievement was to save the entire Poplar Town from the brink of collapse. However, as long as he can't return to the real world, no matter how much he does, it will be in vain. Damn it, what should we do? Do we really ask them to do it? Ash gritted his teeth, very unwilling. At this time, Xia Fan's substitute walked up, patted Ash on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. It's okay, you all tried your best. It's just a matter of a few legendary Pokémon. At most you can catch them later, just wait here. After saying that, Xia Fan's substitute threw out the Pokeball. A red light flashed, and Deoxys was released, flying towards the 4 powerful legendary Pokémon and soaring in the sky with Xia Fan's substitute, without a trace of sadness from beginning to end. But the more Xia Fan acted like this, the sadder Ash, Alice, and Tonio became. They thought Xia Fan was just forcing himself to feel sad. They believed that no one in this world would be willing to give up the Pokémon they had caught with great difficulty, let alone the legendary Pokémon. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If only I could do something for Mr. Xia Fan. Ash was so angry that he punched the big tree next to him. He is a respectable man. I will record Mr. Xia Fan's story in Baiyang Town and erect a monument so that people in future generations will remember the price Mr. Xia Fan paid to save Baiyang Town. Alice said with red eyes. That's right. Tonio also tried hard to hold back tears. If our Baiyang Town can return to the real world, Mr. Xia Fan will be the biggest contributor. Just like that, the 5 of them watched soaring in the sky, quietly waiting for the execution from the Pantheon, whether to let the entire Baiyang Town be swallowed up by the other dimension or return to reality. 3 minutes later, Palkia was released and first underwent an unknown mental brainwashing. Then, under the order of Qin Xingxing of the Temple of the Gods, the entire Baiyang Town was sent back from the other dimension, back to that beautiful world surrounded by the sea and countless beautiful scenery. The whole town cheered at this, and then watched the 10 legendary Pokémon leave and Palkia leave through the alternate dimension. Afterwards, Xia Fan, who saved the town, returned to Baiyang Town on Deoxys and returned to Ash and his friends. Mr. Xia Fan, this is... Ash walked forward in surprise, covering his mouth and looking at Deoxys beside Xia Fan in confusion. Didn't Xia Fan give Deoxys to the Pantheon so that they could send Baiyang Town back to the real world? I feel like we have misunderstood this organization called the Temple of the Gods. Xia Fan scratched his head. I just talked to their boss and told him that I was willing to hand over my legendary Pokémon to them, and only asked them to order Palkia to send Poplar Town back, but was rejected. The boss of the Pantheon said that he would be happy to send Poplar Town back and would not accept Deoxys because they were not bandits or hooligans, but an organization with ideals, ambitions, and justice, and would never deliberately bully civilians and weak Pokémon. The reason for capturing legendary Pokémon is to protect the peace of the world, maintain the order of the world, and prevent malicious trainers and organizations from disturbing the lives of legendary Pokémon and using them to do bad things. The last time the God-Catching Hall was destroyed was because the God-Catching Hall was found to be an evil criminal organization in their investigation by the Temple of the Gods, so they took action and destroyed it in the end. I have actually been in their investigation for a long time. The reason why they didn't accept my Deoxys this time, in addition to their own organizational rules, is that I'm a good trainer in their investigation and never use legendary Pokémon to do bad things. They trust me, so they think Deoxys, Cresselia, Darkrai, and other legendary Pokémon are with me. After saying that, Xia Fan looked at soaring in the sky with a hint of admiration. Ash, his 3 friends, Alice, and Tony were completely stunned after hearing this. They never expected the result to be like this. The so-called Pantheon is not an evil organization. They capture legendary Pokémon not for their own selfish desires, but to control their power in the world. Is this true? There is actually such an organization in this world. Xiao Gang said doubtfully, his tone full of shock. I think it's true, because if it's false, they wouldn't give up the legendary Pokémon that's delivered to their doorstep. Xia Fan's tone was full of admiration. And if they really want to destroy the world, with the legendary Pokémon they control, they can definitely control the world and do whatever they want, instead of hiding and saying nothing. Xiao Jiang fell into deep thought after hearing this. At the same time, it also made several others gradually choose to believe. When Xia Fan saw their expressions, the corners of her mouth gradually rose. It can be said that he won a win-win situation today. Not only did he gain a lot of favor from Ash and the others, but he also conveyed a preliminary good impression of the Pantheon to them. He believed that as long as they proceeded step by step, one day, most people in this world would choose to regard the Pantheon as their umbrella of protection and the embodiment of justice, rather than a criminal organization that everyone hated. A few minutes later, Alice told everyone not to think too much about it. No matter whether the Pantheon was good or bad, it was a blessing for everyone to escape today. Moreover, this organization said that it only existed for legendary Pokémon, and legendary Pokémon were so rare. How could they be so easy to encounter? Therefore, they should quickly find a place to relax and not be nervous and afraid about the crisis just now. Ash and the other 2 looked at each other, then looked at Xia Fan, and finally nodded, followed Alice and left, temporarily forgetting the existence of the Temple of the Gods. Xia Fan, who was following behind all of them, began to communicate with Palkia, who had just returned to the dimensional space through the spiritual shared world. Palkia, I'm leaving Dialga in your hands. You have to find it for me. He didn't let Palkia go with Jessie and the others. His purpose was to let him wait for Dialga for him. Once he found it, he would call him immediately. He would definitely bring a bunch of legendary Pokémon to surround Dialga. Okay, Master. Don't worry. I will definitely find it. Palkia vows to be in the world of spiritual sharing. However, what I was thinking in my heart was that B************ D was waiting for me, leaving me and running away. I will make sure you are in trouble in the future. Now it already knows Xia Fan's abilities. So, although it was furious with Dialga, its real thought was that if it found Dialga, it would definitely find a way to let Xia Fan bring his army of legendary Pokémon to beat up Dialga first. If it couldn't do that, then at least it had to wait until it established a good relationship with other legendary Pokémon and become brothers with them. Then, when Dialga came in, it would ask its brothers to follow it and discuss that son of a B****** every day. One day later, Xia Fan and his 4 companions were watched by Alice and Tonio as they left Bayong Town and continued their new journey. According to the original plan, Dawn was going to participate in the Poplar Town contest today. However, due to yesterday's incident, the whole town was still in a panic. Many participating trainers fled Poplar Town that day, causing the contest to be temporarily suspended. So they decided to continue their journey today and go to Lakeside City to get the last gym medal. As for the former leader of the Darkrai tribe who was subdued here, Xia Fan's original plan was to let it follow Jesse, James, and others and become a thug under the Temple of the Gods. But this guy is stubborn. Because Alice's grandmother Claire Xia once saved it, it told Xia Fan that it would die in this town and protect this town. If Xia Fan doesn't like it, it can be released. It doesn't care about the benefits of becoming Xia Fan's Pokémon. Hearing this, Xia Fan had no choice but to let it go. Having it is better than nothing. As for releasing animals, humph, just kidding. If you become a partner of Xia, then you will never be released in this life. If I really need you in the future, I will teleport you to my side. No matter whether you agree or not, I will release you back to Bayong Town after the task is accomplished. In short, there is no way you can escape from his palm. The perspective switches to a forest. A space crack was torn open. After a while, Dialga broke out of his own dimension and came to a lake in the forest. Looking tired, it bent down and drank a few sips of water from the lake, then raised its head and looked at soaring in the sky, unable to help but recall everything it had experienced in Bayong Town yesterday. It turned out that after it escaped from Bayong Town yesterday, it laughed wildly in the world, imagining that after Palkia was captured, it would be able to occupy its nest. However, the laughter did not last long, and it was stuck because it realized the key to a problem. That is, it was true that it had abandoned Palkia and escaped, but would that be D be angry and become the lackey of the human with special abilities afterwards, and then frantically look for itself in the dimensional space, and bring another large group of bastards to find itself to fight revenge? So, in order to avoid this situation, he decided to hide in a corner of the real world. After a long time, when Palkia got tired of looking for him and stopped looking for him, he would go back. Idiot. Thinking of this, Dialga cursed in his heart. If it wasn't afraid of Palkia, the B D becoming its lackey, it wouldn't have to start hiding. However, at this moment, the lake nearby suddenly shook slightly, and a small whirlpool suddenly formed. Dialga glanced down, but didn't care much because he thought nothing in this place could hurt him. So he continued to look up at soaring in the sky and curse Palkia. But the tragedy was its heart. 2 seconds later, the small whirlpool on the water suddenly changed and turned into a portal to another dimension. A strong storm suddenly rushed out from it, directly trapping Dialga Whirlwind in midair. Then a huge Pokémon rushed out from the entrance to the other dimension. It looked like a dragon and a bug with 6 legs. Its neck was wrapped in a golden half ring, and it had 2 large ghost-like wings on its back. The Pokémon howled and Growl rushed out, biting Dialga's thigh and trying to drag it towards the entrance to the other dimension. Dialga fought back fiercely, but was eventually pulled in by the Pokémon's frantic tug. At the same time, a little hedgehog with a pink-red flower on its head, who came to the river to drink water, was also caught in the disaster and was swept into the entrance to the other dimension by the powerful storm. This is an inverted world, with mountains, lakes, houses, and everything that exists is similar to the topsy-turvy world in the real world. After the Pokémon that dragged Dialga returned to this world, its appearance immediately changed. It changed from a dragon-like and insect-like appearance to a terrifying centipede-like appearance. Its ghost-like wings also changed to become 6 stripes. Dialga was dragged in by the shape-shifting Pokémon and thrown directly onto a mountain of topsy-turvy to be beaten. He wrapped his long body around Dialga and bit her madly, as if he was going to bite her to death. Are you sick, Giratina? I provoke you. Drinking water in the real world is a bother for you, so why drag me to your shitty reverse world? And you beat me without saying a word. Dialga roared in frustration as he was being entangled and beaten by Giratina. Roar. Giratina roared. Didn't you have a great time fighting with Palkia in Bayong Town yesterday? Do you know how much suffering I will have to endure here? After saying that, Giratina was about to bite Dialga's back. Isn't it nice here? How could Tokoski suffer so badly? Dialga retorted quickly. Giratina, who liked to reason, held her tongue but did not let go of Dialga. Instead, she dragged it to an upside-down house and pointed at some dark mists and roared. This is the crime you 2 sons of B*** committed. Do you know what this is? Damn poisonous fog. It's because of you two's random fighting that poisonous fog has been growing here in just 1 day. You 2 beasts, this is my home. And it's all because of your good deeds. Giratina was so angry that she was about to bite Dialga, but he was stopped by Dialga's rebuttal. Why don't you just clean up the toxic fog? Why are you so angry? Giratina was immediately irritated and laughed. Then he dragged Dialga to a cloud of poisonous fog and said, "This is poisonous fog, and you told me to clean it up? What, you want to clean it up by eating it all? I told you, it keeps growing recently. If you don't clean it up for me in one go, I'll kill you today." Dialga stopped talking after hearing that. Looking at Giratina's murderous eyes, he could only stiffen his neck and start to pass the blame. "This is none of my business. It's all because of that D Palkia who wanted to cause trouble for me. I had no choice but to fight him. If you want to retaliate, I was forced to do it. But that D is in his own space now. I can't get in. Only you, the D, have come out. If not you, who else can I find to retaliate?" Giratina stared at Dialga intently, with a look that said, "You will not be able to escape today." Dialga looked embarrassed. It couldn't beat that D Giratina in a fight, so it had to find a way to escape. So the next second, as Giratina's fangs got closer and closer, Dialga suddenly shouted at a cloud of poisonous mist, "Look, that son of a B Palkia is coming out of his space." Giratina really believed it and turned her head to look, but Dialga quickly took the opportunity to break free from his restraints and rushed towards the dimensional entrance that Giratina forgot to close, trying to return to the real world. But Giratina, who had been deceived, became even more angry and hurriedly chased after him. When Dialga was about to rush out of the dimension entrance, Bite grabbed the B D's tail and continued to pull it to death. And no matter how Dialga begged for mercy, he would not let it go. Finally, Dialga had no choice but to fight Giratina in this reverse world while looking for a chance to escape. For a moment, because of the battle between the two legendary Pokémon, the poisonous fog in this reverse world grew even faster. The little hedgehog that was dragged in by mistake was swept around by the strong storm during the fight, and finally fell directly into a cloud of poisonous fog. After entering the poisonous fog, the little hedgehog immediately made a growl sound, and the thick poisonous fog was immediately completely absorbed by its body. The tender pink little red flower on the top of the head was polluted and turned black after being absorbed by the thick poisonous fog. The little hedgehog made an aggrieved growl towards Giratina and Dialga, but these two guys didn't even notice its existence. So the next second, after Dialga dodged Giratina's dragon breath, it happened to hit the Pokémon right in front of it. Faced with the crisis of life and death, the little hedgehog closed his eyes tightly, and a powerful force burst out from his body. Not only did this force block dragon breath, it also startled Dialga and Giratina, who were in the battle. When he came to his senses, a new dimensional passage opened above the little hedgehog's head. The little hedgehog was sucked in and returned to the real world. Dialga was overjoyed when he was beaten up by Giratina. He never thought that such a good thing would happen, because this time the meta channel was right next to it. Dialga came to its senses and rushed there without saying a word. However, this time it learned its lesson. In order to prevent that D Giratina from pulling it back again, it gave Giratina a time ball when it rushed out. This is a skill created by utilizing its own time origin. As long as Giratina wants to rush out of the dimensional entrance and come to the real world, the origin of time will trigger an effect, causing it to continuously go back to the position 3 seconds ago. Just like that, Dialga successfully escaped and returned to the real world. After returning, it first spat at the lake, then howled, "You son of a B Sich. I'm the god of time who controls time. If you have the guts, keep chasing me, ba. Goodbye to you." After yelling proudly, Dialga spat again, shook his head, and left proudly, leaving Giratina in the reverse world gritting her teeth at it through the lake, cursing it not to let it out. Otherwise, she would beat Dialga, the B D, to death. Time passed. One day later, Xia Fan, Ash, Dawn, and Xiaojing left Baiyang Town and came to town not far from Snow Point City. At this time, Xiaojing was making lunch in Abigail's room, with Dawn helping him. Ash had just had a Pokemon battle with a passerby, and Xia Fan was lying under a tree in a daze like an old man. Palkia, have you found any trace of Dialga? However, it is unknown whether he was really in a daze. Master, not yet. Dialga is a B asterisk 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 D who is good at hiding. He is better at hiding than me. But don't worry, I will find him. All right then. Xia Fan touched his nose and ended the call with Palkia in the spiritual shared world. Mr. Xia Fan, Xiao Huan, it's time to eat. At this time, Xiao Jing just called him. Xia Fan nodded with a smile, motioning Xiao Huan to follow Xiao Gang to eat the food that the Pokémons were eating, while she went to the side to get some water to wash her hands before enjoying the human food. When washing hands, Ash also came over because Xiao Jing saw that Ash's hands were too dirty, so he asked him to follow Xia Fan and wash his hands before eating. But at this moment, Dawn's scream was heard. Oh, what is this? After washing their hands, Xia Fan and Ash turned around and saw a small creature covered in dust lying on their dining table and eating their food. I just ate my muffin. Ash, who was already starving, got furious and ran over quickly. Xiao Jing, who was calling Pikachu and Xiaowan to eat, came over when he heard the sound. Seeing the scene in front of him, he looked at the little thing in surprise. Is it a Pokemon? Probably. Xia Fan touched his stomach and had already decided to ask Jengar to get some fast food later. At this time, Dawn's Piplup heard the noise of its owners and ran over. When it saw the little thing, it was even more excited than Ash. It jumped up to snatch and demanded food and argued with the other party, but was bitten on the hand. Boga! Boga! Piplup, whose hand was bitten, screamed like a ghost and shook his hand wildly. It took him a lot of effort to finally shake it off. Just as he was about to continue blaming, the little hedgehog-like creature twisted its body again and instantly threw out a lot of dust. The dust was everywhere within a 2-meter radius. Pikachu and Piplup, who came closer, kept coughing. Seeing this, Xia Fan and Ash and others hurriedly stepped back to avoid inhaling the dust. But the little creature didn't intend to let them go. It suddenly jumped out from the dust layer, jumped onto Ash, and then jumped onto the tableware that Xiao Jing was using to cook, shaking it left and right until the tableware fell over. Xia Fan's eyelids jumped. This set of tableware was the outdoor appliance he had just bought for Xiao Jing on the road for 50,000 yuan. Although it had good performance, if the machine was knocked over like this, it might short-circuit and explode. Thinking of this, Xia Fan saw a flash of ember in the machine as expected. Everyone retreat. The next second, with a bang, this outdoor cooking appliance exploded. The smoke from the explosion made Ash and the other two cough continuously. Xia Fan dodged quickly, so nothing happened to him. He just felt a little sorry for the money. What is this pitch-black Pokemon? Xia Fan muttered speechlessly that the meal cooked with the $50,000 household tableware was ruined by this little thing, and not only could he not eat a single bite, but the machine was also scrapped. Meow. At this time, growl was heard from within the smoke, and the smoke was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Then he saw the Pokemon from before lying on the ground, inhaling all the smoke into its body. 2 seconds after the smoke was inhaled into the body, the small black flower on its head bloomed with a blue light, and the light became brighter and brighter along with the Pokemon's growl, which was very beautiful. Ash and the other two were attracted by the scene, their mouths slightly opened, thinking they were about to witness some miracle. Is that the Pokemon? Xia Fan suddenly understood and probably recognized that this was the Pokemon. So after seeing this scene, he took a few steps back without hesitation to avoid being accidentally injured. However, he still reminded Ash and the other two to retreat quickly. I don't know if the three of them were attracted by the beautiful light and didn't hear it for a moment, or they didn't care too much and just took a few steps back. 2 seconds later, an explosion sounded, and the blast caused Ash and the other two, along with the Pokemon they had released, to fly backwards several feet. Hey! Ash and the other two flew upside down into the tree and wailed. The little Pokemon looked around at the people and Pokemon that were blown away by it, and realized that it was in trouble, so it quickly ran away. But it was stopped by a foot. It looked up and saw a young boy with a Pikachu looking at it with a smile on his face. Jamie, Xia Fan muttered. He squatted down and touched its back. Well, he found that the fur was soft and not as prickly as a hedgehog. He grabbed it. The Pokémon tried to resist, but Xia Fan easily suppressed it with Psychic, saying at the same time, "Don't be afraid. I won't eat you. I'll give you a bath with water and then have someone check you out." After he finished speaking, the Pokémon really stopped resisting. It just raised its head and looked at Xia Fan curiously. Xia Fan took the dirty Pokémon under the faucet where she washed her hands. A minute later, a clean and fair kitten appeared in front of Xia Fan. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth. As he thought, it was indeed the grass-type's phantom Pokémon, Jamie. However, it is a pity that this one probably does not have God-level strength. Otherwise, his system prompt sound should have reminded it. Is this the Pokémon from before? It's so cute after taking a bath. At this time, Dawn came over, took Jimmy from Xia Fan's arms with a cute look on her face, and rubbed its little head, which made Jimmy feel very comfortable. After a while, a lovely voice sounded in Dawn's mind. "Of course I'm cute. There shouldn't be anyone cuter than me in this world, but the water you used to bathe me just now was too cold, and you should have washed the dirt off my body more gently and carefully." Dawn's pupils shrank, and she looked down at the Pokémon in surprise. Did I just hear it speak? At this time, Ash also came over, followed by Xiaojang. "Is it telepathy?" Xiaojang hesitated. "Telepathy? Then what kind of Pokémon is it? This is the first time I've seen it." Ash asked curiously. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Jamie, a grass-type phantom Pokémon." Xia Fan explained. "Phantom Pokémon." Ash's voice was raised involuntarily, and he looked at Xia Fan. "Isn't it a very rare Pokémon? Where did it come from?" "I don't know." Xia Fan shrugged. "You ask me, why don't I ask a ghost? How could he know where it came from? You should ask Jamie herself. She just happens to be telepathic." Ash was embarrassed. Mr. Xia Fan was right. If it could even have telepathy, then it should ask itself. "Where are you from?" Ash bent down and asked Jamie, who was held by Dawn. "That's where I came from." Jamie replied telepathically. When it speaks, it likes to add at the end of every sentence. "How would we know where you're going? You should give an exact address, a forest, or a landmark." Ash was speechless after hearing the reply. "That's where it is." But Jimmy still said so after hearing this. "I mean, if you just say that, no one will be able to understand what you mean." Ash was a little angry. "That's where it is, so that's where it is." Jamie's cheeks flushed slightly, and the tone of her telepathic reply was a little depressed. "Wow, the god of nesting dolls." Xia Fan's mouth twitched. Even a person with an IQ of 2,000 would not understand what it said. "Ah, no one can understand what you mean by their..." Ash was so angry at the word there that he almost vomited blood. "Wait a minute, it seems a little bit strange." Jizai and breeders, Xiaojing, suddenly felt that something was wrong with Jamie and walked up to touch its head. "It has a fever. We have to take it to the Pokémon Center quickly." Ash and Dawn looked at each other, quickly put the Pokémon they had just released back into the ball, and ran to the nearby Pokémon Center. In the Pokémon Center, a bespectacled Nurse Joy spoke to everyone after help Jimmy conducted a series of tests. "This is Grass-type's phantom Pokémon, also known as the Thank You Pokémon Jamie. It's probably just too tired, nothing serious, and it's now fully recovered in the lounge." Ash and Dawn nodded at this and muttered something like "Thank you, Pokémon." At this time, Xiaojang was in high spirits, thinking that now was the right time to express his love to Nurse Joy. So he immediately put on a pair of glasses, knelt on one knee in front of Nurse Joy, and said, "Nurse Joy, it is thanks to Pokémon, and I am Xiaojang, who is grateful to humans. I am so grateful for the fate to meet Nurse Joy. Please make friends with me. Thank you so much. Of course, we can start as friends first." "Oh, thank you so much." One day, it started again. Xia Fan looked at Ash Dawn speechlessly. When they first saw Xiaojang when they entered the Pokémon Center, he didn't express his love to Nurse Joy immediately, and they thought he had changed. Now, it seems, well, they thought too much. Xiaojang is still the same Xiaojang. He just knows what is important and what is not. There was a flash of red light, and Gon's Krogunk jumped out of the Pokeball. An acupressure helped Nurse Joy dragged her troublesome master away. Nurse Joy couldn't help but twitch her lips at this. A few minutes later, Jamie was pushed out of the lounge by a Chansey. Ash and Dawn stepped forward immediately. Xia Fan followed closely behind, but he was a little uninterested because this Jamie didn't have god-level strength. "Where is this place?" After being sent out, Jamie looked around and asked everyone. "This is the Pokémon Center," Dawn said, while holding Piplup, pointing to Nurse Joy with a smile. "It was this Nurse Joy who helped heal you. However, Mia's always been healthy. She was just hungry, so there is no question of whether it can be cured or not." As soon as he finished speaking, Ash immediately became annoyed. "You are such an ungrateful guy." Dawn, overflowing with love, helped Jamie and said, "Because it just fainted on the road, it's normal for it to not react now." After that, Dawn introduced herself. "I'm Dawn. The one I'm holding in my arms is my partner Piplup. If you're hungry, would you like some bread?" Dawn took out a small piece of homemade bread from her bag and put it in front of Jamie's mouth. "Let's give it a try." Jamie took the bread in her mouth and tasted it. "How is it?" Dawn said with a smile, waiting for Jamie's praise. "It's just so. However, Jamie commented very solation after finishing the meal. Dawn suddenly felt lost. "Hello, I'm Ash, and this is my partner Pikachu." Ash walked forward, bent down, and introduced himself while looking at Jamie carefully. A second later, Jamie spat out a mouthful of thick black mist, choking Ash and causing him to step back. "Oh, Nurse Joy, it just exploded." Ahem. Ash was irritated by the thick fog and recalled the question he wanted to ask Nurse Joy. It exploded after inhaling the smoke from the stove. "You're talking about seed flare." Nurse Joy responded with a smile. "That's their unique skill. When they are exposed to polluted air, they will involuntarily inhale it, purify it in their bodies, and then decompose it into light and water, and then release it. This process is seed flare." Ash and the other two let out a long "oh" when they heard that. Dawn said excitedly, "It turns out that Jamie is so amazing." Jamie snorted coldly and turned her head away proudly. "Mia's always been very powerful." "It's just," Nurse Joy interrupted the pretentious Jeremy. "There's also a Jeremy that inhaled poisonous gas, and a skill that blew away the entire forest with seed flare. Luckily, you only let it inhale the smoke from the stove. You're talking about my tribe leader, right? Only he can blow away the entire forest. I am only a little bit worse than him, so you should be thankful that I didn't blow you away," said Jamie. Xia Fan, who had been silent on the side, suddenly brightened up. "If you say the word patriarch, I will be interested in you." "Damn it, you should be thanking us, right? We were the ones who brought you to the Pokémon Center for treatment." Ash was so angry at Jamie's words that he immediately retorted, but Jamie ignored him. Joy then asked Jimmy, "I'm curious about you. Why did you appear in our city region?" "I shouldn't have come here in the first place," Jamie replied. "I was caught up in a fight between two bastards, and I finally managed to escape. In the end, I was washed around by the river. It must have been hard for me." Ash and the other two took a deep look at what it said before they understood its meaning. "Is that why you're so dirty?" said Gon, who had escaped from the clutches of his own Krogunk. Jimmy didn't respond to Xiao Gang's words, but changed the subject. "You guys will take me to the flower fields, right? I must go to the flower fields, right? I must meet up with the tribe leaders and friends." Ash and the other two looked at each other and scratched their heads. They were a little confused by what Jamie said. "You mean the transmission of flowers, right?" Nurse Joy was so led astray that she couldn't help but add a bar at the end of the sentence. "Flower transmission?" Dawn asked in confusion. "What is that?" Ash asked. Joy smiled slightly. "The Jammy tribe has the habit of gathering at a certain flower field with the seasons and migrating from that place. Since new flower fields will appear at the destination they fly to, this is called the Jammy flower transmission." "That's right." Jamie twisted her body proudly. "We have to take off from the flower field. If that's the case, then they can still fly." Ash looked at Jamie in surprise, not understanding how it could fly without any wings. Jamie asked, "Don't you know how to fly?" "How can I fly if I'm a human?" Ash said speechlessly. "Then you humans are really useless." Jamie said directly, "But it doesn't matter if you can't fly. as long as you can send me to the flower field. But where is that? Ash said. That's it, let's go. Jamie jumped onto Ash's hat and twisted his neck forcefully, causing Ash to suppress the urge to punch someone. He also wanted to rush to Lakeside City to get the last gym badge. At this time, Xia Fan walked up and patted Ash on the shoulder with an expression that said, "Brother, you need to stay calm. This is just a Pokémon, don't be angry." But in my heart I said, for the sake of the god-level GME, brother, you just have to bear with it. Ash saw Xia Fan's expression, sighed, and said, "But can't you fly? Why don't you just fly over there by yourself? You'll definitely be faster than us." It has 2 forms. Right now it's in the land form and can't fly. Xia Fan interrupted. The flying form can only be transformed after it comes into contact with Garcidia. 2 forms. Ash's eyes widened. That's right. It seems that your brain is only slightly worse than mine. Jimmy looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan laughed dryly. If it weren't for its chief, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to it. Come on, Ash. Let's take it to the flower field. At this time, Dawn held Jamie in her arms. Ash sighed again, and had no choice but to follow Jamie's wishes and challenge the Lakeside City Gym a little later. Walking out of the Pokémon Center, Ash looked around and said, "Which way should I go?" "Let's go that way." Jamie jumped onto Ash's hat and twisted it in another direction. "No, this way." Jamie was fiddling with Ash's hat. "Which side is it?" Ash was getting more and more angry. "Ash, don't worry." Dawn quickly comforted her and held Jamie in her arms again. "Come on. Which way are we going, Jamie?" Jamie calmed down and closed her eyes. After a while, several pink petals bloomed on her back. This surprised Rebecca's Dawn, like a bouquet of flowers. "That's it." Jamie finally pointed the 4 people in the exact direction. When the 4 of them heard what Jimmy pointed, they started jogging. 5 minutes later, following the direction indicated by Jamie, the group of 4 crossed the town and passed by a square with many glass tablets. "Master, wait a moment." When passing by one of the glass monuments, Mew suddenly called out to it in Xia Fan's mind. "What's wrong, Xiaowan?" Xia Fan stopped. "I sense a spatial fluctuation nearby." "Space fluctuations?" Xia Fan hurriedly looked around. "What's wrong, Mr. Xia Fan?" Xiaojing noticed that Xia Fan had stopped, so he also stopped and waited. "Nothing." Xia Fan smiled and shook his head. At this moment, Jamie in front suddenly jumped out of Dawn's arms. After landing on the ground, it looked around and said to Dawn in panic, "It's coming. That guy is coming." "What's coming?" Dawn and Ash, who were standing side by side, looked at each other in confusion. The next second, a whirlwind suddenly erupted from the smooth glass monument on the side of Ash and Dawn, instantly sucking Ash, Dawn, and Jamie in, without giving Xia Fan and Xiao Gang, who were staying behind, any chance to react. "What's going on?" Xia Fan, who was following behind and witnessing this scene, narrowed his pupils and ran forward in shock. However, as soon as he stepped forward, he saw that the glass monument had returned to its original state, with no trace of the slightest sign of swallowing people. "Ash! Dawn!" Xiaojang stood beside Xia Fan, lying on the glass monument and shouting at it. "What is going on? Did we encounter some other legendary Pokémon again?" Xia Fan bit her lip, remembering that Mew had just reminded her that there was a space fluctuation. Xia Fan told Palkia what he had just experienced. As the god of space, it should know something about situations like this. "Master, you have run into that B*** D Giratina." When Palkia heard this, he jumped to conclusion. Giratina. Xia Fan's mouth twitched, and he felt inexplicably happy inside. Palkia thought Xia Fan didn't believe it, so he continued, "Master, please believe me. It's definitely this B*** D. Only this B** D can capture people from the mirror world anytime and anywhere, and you can't do anything about it." "Why?" Xia Fan wondered. "Of course, it's because it's the only one who can enter and exit the reverse world. Neither I nor Dialga can do that." At this point, Palkia thought of something and came up with a little conspiracy. "Master, if you catch this guy from the reverse world and you need to beat him up, you must call me. He's a tough guy and needs a beating before he surrenders." Oh, okay. Xia Fan replied casually, and then fell in a deep thought. If it really is Giratina, then this is both a good thing and a troublesome thing. The good thing is that he has the opportunity to get it, but the trouble is that this guy's reverse world cannot be entered by anyone except itself. In this case, he has to use his head to grab it. We can only hope that the protagonist's halo will explode again. After pondering for a long time, Xia Fan finally muttered, "What are you talking about, Mr. Xia Fan? What is the protagonist's halo? Do you know how to save Ash and the others?" Xiaojing heard Xia Fan's muttering. "Ahem, there's no halo of the protagonist. You heard it wrong. As for how to save them, alas, I have no idea at all." Xia Fan scratched his hair, looking annoyed. At this time, Palkia said in the shared spiritual world, "Master, have you done anything to offend Giratina recently? Although this guy deserves a beating, normal will not drag ordinary people and Pokémon into the reverse world unless someone or Pokémon offends it, because this be ********D holds grudges very much. If anyone offends it, it will definitely revenge it back." Offend it? I follow Ash and the others every day. How could I not know if they did something to offend Giratina? Xia Fan was speechless. How could they offend Giratina when they didn't even see her ghost? That's strange. Palkia asked in confusion. Bang! At this moment, a space vibration suddenly erupted between Xia Fan and Xiaogang, causing the two to fly back several meters and hit a tree directly. F***K. What the hell is going on? Xia Fan rubbed her right breast. The sudden space vibration just now really scared him. Are you okay, Xiaogang? Xia Fan asked Xiaogang. I'm fine, it just hurts a little here. Xiaogang replied, while rubbing his left chest. Xia Fan nodded, then told Palkia what had just happened and asked it if it knew what was going on. Master, it must be because of the reverse world just now. Someone or a Pokémon accidentally touched the reverse ball inside. Palkia said. Reverse ball? Xia Fan frowned slightly. He didn't know much about this. The inversion ball is something that carries a reflection of part of the real world, like a mirror made of water droplets. Once it is touched, it will shatter and cause harm to people or objects in the real world. That be *********** D. Giratina always likes to hide in his own reverse world and use this to play tricks on others. If he doesn't like someone, he can just find his reverse ball in the reverse world to hurt them. When Dialga and I came to the real world, this be ********************** D always used that thing to play tricks on us in his own world. It's hard to defend against it, and the key is that you can't do anything about it. Palkia said, with a heavy tone of resentment. In the past, it had offended Giratina for a small matter, and as a result, this thing had kept it in the reverse world for 3 years. As soon as it came to the real world, it dragged it to the reverse world and beat it up until it apologized and begged for mercy, and then it finally escaped. Xia Fan nodded after listening, thinking that what he said made sense. He then thought for a while and asked, then is there any way to avoid being accidentally injured by this thing? Yes, that is to hide in a place without water and mirrors. That is, a place where your body shape cannot be reflected. As long as you hide there, you will not be attacked by the reverse ball. Palkia said, because the reverse ball can only carry things that are reflected. Okay, I understand. Xia Fan nodded, then pulled Xiaogang to hide under a tree not far away, where they could not be reflected by the mirror on the glass monument, but could still see the glass monument. Anyway, he was scared now and didn't want to stand there and get attacked again for no reason. However, with a bang, Xia Fan hit his head hard on the glass monument. The sound echoed, startling Ash Dawn and Pikachu Piplup, who had just escaped from inside. I don't understand what Xia Fan is doing. There's no need to be so excited to welcome them back. Mr. Xia Fan, why did you pull me here? Xiaojing asked puzzledly after being pulled under the tree. I feel it's dangerous to stand there, so let's hide here and wait for Ash and the others to come out. I believe they will be safe. Xia Fan said. The only thing he could do now was to let Ash's protagonist halo burst out and send him back safely. Xiaojing thought about it and finally nodded hesitantly and waited with Xia Fan. And this wait lasted for an hour. An hour later, Mew's reminder rang in Xia Fan's mind again. He quickly turned his head to look, only to see a Piplup rushing out of the glass monument where Ash Dawn disappeared. Pikachu, Dawn, and Ash followed closely behind. Xia Fan rushed over when he saw them. He was not excited to see them, but he was thinking that since they were able to get out of the reverse world with the help of the glass tablet, he could take the opportunity to rush into the reverse world and subdue Giratina. Mr. Xia Fan, what are you doing? Ash stared at Xia Fan with eyes wide open. I'm so excited to see you guys. Xia Fan rubbed his forehead and laughed awkwardly. At the same time, in his mind, Jengar's laughter continued, accompanied by the giggles of Mew and Cresselia, and even Deoxys, the honest second generation, was laughing. Apparently, Xia Fan's clanging tackle hit their funny spots, and they couldn't help laughing. After all, this was the first time they saw Xia Fan suffer a setback, and this was when he was so confident. What a joke! Xia Fan cursed back in the shared spiritual world with a slightly red face, and then the laughter gradually faded away in her mind. Palkia, what's going on? Why can they get out, but I can't? Xia Fan asked Palkia. Master, Puchia. Master, don't think too much. Let me calm down for a while. Palkia also witnessed Xia Fan's behavior just now, and now she is unable to hold back her laughter. Xia Fan could only turn around and wait quietly with a gloomy face for 3 seconds before getting a reply. Master, I think they must have found a randomly generated dimensional crack in the reverse world. This kind of crack can only be used to exit, but not enter. When Palkia finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing out loud, so Xia Fan could only temporarily shut down his mental sharing. At this time, Ash asked Xia Fan and Xiao Gang to follow him and Dawn and get away from the glass monument quickly, otherwise they would be in danger of being pulled in again. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow when he heard this, but still did as he was told and ran away from the square with Ash and the others. Ash, what happened to you just now? Xia Fan, who was following behind Ash, took the opportunity to ask. We just entered the reverse world and encountered Giratina, Ash said with a serious face. Giratina? Xiao Gang asked in surprise. What kind of Pokémon is that? And what is Reverse World? Reverse World is another world that is closely attached to the back of the real world. All kinds of scenes in the real world are there, but they're all from topsy-turvy, and gravity will become lighter or distorted in different places. Another world? Yes, although these two worlds are located closely adjacent to each other, there is absolutely no intersection. If anything, it is an unconventional world, and Giratina is the owner of the Reverse World, a legendary Pokémon who exists on par with Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. Not only is it the only Pokémon in that world, it is also the only Pokémon that has the ability to travel between the Reverse World and the real world. It can be said to be the ruler of the Reverse World. Ash talked to Xiaojing and Xia Fan. Xiaojing listened and nodded repeatedly. Xia Fan frowned slightly after hearing this. Ash, how do you know so much? Ash's words sounded too damn official to him. If he hadn't lived there for a long time, he would never have believed that the description could be so accurate. We met Mr. Mu Xian in the Reverse World, a scholar who was doing research in the Reverse World. Dawn answered quickly. He led us to escape from Giratina's pursuit and told us some information about the Reverse World and Giratina. Is there anyone else in there? Xia Fan asked. What about him? Didn't he come out with you? He said he still needed to do research in there, so he just helped us escape from the Reverse World. Ash said. Xia Fan nodded and then asked, Then do you know how you entered the Reverse World? What was the reason? Yes, Mr. Mu Xian told us that it's probably because of Jamie that Giratina was trapped in the Reverse World. Ash looked at Jamie in Dawn's arms. Because of it, Xia Fan looked at Jimmy with disbelief in his eyes. He didn't believe that Jimmy could actually trap Giratina. And Jamie said at this time, He is a stupid and incompetent guy who can only vent his anger on Solation. Ash did not respond to Jamie, but continued. I learned from Mr. Mu Xian that Giratina had caused trouble for the God of Time, Dialga the day before yesterday. The reason was that in Bayang Town, the battle between Dialga and Palkia caused a lot of poisonous fog to appear in the Reverse World, which made Giratina very angry. Because this is polluting its own world, it has been waiting for the two of them to emerge from the real world again, ready to teach them a lesson. Just the day before yesterday, it squatted on Dialga that appeared in the real world and dragged it to its own reverse world. As a result, because of the seed flare sent by Jamie, not only did Dialga escape, but it also got hit by Dialga's moves and could not leave the reverse space. So this made Giratina very angry, and she targeted Jamie. Xiaojiang said. Ash shrugged. Xia Fan's eyes flickered. No wonder Palkia said that she couldn't find Dialga. It turned out that she had run into the real world. What a cunning guy. That's right, but luckily I managed to escape. Ash said. Xiaojiang sighed. If that's the case, I'd also like to see the reverse world and Giratina. But that place is very dangerous. Dawn said speechlessly. Everyone is safe because of me. You should thank me. Jimmy raised her head and said proudly. Ash was furious when he heard this and pointed at Jamie in Dawn's arms. But if you trace the cause, this happened because of you. Can you please have a little sense of responsibility? He hated the situation the most when someone was clearly at fault but still acted like they were saving the world. I just want to go to the flower fields. Jamie snorted coldly and said disdainfully to Ash. Ash was so angry that his teeth itched when he heard this. If it weren't for the justice in his heart, he really wouldn't be able to resist the urge to beat someone up. Seeing this, Xiaojiang quickly changed the subject. What should we do now? Will Giratina continue to attack Jamie? It's very likely. According to Mr. Mu Xian, Giratina's normal personality is that she will not let go of a Pokémon that offends her. Dawn said, if we continue to the flower field, we must be careful that it may attack through the reverse world. After listening to this, Xia Fan began to have some thoughts about Giratina. Since it has a grudge against Jamie, it will definitely attack again. Next time, he must stay close to Jamie and be taken into the reverse world with her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Xia Fan was thinking, a large group of magnetons suddenly appeared above their heads. It was only after Mew reminded him that he reacted. Xia Fan looked up and saw a young man driving a personal flying device floating above the four of them, looking down at them. Give me that, Jamie. The contempt in the young man's eyes was evident. Why is it Jamie again? Ash said speechlessly. He found that their troubles never stopped after he met Jamie today. Don't give me to him who wants to eat me, Jamie said nervously. In his eyes, he regarded this man as Giratina's subordinate. Dawn saw that Jamie was scared and immediately aroused her desire to protect Jamie. She said to Xia Fan, Mr. Xia Fan, these people must be bad people. We must not hand Jamie over to them. We must personally send Jamie to her flower field. Don't worry, leave it to me. Xia Fan smiled. He could probably guess the identity of the man above his head. Whenever Ash's protagonist encounters a legendary Pokémon, he will also encounter a villain organization. Now this one obviously, a major force in advancing the Giratina plot. So he must not destroy it, but leave it until the end to help him get Giratina out of the reverse world. Thinking of this, Xia Fan threw out the Pokeball. Come out, Deoxys, help us protect Jamie. A flash of red light, and Deoxys makes a brilliant appearance. Following Xia Fan's instructions, it switched to attack mode as soon as it appeared. Facing a large group of magnetons, it killed most of them with one move. The young man above him was startled, and he turned around and ran away with the remaining Pokémon. Just as he came in a hurry and left in a hurry, the young man ran away. Dawn thanked Xia Fan and then said, let's go quickly and send Jimmy to the flower field as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be in trouble if we stay here. Xiaojiang nodded. Xia Fan also nodded. Only Ash sighed and nodded. He didn't like Jamie very much, but his friends all chose to help him, so he had no choice but to follow. Just like that, after the brief incident just now, the four of them boarded a train under the guidance of Jamie. While on the train, the four of them happened to run into a few people who happened to know Jamie. When they saw Jamie in Dawn's arms, they immediately recalled the times they had the honor of meeting other Jamies. One of the couples happened to be holding a pair of Garcidia that could allow Jamie to evolve into the soaring in the sky form. As a result, after they chatted for a while, Jamie evolved on the spot. This is really bullshit. Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene, and he could only blame the blame on Ash, Dawn, and Xiaojiang, who carried the halo of the protagonist. However, once this Jamie evolved from the ground form to the soaring in the sky form, its chattering habit disappeared. Its personality changed drastically, from being an extremely frightened person to being the boss and the second in command. It always said that if it met Giratina again, it would make sure to make it pay. Ash and the other two really believed it, because it was a phantom Pokémon, but Xia Fan sneered. This guy hasn't even triggered his divine beast perception, yet he still wants to defeat Giratina. He's totally dreaming. His Jengar ancestor could probably be killed with a single slap. Of course, having said that, Xia Fan still took the opportunity to ask where the pair of lovers came from, because from the conversation just now, he learned that the flower field of Jamie Flower Transmission was where Garcidia was planted. After all, they can only migrate after they are in flying form. Therefore, if he wanted to subdue the leader of the Jamie tribe, it would be best for him to arrive there with that Jamie before the flower transmission began. Finally, with the introduction of the couple, the four people learned the specific location of the flower field. You need to take the train to the next 2 stations, take the ferry, and then walk through a forest to get there. Several people expressed their gratitude. 2 hours later, the 4 got off the train and boarded a ship to the flower fields. Time passed. We stayed on the ship for 4 hours, and it was getting dark. More. On the chopping board, Dawn was feeding Piplup and Jamie the bread she had made. Boga boga. Piplup nodded repeatedly, but Jamie shook her head. Ash and Xiaojing on the side just watched quietly. Only Xia Fan smacked his lips, looked at the sunset, and then at the lake. Why don't you come out and capture Jamie and beat her up? Isn't it possible for Giratina to capture her from the reverse world through the lake or glass? Xia Fan muttered to himself. He began to stare at the lake as soon as he boarded the ship. Ash and the others may have forgotten Giratina's habits, but he hadn't forgotten. In addition, Palkia specifically told him that Giratina's favorite places to attack the enemy are lakes and seas, because there's a large reflective area there, which is most suitable for Giratina to launch a sneak attack from the reverse world. Suddenly, just as Xia Fan was thinking this, in his sight, the lake's surface finally became unsettled. The ripples continue. 2 seconds later, a dark dimensional hole formed from the lake surface. Ash also saw it, and said excitedly, "It's the thing that sucked us in before." Xiao Gang looked over when he heard the sound and said nervously, "Could it be that Giratina is coming?" Dawn hugged Piplup and said, "Let's just hide. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. Sending Jamie to the flower field is the most important thing. Mr. Xia Fan, what do you think?" Xia Fan understood that Dawn wanted to get him to stand on the same side, which meant hiding. "I won't run away. I'm not afraid of that guy anymore." At this time, Jimmy in flying form flew in front of Xia Fan fearlessly and helped Xia Fan answer the question. Well said. Xia Fan was overjoyed and wanted to give a thumbs up to this fearless Jimmy. He didn't want to hide. What he wanted most was to follow Jamie into the reverse world and kill everyone. Now, you have saved yourself from the hassle. The surprise was so great that 2 seconds after Jamie proudly stood in front of Xia Fan, a strong wind blew through the black dimension hole and directly sucked the 4 people and their Pokémon into the reverse world. When everyone came to their senses, they had already arrived at the reverse world. Is this the reverse world? It really is completely topsy-turvy. Xia Fan came back to her senses and opened her eyes to be shocked by the world of topsy-turvy. Although she had known about it for a long time, she was still shocked to see it with her own eyes, especially when she saw the topsy-turvy on the mountain. Oh my asterisk. I could hear Ash and the other 2 people groaning in pain. Xia Fan turned around and helped them up one by one. "Are we here again?" Ash said after getting up and looking around. "This is the reverse world. It's really incredible unless you see it with your own eyes." Xiaojiang exclaimed after getting up. "Where's Jamie?" Dawn got up and looked around. She was a little nervous when she found Jamie was gone. "Mr. Xia Fan, have you seen Jamie?" Xia Fan shook his head no. As soon as the words fell, Xia Fan's divine beast perception in his mind began to sound. He turned his head to look and saw a huge centipede-like Pokémon flying quickly over his head. It spun twice and finally stopped, staring at them calmly. It appeared. It's Giratina. Dawn and Ash panicked. Is that it? It looks a little. Xiaojing swallowed and felt nervous when Giratina stared at him. Among the four, only Xia Fan was ecstatic in his heart, preparing to find an opportunity to turn around and teleport Rayquaza and the others over, and then subdue them in the name of the Pantheon. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. At this moment, an energy ball attacked from a distance and hit Giratina in the waist while she was paying attention to Xia Fan and the others. Boom! There was an explosion at Giratina's waist. Then, Jamie, in the form of soaring in the sky, appeared in everyone's sight. It flew to the opposite side of Giratina in a very domineering manner and uttered its challenge speech in a very domineering manner. Giratina, let's have a showdown. Jamie, you've got it. Ash saw this and praised Jamie for a rare moment. In Ash's opinion, the mystical Pokémon is also very strong and should be able to compete with Giratina. Even if he can't beat it, he won't lose badly. I feel like it's going to be beaten, Xia Fan said bluntly. Can Jamie defeat Giratina? He would never believe it. Okay? Just from the energy ball, just now, Ash and the others may not have seen it clearly, but he saw it clearly. Jamie's energy ball hit Giratina, but Giratina didn't even frown. You think you could defeat Giratina with such an attack? You're dreaming. What's more, you relied on sneak attacks to hit others. In the face of Jamie's challenge, Giratina did not respond, but just watched it quietly, like an adult watching a kid playing acrobatics. If you don't respond, I'll take that as acceptance. Take that, Giratina. After saying that, Jamie threw another energy ball with full confidence. But this time, when the energy ball was about to hit Giratina, Giratina disappeared, suddenly disappearing from everyone's sight. Jamie looked stunned and shocked. Is it Giratina's special skill Shadow Force? Xia Fan below raised his eyebrows, speculating on Giratina's sudden disappearance. In his memory, Giratina should not have the skill of invisibility. At most, he could instantly dive into the other dimension, then suddenly rush out and launch an attack. That is its exclusive skill, Shadow Force. 2 seconds later, Giratina finally reappeared. Dawn suddenly appeared behind Jamie and hurriedly reminded her in panic, and Jamie came to her senses. Just as he turned around, he was slapped lightly by Giratina's tail and flew away. He flew very far, and it took a lot of effort to steady himself. He looked at Ash and the other two in horror, fearing that this guy would be killed by Giratina. Mr. Xia Fan, please go and help Jamie. Dawn looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan waved her hand, telling Dawn not to worry too much. Don't you think Giratina didn't intend to hurt Jamie? It just bumped into her lightly. If it had really attacked her, Jamie would have fallen to the ground. In Xia Fan's view, after Girardi used Shadow Stealth, the correct way to attack should have been to come out and hit Jamie hard, instead of Solation's way of scraping past the body and lightly whipping with the tail. Is this hurtful? This is just a joke, okay? Ash and the other two paused and thought about it carefully. It seemed that what Xia Fan said was true. Jamie steadied her body and continued to rush towards Giratina to attack. However, no matter what kind of attack I launched, it felt like a tickle when it hit Giratina. She didn't feel anything at all. She would stomp on me at the beginning, but in the end she just stopped dodging. Instead, he quietly let Jamie beat him while he turned his attention to the reverse world. What on earth does it want to do? Xia Fan wondered, beginning to not understand Giratina's behavior. Didn't it say that it was very rage towards Jamie, and that's why it brought her into this world? Why did it feel like a father taking care of his child now that it was brought here? Alas, I won't move. I'll let you hit me and play with me. Ashton, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you back here again? At this time, shouts were heard from behind them. Xia Fan looked back and saw a middle-aged man with a travel bag on his back, with a Shirelden at his feet. Mr. Mu Xian. Dawn was surprised to see the person coming. Xia Fan and Xiao Gang heard this, and immediately remembered that this was the researcher that Ash had told them and Xia Fan about during the day, who had saved them in the reverse world. This is not a place where you can just come and go as you please. Don't cause too much trouble to others. The middle-aged man, Mu Xian, frowned. Ash and Dawn scratched their heads in embarrassment. We didn't want to come here. Giratina captured Jamie again, and those of us who were escorting Jamie to the flower fields were forced to get involved again. Listening to Ash's explanation, Mr. Mu Xian looked up at soaring in the sky. Jamie, who was tickling Giratina Tickle, was still attacking with full confidence. However, at this moment, the sun of the reverse world set, and as the last ray of sunlight flew over Jamie, Jamie flashed with golden light, and in an instant change from the soaring in the sky form back to the silly and cute landform. By chance, soaring in the sky hit Ash on the head, and even if it went to the left or right, it could have hit Xia Fan or Dawn. You don't want to be eaten, right? After Jamie knocked Ash on the head, she quickly jumped into Dawn's arms, no longer showing the confident look she had just shown despite not being able to win. Hey, where did your soaring in the sky aura go? Ash glared at Jamie angrily, then rubbed his aching head and stood up. But I'm in land form now. All the momentum of soaring in the sky form is left in soaring in the sky. Jamie hid in Dawn's arms and trembled. Does Jamie only transform into soaring in the sky during the day? Xiao Gang asked. I just noticed that Jamie only transformed into this form after the last ray of sunlight disappeared. Yes, that's right, but you'd better follow me and run quickly. Giratina is flying towards us. Mu Xian suddenly shouted and ran away with the Shirelden. After hearing Mr. Mu Xian's reminder, Ash and the other two looked up and were startled because they found that Giratina was flying towards them with its mouth open. It no longer looked like it was teasing Jimmer like before, but seemed to really want to eat it. Run! Ash and the other two followed Mu Xian and ran toward the cave entrance not far away. Xia Fan ran behind. Now that he has witnessed the whole process of Jamie's failed attempt at showing off and getting slapped in the face, it's time for him to summon the army of the Pantheon for a real B-style feast. But just as Xia Fan was about to use the skill substitute, two magnetons flew past in the reflection of his eyes and snatched Jamie from Dawn's arms in the blink of an eye. Jamie! Dawn screamed and jumped up to grab Snatch but missed. She could only watch as the two magnetons delivered Jamie to the young man who had wanted to snatch Jamie but was beaten away by Xia Fan's Deoxys. Wait a minute, everyone. Let's not run away. Xia Fan stopped Ash and the others from escaping because he found that Giratina turned around and flew towards the young man after Jamie was taken away. Giratina, wait a minute. Don't you want to leave this reverse world? I can help you. After taking control of Jamie, the young man shouted loudly. When Giratina heard this, the shadow ball that was about to condense in her mouth instantly dissipated and stopped in the air. She looked at the young man coldly, and it was obvious that she was persuaded. Xia Fan, Ash, and the other two were stunned when they saw this. Only Mr. Mu Xian suddenly shouted, Jiro, what are you doing? After drinking, he explained to Xia Fan and the others who were looking at him in astonishment. This guy was my former assistant. His name was Jiro. Hearing the call from his former mentor, the young man stood on the flying device, lowered his head and smiled. It's been a long time since we last met, Professor Mu Xian Grassilando. You haven't changed at all. And thank you for helping me enter this beautiful reverse world. If I hadn't followed you, I really don't know how long it would take me to enter here again. Behind the young man were nearly 100 magnetons and magnemites. What are you going to do here? Mr. Mu Xian shouted. You should know, of course, that is to take everything here for yourself and protect it well. The young man said with a smile, You're still thinking about this. Of course, the real world will only pollute this beautiful world. As long as there is any disturbance in the real world, this beautiful world will suffer. So, now that I've entered here again, I must protect this world. Listening to the conversation between the young man and Mu Xian, Xia Fan frowned and stared at Giratina, wondering if this guy was deaf. This fearless young man said he wanted to rob your house, but you didn't react at all and just watched. Is it that God is intervening and forcing this crappy villain to express his crazy ideals? Or is Giratina confident in its own strength and waiting for this guy to help it leave the reverse world before turning around and destroying it? Jiro and Mu Xian talked for half a minute, and ended up parting on bad terms. Finally, it was seen throwing Jamie into a poisonous fog in the reverse world caused by the battle between Palkia and Dialga in front of everyone and Giratina. In the poisonous fog, in order to protect herself, Jamie's seed flare was automatically triggered. In just 2 seconds, a large cloud of poisonous fog was sucked into her body, and then a strong light burst out. The light was so powerful that it directly opened a dimensional entrance in the reverse world that was large enough for Giratina to enter and exit. After the entrance was formed, Giratina rushed out without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Mr. Muxian suddenly had an epiphany and understood everything. I understand now. In fact, Giratina did not capture Jamie to eat it or hurt it from the beginning, but to use its power to break the travel restrictions set by Dialgo on it and return to the real world. Jello teased. You just discovered it now, Professor Muxian. It seems that you are really old. You have been in the reverse world for more than 10 years, but you're not as fast as me who is waiting outside to discover it. It's really embarrassing. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone was suddenly sucked in by the dimensional entrance that had just opened and followed Giratina back to the real world. For a moment, the entire reverse world no longer had any life left and was completely plunged into darkness and silence. This is not a place where you can just come and go as you please. Don't cause too much trouble to others. The middle-aged man, Muxian, frowned. Ash and Dawn scratched their heads in embarrassment. We didn't want to come here. Giratina captured Jamie again, and those of us who were escorting Jamie to the flower fields were forced to get involved again. Listening to Ash's explanation, Mr. Muxian looked up at soaring in the sky. Jamie, who was tickling Giratina Tickle, was still attacking with full confidence. However, at this moment, the sun of the reverse world set, and as the last ray of sunlight flew over Jamie, Jamie flashed with golden light, and in an instant change from the soaring in the sky form back to the silly and cute landform. By chance, soaring in the sky hit Ash on the head, and even if it went to the left or right, it could have hit Xia Fan or Dawn. You don't want to be eaten, right? After Jamie knocked Ash on the head, she quickly jumped into Dawn's arms, no longer showing the confident look she had just shown despite not being able to win. Hey, where did your soaring in the sky aura go? Ash glared at Jamie angrily, then rubbed his aching head and stood up. But I'm in land form now. All the momentum of soaring in the sky form is left in soaring in the sky. Jamie hid in Dawn's arms and trembled. Does Jamie only transform into soaring in the sky during the day? Xiao Gang asked. I just noticed that Jamie only transformed into this form after the last ray of sunlight disappeared. Yes, that's right, but you'd better follow me and run quickly. Giratina is flying towards us. Muxian suddenly shouted and ran away with the Shirelden. After hearing Mr. Muxian's reminder, Ash and the other two looked up and were startled because they found that Giratina was flying towards them with its mouth open. It no longer looked like it was teasing Jimmer like before, but seemed to really want to eat it. Run! Ash and the other two followed Muxian and ran toward the cave entrance not far away. Xia Fan ran behind. Now that he has witnessed the whole process of Jamie's failed attempt at showing off and getting slapped in the face, it's time for him to summon the army of the Pantheon for a real B-style feast. But just as Xia Fan was about to use the skill substitute, two magnetons flew past in the reflection of his eyes and snatched Jamie from Dawn's arms in the blink of an eye. Jamie! Dawn screamed and jumped up to grab Snatch but missed. She could only watch as the two magnetons delivered Jamie to the young man who had wanted to snatch Jamie but was beaten away by Xia Fan's Deoxys. Wait a minute, everyone. Let's not run away. Xia Fan stopped Ash and the others from escaping because he found that Giratina turned around and flew towards the young man after Jamie was taken away. Giratina, wait a minute. Don't you want to leave this reverse world? I can help you. After taking control of Jamie, the young man shouted loudly. When Giratina heard this, the shadow ball that was about to condense in her mouth instantly dissipated and stopped in the air. She looked at the young man coldly, and it was obvious that she was persuaded. Xia Fan, Ash, and the other two were stunned when they saw this. Only Mr. Mu Xian suddenly shouted, "Jiro, what are you doing?" After drinking, he explained to Xia Fan and the others who were looking at him in astonishment. "This guy was my former assistant. His name was Jiro." Hearing the call from his former mentor, the young man stood on the flying device, lowered his head, and smiled. "It's been a long time since we last met, Professor Mu Xian Grassilando. You haven't changed at all. And thank you for helping me enter this beautiful reverse world. If I hadn't followed you, I really don't know how long it would take me to enter here again." Behind the young man were nearly 100 magnetons and magnemites. "What are you going to do here?" Mr. Mu Xian shouted. "You should know, of course, that is to take everything here for yourself and protect it well." The young man said with a smile, "You're still thinking about this? Of course, the real world will only pollute this beautiful world. As long as there is any disturbance in the real world, this beautiful world will suffer. So, now that I've entered here again, I must protect this world." Listening to the conversation between the young man and Mu Xian, Xia Fan frowned and stared at Giratina, wondering if this guy was deaf. This fearless young man said he wanted to rob your house, but you didn't react at all and just watched. Is it that God is intervening and forcing this crappy villain to express his crazy ideals? Or is Giratina confident in its own strength and waiting for this guy to help it leave the reverse world before turning around and destroying it? Jiro and Mu Xian talked for half a minute and ended up parting on bad terms. Finally, it was seen throwing Jamie into a poisonous fog in the reverse world caused by the battle between Palkia and Dialga in front of everyone and Giratina. In the poisonous fog, in order to protect herself, Jamie's seed flare was automatically triggered. In just 2 seconds, a large cloud of poisonous fog was sucked into her body, and then a strong light burst out. The light was so powerful that it directly opened a dimensional entrance in the reverse world that was large enough for Giratina to enter and exit. After the entrance was formed, Giratina rushed out without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Mr. Mu Xian suddenly had an epiphany and understood everything. "I understand now. In fact, Giratina did not capture Jamie to eat it or hurt it from the beginning, but to use its power to break the travel restrictions set by Dialgo on it and return to the real world." Jello teased. "You just discovered it now, Professor Mu Xian? It seems that you are really old. You have been in the reverse world for more than 10 years, but you're not as fast as me, who is waiting outside to discover it. It's really embarrassing." But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone was suddenly sucked in by the dimensional entrance that had just opened and followed Giratina back to the real world. For a moment, the entire reverse world no longer had any life left and was completely plunged into darkness and silence. "Yeah, Theo." Back in the real world, Xia Fan came to his senses and saw a huge glacier standing in front of him, about 50 meters away, and densely packed magnetons and magnemites. "Jamie." Hearing Dawn's voice in his ear, Xia Fan turned his head and saw Jamie shivering in the bushes 2 meters behind him. He picked it up casually. "I'm finally back to this world. I hope the guy won't come to eat me again." Jamie still thinks that Giratina caught it just to eat it to release the hatred of Dialga. Little a asterisk asterisk, you think too much. Others don't want to eat you. You don't even qualify to fill their teeth. Xia Fan hit Jamie mercilessly. Others captured you just to let you release it from the reverse world so that it can come back to this world. After saying that, he threw Jamie to Dawn and looked up at Giratina, flying and soaring in the sky. At this time, Giratina's form has changed because she came to the real world from the reverse world. It changed from its centipede-like original form to another form that looked like a giant insect, which was extremely domineering, causing Ash and the other two to exclaim in surprise. Xia Fan took the opportunity to take a step back, and while they were not paying attention, he used the skill substitute, preparing to capture it. 2 seconds later, Xia Fan's real body and Mew leaped into the air in stealth, and just as he was about to make a very cool appearance, he stopped. He frowned and looked at the clouds behind Giratina. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be a huge flying device hidden in the night clouds. "No, I have to confirm it first." Xia Fan used a teleport to go over and entered the clouds. As it got closer, he realized that it was not that he was seeing things, but that there really was a huge flying device hidden in the clouds. And a bright red beam of light was gathering, and its target was Giratina. Boom! The next second, before Xia Fan could take any action, the beam of light shot towards Giratina, nailing the flying Giratina directly to the huge glacier. Under the red beam, the powerful Giratina seemed to be weakened and could not move at all. Is this another high-tech product of the villain boss? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, and then saw this huge flying device emit a cage full of red light beams, put Giratina in it, and then retracted it to the front of the flying device. Giratina, I've been waiting for this moment when you come to the real world, ha ha. Jello, who used Jamie to connect the reverse world with the real world, drove his own small flying device. He gave Muxian a smug laugh and then returned to the operating console of the flying device. There is a three-dimensional virtual image projected on the operating table. When Jello came to the operating table, the three-dimensional shadow made a sound. Giratina has returned to the contest condition she had before coming into contact with Dialga. She can now freely enter and exit the reverse world again. Jello nodded. The fact that it can come here means that the time loop Dialga set on it has been solved. Very good. Infui, start scanning immediately. Just following your instructions, start scanning. After a while, Giratina made a miserable growl in the cage. Mr. Muxian below was extremely angry and yelled at Jello, asking him to stop. Jiro didn't take it seriously. Instead, he sneered. Professor Muxian, I wonder if you still remember this machine? That's right. This is the flying device that we designed together that can replicate all of Giratina's abilities. After you designed it, you found out that this machine required Giratina's life, so you changed your mind and wanted to tear it up. You tore up all the designs that I had worked hard on for several years. Fortunately, I kept a backup and successfully created it. Just wait and see. Before long, I will be able to use Giratina's ability to become the king of the reverse world, a ruler, and destroy this real world that only continues to pollute the reverse world. When Jello finished speaking, his expression was crazy, as if his long-cherished wish would finally come true today. Are you talking about your mother? You're the only one who wants to become the ruler of the reverse world? Ask my army of divine beasts first. Suddenly, a teasing voice came into Jello's ear. He turned around suddenly and saw a young man he had never seen before. He was standing behind him, looking at him with his arms folded across his chest and a ruffian look on his face. Who are you? Jello was startled and casually ordered the magnetons protecting him to attack the young man. I'm your father. The young man laughed and cursed rudely, and a light shield appeared on his body to block all the magnetons. Then he opened his hands and snapped his fingers crisply. With the sound of finger snap, a huge hole was torn in the flying device sky. A deafening dragon roar was heard first, directly knocking down most of the magnetons attacking the young man. Then a giant dragon emitting emerald Lucas rushed out from the crack. It turned out to be a Rayquaza after Mega Evolution. As soon as this Rayquaza appeared, it roared at the remaining magnetons. Under the powerful pressure, the remaining magnetons also fell to the ground. Jello was immediately confused. How could a Rayquaza suddenly rush over? It had even completed Mega Evolution. Did I offend it? At this critical moment. However, more than 10 seconds later, Zero was even more confused because the second, third, fourth, the 10th legendary Pokémon flew out from the space crack. Seeing this incredible scene, Jello's legs went weak. He was just catching Giratina. How did he attract so many legendary Pokémon? The key is whether they are from other regions. What the hell is this? And below, Mr. Muxian, who kept trying to stop Jello's actions by talking, was also confused. I was shocked by this unbelievable scene. 1, 2, 3, 4, 80, 90, 10. 10 legendary Pokémon. Mr. Muxian muttered to himself while swallowing his saliva. There were some people who were not shocked, and they were Ash and the other two. When they saw Rayquaza rushing out of the dimensional rift, they had already roughly predicted which legendary Pokémon would rush out next, So they hurriedly grabbed Xia Fan's substitute and asked them not to release Deoxys to stop it. Since the Pantheon had arrived, this matter could only be left to them. After all, they have 10 legendary Pokémon. You have no choice but to submit. I'm afraid no one in this world can resist them. How about it? Do you think you have the confidence to resist? On the flying device, Xia Fan crossed his arms and said with a smile, "These are all yours?" Jello held onto the railing, looking nervous. "I tell you, not only are they mine, but even that Giratina can only belong to my Pantheon." After saying that, Xia Fan waved his hand, and Rayquaza rushed towards the special cage that imprisoned Giratina. With a Dragon Pulse, he destroyed the special cage designed specifically for Giratina. Giratina managed to escape from inside. Just as he was about to shout out his thanks to Rayquaza, a Pokeball was suddenly thrown at him. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Giratina. Please select one from the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Ghost-type and Dragon-type legendary Pokemon, Giratina. Gender, none. Giratina, another form. Ability, Pressure, puts rival into a tense contest condition with a 10% chance of skill activation failure. Carrying things, none. Giratina, Origin form. Ability, Float from the ground, thus not being attacked by ground-type moves. Skills are as follows. Dragon Breath, blows a strong breath towards rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition with a 30% chance. Scary Face, stares at rival with a scary face, scaring him, thus greatly reducing rival speed. Destiny Bond, after using the move, if you are attacked by rival and fall into a state of death, rival will also die. If you use it continuously, you will fail. Shadow Sneak, extend your shadow and attack from behind rival. You will definitely be able to defeat rival first. Shadow Force, instantly enters a different dimension to accumulate energy, then rushes out of the different dimension with an unstoppable stockpile to attack rival. This skill cannot be blocked by defensive skills such as Protect. Earth Power, releases Earth Power at rival's feet. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Shadow Claw, slash rival, a sharp claw made of shadow, can easily hit vital points. Ancient Power, attack with Ancient Power, 10% chance to double your power. X, attack rival continuously. Inflict double damage to rival in status condition. After listening to the system prompts, Xia Fan looked through all of Giratina's skills from top to bottom. After reading it, adhering to the principle of choosing exclusive skills if they are available, he said directly in his heart, "System, I want to choose Giratina's Shadow Force." 3 seconds later, Xia Fan's body was transformed again. And after obtaining Shadow Force, Xia Fan felt as if he could enter another dimension anytime and anywhere. Thinking of this, he took action immediately and used Shadow Force in front of Zero. Therefore, in Zero's sight, the human who could command so many legendary Pokémon disappeared unexpectedly. This scared Zero again. How could humans disappear out of thin air? They're not Pokémon. But in Xia Fan's sight, he had come to another dimension, a dimension where only he existed. He could see everyone, but no one could see him. It was a bit like being invisible, but not invisible because Xia Fan under the invisible contest condition could be touched, but under the different dimensional contest condition, Xia Fan could not be touched no matter what attack he had, unless he came out of the different dimensional space or someone entered the same dimension as him. Of course, Xia Fan, who is in another dimension, cannot directly attack rival unless he comes out. So, 5 seconds after Xia Fan used Shadow Force, he suddenly appeared in front of Jello, pinched Jello's neck with his right hand, and grinned. "Jesse, James, this rich man is now in your hands. Get all his assets out of him. Also, have someone drive this flying device back to the branch office and use it as a weapon for the Chengdu region." Without giving Jiro any chance to speak, Xia Fan threw him towards the Jesse trio standing on Molter's back. In the future, he was too lazy to do robberies like this, so he just handed it over to Jesse and the others and distributed the money from the robbery to them as funds for the Temple of the Gods. It's a good opportunity for the three of them to practice so that they can rob those rich trainers who like to do bad things in the future. Understood. Master Walker, we will arrange it right away. Jesse nodded in response and waved to the other members who followed. After a while, a group of people jumped off the backs of Articuno, Latios, and Latias and took over the flying machine. Xia Fan then released Giratina. He snapped his fingers and told Nti to tell Giratina about the benefits of being its Pokémon. But the next second, Xia Fan felt unsafe and asked Ho-Oh and Lugia to accompany Nti to tell him. After all, Nti's status is somewhat mismatched with Giratina, so it would be better to have Rayquaza, who is also a guardian god, accompany her. Everyone, see you again. After all this was arranged, Xia Fan jumped onto Rayquaza's back, waved to Ash and the others, and then disappeared into the night with many legendary Pokémon and flying devices. Just as he had called the Pantheon to come as suddenly, he was leaving just as suddenly. Is this the end of the matter? Ash, who witnessed everything, always had a strange feeling, as if he had done nothing and the crisis was over. Not only that, he also had a feeling like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind it. It felt like everything I experienced today was a preparation for the appearance of the so-called Temple of the Gods. It seems so. The crisis is over. Xiao Gang at the side hesitated. And Ash had the same feeling, which was very strange. Only Jamie, who was held by Dawn, shouted excitedly, "This is great. We can now go to the flower fields safely. No one can stop us. Little Jamie is right. No one is stopping you. Now we can go to the flower fields unimpeded." Xia Fan, who had been silent, said with a smile. 3 seconds ago, while Ash and the others were still in a daze, he used Shadow Force to return here from Rayquaza's back and replace Substitute. Hey, do you have a feeling that this Pantheon seems to be following us all the time? Dawn said suddenly. Rarely did she continue Fan's topic or Jamie's topic. You're overthinking it. Xia Fan smiled awkwardly, but was shocked in her heart. Really, Mr. Xia Fan, I really feel that way. Think about it. It seems that since the incident at MT Cornet, every time we encounter a legendary Pokémon, they will suddenly appear at the most critical moment and capture the legendary Pokémon. Dawn said seriously, if it's a coincidence once or twice, then the third time shouldn't be a coincidence. After all, things never happen more than 3 times. My mother once told me that if coincidences happen more than 3 times, they are no longer coincidences. I have a hunch now. That is, if we can encounter the legendary Pokémon again next time, they may appear again. F***K. Is this going to be possessed by a famous detective? Xia Fan was shocked again. He didn't expect Dawn to make such a guess. After hearing what Dawn said, and thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. The appearance of this Temple of the Gods is too weird. Ash agreed with Dawn. You think too much. You think too much. Xia Fan spoke up hastily, interrupting Xiao Gang and Mr. Muxian, who were about to express their opinions. I feel that, Dawn. You think too highly of us. We're just a few ordinary trainers. How can we be followed by such a powerful pantheon? After all, they are an organization with 11 legendary Pokémon. No, it should be 12 legendary Pokémon. Didn't they capture Palkia not long ago? But Dawn tried to interrupt, but was interrupted by Xia Fan's hand. Dawn, I just want to ask you a question. Why are they following us? Do they know that we can encounter legendary Pokémon? Or are you confident that we can encounter all the legendary Pokémon? You have to know that the goal of this organization is to encounter legendary Pokémon. If we can't meet their requirements to encounter legendary Pokémon, why are they following us? Dawn was speechless after hearing what Xia Fan said. Xia Fan took the opportunity to continue. If you ask me, the reason why they can always appear at the critical moment must be that they have a technology that we don't know about, a technology that can accurately detect legendary Pokémon. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many legendary Pokémon. After more than 10 seconds, Dawn nodded hesitantly. According to what Mr. Xia Fan said, it seems to be correct. Ash on the side also nodded, and Xia Fan's words directly rejected Dawn's speculation. Xiao Gang and Mr. Muxian who were about to speak, shut up after listening to this. Xia Fan breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to follow Dawn's line of thought, they might suspect that there was a traitor among them, and then they would be at risk of being exposed. Fortunately, Xia's ability to talk nonsense is still as good as before, and he successfully got through the crisis. Of course, if he was really discovered, he would have to be a little cruel and delete the memory they suspected. Stop talking, you two. Hurry up and send me to the flower field. If you delay any longer, me will miss the flower delivery. At this time, Jimmy couldn't stand Xia Fan, Ash, and the others' procrastination. Okay, we'll take you to the flower fields right away. Dawn smiled apologetically at Jamie, then looked around. Xiao Gang, do you know where we are now? According to the address that the lady told us before, we should go to the flower field. Wait a minute, let me take a look. Xiao Jing took out a map from his backpack. Just as he was about to flip through the pages, Mr. Mu Xian's voice came from the side. Everyone, where we are now is the location of the flower field. Look, it's full of Garcidia. What? Dawn held Jamie and ran to Mr. Mu Xian's location. Just as Mr. Mu Xian said, they soon saw a large area of Garcidia that had not yet bloomed. What's going on? We're already in the flower field. Ash scratched his head, looking a little confused. Now the only explanation is that the dimensional channel opened by Jamie's seed flare happened to be aimed at the flower field by accident. Xia Fan shrugged. All right. Ash and Xiao Jing looked at each other and chose to believe it. After all, there was no better explanation than this. So what should we do next? Now that we're at the flower field, why don't we see any other Jamies? Dawn asked. Now, what we have to do is stay here and wait for the rest of the Jamies to arrive at the flower fields. When the sun rises, the Garcidia will bloom, and that's when the Jamie flower transmission will begin. Mr. Mu Xian, the professor, began to explain to everyone. Ash and the other two nodded after hearing this, and after discussing with Xia Fan for a while, they decided to stay here and rest for the night. Mr. Mu Xian also stayed and watched the flower transmission with a few others. Giratina, what do you decide now? Stay in the real world and look for Dialga? Or go back to the reverse world? After the discussion, while they were preparing dinner for tonight, Xia Fan found a place to sit down and communicated with Giratina in the shared spiritual world. Now Giratina and Rayquaza are together. After listening to NEI's explanation, it has accepted Xia Fan and also learned from NEI that Palkia was conquered earlier than it. Now among the three great gods under the god of creation Arceus, only the god of time Dialga has not been conquered. I'd better go look for Dialga. I have a grudge against this B********************************** D. Hundreds of miles away in the sky, Giratina looked around at the four region guardians surrounding it, looking a little nervous. These sons of B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** talking to them just now, whenever he showed any sign of disbelief or displeasure, they would stare at him intently, as if they were going to beat him up in the next second. What's particularly hateful is that D Palkia, who keeps joining the fun in the shared spiritual world and tinkering with Rayquaza. Hello, let's beat him up. But it couldn't do anything about Palkia because the other owner woke up early. So now it can only vent all its anger on Dialga, the only one who was not caught. It swore that once it found Dialga, it would not call Xia Fan immediately, but would beat Dialga up before calling Xia Fan. Okay then, go look for Dialga, and call me when you find him. Xia Fan finished speaking and came back to his senses from the spiritual shared world. Standing up from the ground, he prepared to jump into the lake to catch a few Magikarp to add to everyone's meal. Just as Xia Fan was about to jump into the lake, the divine beast perception in his head sent a signal. Xia Fan looked back at Ash and the others, and after confirming that they were not looking at him, he immediately used a teleport to disappear from the spot. When it appeared, it had already entered the center of the flower field, in front of a sturdy Jamie. According to his perception of divine beasts, this is a Jimmy with god-level strength. Human, leave our flower fields, or I will beat you to death. The voice of this Jamie rang in Xia Fan's mind. It was even more power trip than the one Dawn was holding. Hey, come on, Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth and put his hands on his waist. The next second, Jimmy under his feet stretched out 2 vines and whipped towards Xia Fan. But when the draw was about to happen, Xia Fan used a shadow force to hide in another dimension. Jimmy was immediately startled and looked around quickly, thinking that it was just an illusion. Human beings disappeared out of thin air. "I'm behind you." Hearing a teasing voice behind her, Jamie turned around in shock. What came out was a Pokeball. A red light flashed, and Jamie was sucked into the ball. Ding! Successfully captured Pokémon Jamie. Please select one of the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Grass-type Phantom Pokémon. Jamie, Landform. Grass-type and Flying-type Phantom Pokémon. Jamie, Soaring in the Sky form. Gender, None. Jamie, Landform. Ability, Natural Recovery. When a Pokémon with this ability is returned to a Pokeball during battle, its status condition is automatically cleared. Carrying things, None. Jamie, Soaring in the Sky form. Ability, Tion. When a Pokémon with this ability uses a skill with an additional effect, the chance of the additional effect appearing is doubled. This ability also doubles the effect of trigger items such as King's Rock and Razor Fawn. Skills are as follows. Leech Seed. Implant Leech Seed into Rival. It will continuously absorb Rival's life contest condition to restore itself in the future. Natural Gift. Gain power from berries to attack. The attributes and power of the move will change depending on the berries you carry. Sweet Kiss. Kiss Rival cutely like an angel, causing Rival to fall into confusion. Growth. Makes the body grow suddenly, thereby increasing attack and special attack. The effect is doubled in sunny days or strong sunshine. Aromatherapy. Let your companions smell the refreshing aroma, thereby healing the status condition of all our members. Healing Wish. Heal other injured Pokémon at the cost of your own frequent death. Seed Flare. Generates a shock wave from the body. Sometimes it will greatly reduce Rival's special defense, 40% chance. Energy Ball. Fires life force collected from nature. Sometimes it will reduce Rival's special defense, 10% chance. Worry Seed. Plants seeds of worry. Makes Rival unable to sleep and changes the ability to sleeplessness. Air Slash. Attacks with an air blade that can even slash with Soaring in the Sky. Sometimes it will make Rival flinch. Most of Jimmy's skills are grass-based, and most of them are auxiliary skills. After Xia Fan scanned from top to bottom, he still chooses exclusive skills. System. I choose Jamie's Seed Flare. 3 seconds later, Seed Flare appeared in Xia Fan's skill bar. After 2 consecutive teleports, Xia Fan ran a mile away, finished testing the Seed Flare, and asked Jengar to give this god-level Jamie a lesson in rules. After the education was over and a few Magikarp Xia Fan was caught, he returned to Ash and the others, waiting silently for dinner to be ready. The next morning, as the first ray of sunlight hit the flower field, the entire field began to emit Lucas, and Garcidia bloomed from it. Everyone look! Mr. Muxian was the first to wake up from his sleeping bag and shouted to wake the 4 people up. Wow, it's so beautiful. Yes, the sight of flowers blooming is so beautiful. Jamie, thank you so much for bringing us all here. Seeing the Garcidia in full bloom, Ash and the other 2 looked at Jamie with joy. Jamie smiled, jumped out of Dawn's arms, and entered the flower field. Ash, Dawn, Xiaojing, Xia Fan, everyone, I'm actually very grateful to you too. After leaving these words, Jamie's body began to evolve from a land form to a soaring in the sky form. In the flowers, dozens of Jemias have gathered. After the Garcidia bloomed, they evolved from the land form to the soaring in the sky form one by one, and flew in groups above the flower fields. After evolving into the soaring in the sky form, Jamie said the last words to everyone with a sad tone. We have to say goodbye here. I know, parting is always sad. Ash couldn't help but wipe away his tears and wave goodbye to Jamie together with Dawn and Xiaojing. Watch as it and its companions carry the Garcidia in this flower field to their herd's next destination. If there is anyone who doesn't have any feelings about it, it's only Xia Fan. After all, The leader of the Jamie tribe has been subdued by it. So if you want to see him in the future, you can use space teleportation to summon him anytime. After bidding farewell to Jamie and Mr. Mu Xian, Xia Fan and the other three continued on their journey to Lakeside City to challenge the last gym tournament. 2 days later, a group of 4 people rushed to Lakeside City, a city with highly developed electrification. All kinds of machines can be seen here, but once a power outage occurs, it will have a great impact on the entire town. The last time Xia Fan and his group passed by this place and prepared a challenge, it was because the gym trainer liked to modify the gym, which caused the gym circuit to fail and the venue was closed, so they had to postpone the challenge date. We're finally in Lakeside City again. It's time for the gym match to stake our 8th badge. After arriving in Lakeside City, Ash's fighting spirit was at its highest, and he looked at the city with full confidence. Dawn, who was standing by, was afraid that Ash might be too confident, so she reminded him, "But you still have to pay attention to one thing." After the last circuit failure, I asked my mother about the information of Mr. Dingy, the gym trainer of the Lakeside City Gym. My mother told me that he is a very strong rival. It is said that he has an impressive record of being undefeated since he became a gym trainer. Xiao Gang interjected, "That's right. According to the information I have here, he is rumored to be the strongest gym trainer in the Sinnoh region. The stronger rival is, the more excited I feel. I will defeat the strongest gym trainer and get the 8th badge. Only in this way will the feeling of participating in Sinnoh Alliance be the best. Mr. Xia Fan, don't you agree?" Ash became even more excited after hearing this. "That's right." Xia Fan smiled and nodded. But the truth was that he had no feelings at all for this last gym. After all, he had so many legendary Pokémon that he couldn't even count them on one hand, and he thought that there probably wasn't any rival left in this world that was truly his equal. Alas, being invincible is so lonely. Finally, I saw the symbol of the city, the Lakeside Tower, again. The Lakeside Gym is nearby. The 4 of them arrived at the vicinity of the Lakeside Gym, and Ash mustered all his strength and ran towards it. A few minutes later, the 4 of them arrived outside the Lakeside City Gym. Although the door was still closed, there was an intelligent robot guarding outside. "Welcome. What can I do for you?" The robot guarding outside sensed the arrival of the 4 people and took the initiative to ask questions. "This gentleman and I are here for a gym match." Ash excitedly pointed at himself and then at Xia Fan. "Since we are here to challenge for a gym match, please pick up your gym badges from here." The robot heard Ash's answer and, without thinking, opened a drawer from its abdomen, which was full of gym badges. Please help yourself? You want us to help ourselves with the badge?" Looking at the nearly 100 gym badges in the drawer, Ash was stunned and couldn't believe it. Xia Fan, who was standing by, suddenly became confused after hearing the robot's answer and so many badges. "Can I get the gym badge directly without having to challenge it? Damn, I'm afraid all these badges are fake." When everyone looked confused, the robot said, "This gym has omitted the battle process for trainers and will directly give them badges." "Can you tell me again?" "Omit the battle." Ash's tone was full of disbelief. "Yes, please help yourself." But the robot answered with certainty. "Why is this happening?" Ash, who was originally full of fighting spirit, immediately lost his temper. "Xiao Gang, are we sure we are in the right place? Are we sure this is the Lakeside City Gym? Also, these badges are probably fake." Xia Fan looked at Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang took out a city map from his backpack that he had received when he entered the city and compared it with the surroundings. After comparing them, Xiao Gang scratched his head and said, "That's right, Mr. Xia Fan. This is the place. We came here last time, but there is one more robot between last time and this time. Does this badge look fake to you?" Xia Fan picked up a badge and handed it to Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang took a closer look and scratched his head again. "The material of this gym badge doesn't look fake. It's probably real." Hearing what Xiao Gang said, Xia Fan said directly, "Is this gym leader mentally ill, or what? He can actually do this." Having said that, Xia Fan still took the gym badge from Xiao Gang and put it in his pocket. Xiao Gang, Dawn and Ash were speechless when they saw this. The way you were cursing someone for being crazy 1 second and putting the badge in your pocket the next second was really invincible. Why are you looking at me? There is no conflict between arguing with people and holding a badge, Xia Fan said shamelessly. Ash and the other two smacked their lips, but didn't say anything in response. Ash looked at the drawer full of badges, but was hesitant to take any. After a while, Dawn stood on Xia Fan's side. Ash, since the other party has said they will give it, just take it. But this badge can only be obtained after winning the gym match. Ash was somewhat reluctant, feeling that this was an insult to himself, and he didn't want such a badge. That's right. If we do that, the gym will completely lose its meaning of existence. Brock, the gym leader of Nibe City, chose to stand aside with Ash. By the way, I remember when we last met with Paul, he mentioned something about the Lakeside City Gym. At this moment, Dawn thought of the time a week ago when they met Paul in a small town. Ash asked him if he got the badge of Lakeside City Gym, but Paul just said, "I don't recognize that gym," and left without looking back. Hearing Dawn's words, Xia Fan, Xiao Gang, and Ash immediately recalled. So, this is what he was referring to last time, Xiao Jiang said. Ash was silent, but the silence only lasted for a few seconds. With the aura of a protagonist, he said to the robot with full fighting spirit again, "Please let me meet with the gym leader, Mr. Denji. I want to have a formal gym match with Mr. Denji." However, the robot refused without hesitation. "Sorry, this is impossible." But Ash ignored him and banged on the gym door frantically. "Mr. Denji, you're in there, right? I came here for the gym challenge. You must fight me. Please don't do this. Please move away immediately." The robot tried to dissuade Ash from his behavior, but Ash still ignored it. A minute later, the robot took action, extending several tentacles to directly control Ash, preparing to throw Ash away. Xia Fan couldn't stand it anymore, so he released Deoxys and dismantled the robot's tentacles. Although he doesn't care much about whether to challenge or not, since Ash cares a lot, then just satisfy him. After all, he has captured many legendary Pokémon with his help. "Everyone, what are you going to do?" However, the next second after Xia Fan's Deoxys removed the robot's tentacles, a shout came from behind. The four of them looked back and saw a young man with red curly hair. When Xiao Gang saw the man, he was immediately attracted by his curly hair and thought he looked very familiar. "Could you be? I am Day from Elite Four. Please give me your guidance." Day said, "Ah, the Elite Four." Ash immediately stood up from the ground after hearing the man's self-introduction. "Brother, you are a very passionate young man," Day said to Ash, then looked at Xia Fan. "Sir, I never thought you would capture a Pokémon from outer space. Please train it well." Xia Fan smiled slightly, and Bige made him not reply. Day said again, "Everyone, you want to challenge the gym, right? Come with me. I will take you to find Densi." "Really?" Ash was delighted. "That guy's my best friend. He should be in the Lakeside Tower now." Day pointed to the Lakeside Tower not far away. The electricity for Lakeside City comes from the solar power generation devices in the city. All operations are controlled by this Lakeside Tower, and the person who built the entire system from scratch is Diancie. Riding in the elevator of the Lakeside Tower, they introduced the town to the four people in order to avoid embarrassment. The four of them nodded after hearing this. Only Ash asked the Elite Four Day, with a troubled look on his face, why the gym leader Denji did that outside the gym. Because he was tired of fighting. Day confessed directly. Since becoming the leader of this gym, Denji has been winning. He told me that every time he saw the weak rival boasting at the beginning and looking dejected after losing, he felt disgusted. That is why he decided recently to leave the badge outside for trainers to pick up freely and no longer manage the battles in the gym. No matter how I persuaded him, he ignored me, and now he is focusing on studying how to use electricity to make the whole city better. "I see." Ash nodded after hearing this. Then he thought of something and quickly said, "I'm not weak. I've already got 7 gym badges. I'm not the kind of trainer who gets 1 or 2 gym badges and then arrogantly challenges the last gym." After saying that, Ash took out the box that he had put the badge in. Seeing this, Day smiled and nodded, then looked at Xia Fan. "Do you want a challenge too?" Facing Day's question, Xia Fan shrugged. "Of course. Although it's not interesting, but sometimes if he comes to your door, You'd better pretend to be one. Very good. That would be very interesting. Day nodded with a smile, as if he had thought of something interesting. 10 seconds later, everyone took the elevator to the top floor of the lakeside tower. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Ash and the other two saw the beautiful scenery outside the tower through the glass window. Raichu. But just as they exclaimed, they heard a Pokemon's growl. They turned to look and saw a Raichu, who was now looking at them warily, electricity flickering on his cheeks. Hi. At this time, Day waved his hand and stood in front of Ash and the other two. As soon as Raichu saw him, he immediately let down his guard and jumped directly into Day's arms, showing his intimate charm. Day laughed and stroked Raichu gently. You are very energetic, Raichu. Is your brother here? Raichu. Raichu looked back and saw the door of a laboratory behind him open and a handsome young man with blonde hair walked out. Hey, Densey. Day shouted to the young man. The young man named Densey nodded, then looked at Ash and the others standing behind him, frowning slightly. Day. Who are those children? I'm a challenger for the gym tournament. Day looked back. Ash took the initiative to step forward. Hello. My name is Ash. Please have a gym match with me. Densey glanced at him, then calmly sat down on the chair in the aisle, crossed his legs, and said indifferently, The badge is at the door of the gym. Just take it if you want. Ash said excitedly, I want to win the battle in the proper way and get the badge. Please have a battle with me. Don't make me say the same thing again. Why don't you agree? This is not how a gym trainer should behave. I'm no longer interested in fighting because you are too weak. Weaklings are not worthy of wasting my time all day. If you want to get the badge, go to the gate and get it yourself. After saying that, Densey glanced at Day from the Elite Four and blamed him for bringing Ash and the others here. They didn't take it seriously and continued to speak up for Ash. Densey, Ash is a very passionate guy. If you fight him, you should be able to regain the thrill of fighting. By the way, he has already obtained 7 badges. 7, so what? It's a waste of time to fight with all these trainers. It's better to just take them directly. This way everyone can survive easily. Densey stood up from his seat with an indifferent look on his face and prepared to leave, obviously not wanting to communicate too much with them. What a good faker. If you don't know him, you would think he is Dugu Chiobai. Xia Fan was speechless in his heart. This guy really has an arrogant attitude. He has never looked anyone in the eye from the beginning. Even a trainer with 7 badges can look down on him like this. No wonder Paul was so P************ D off. It would not be much different if he, who has an army of divine beasts, came instead. Next, Day grabbed Diancie and then pushed Xia Fan, who had been standing behind without saying anything, out. Since you look down on weak trainers so much, then you should first look at one of its Pokémon before deciding whether you are qualified to be challenged. Densey frowned as he looked at Xia Fan, who was pushed out. What Pokémon? Diancie looked at Xia Fan, still with contempt in his eyes. Why bother? Why do you always force me to be the first to speak out and slap others in the face? Looking at Densey's appearance, Xia Fan sighed inwardly and reached for his waist. Take out 3 Pokeballs. I won't brag to you anymore. Since you want a power trip like this, I'll accompany you. As long as you can defeat any of my 3 Pokémon, I'll take this boy away and give you 5 million in funds. I heard from Mr. Day from your Elite Four that you love your hometown very much and therefore often renovate it. So I think that although 5 million is not much, it can provide you with a little money to renovate your hometown. After saying that, Xia Fan opened 3 Pokeballs at the same time. 3 red lights flashed by. White Jengar, Cresselia, and Deoxys make a shining debut. Isn't there only one Deoxys? Xia Fan's 3 Pokémon appeared. Densey was not scared yet, but Day from the Elite Four was the first to be scared. He didn't expect that in addition to Deoxys, Xia Fan actually had a legendary Pokémon. Xia Fan didn't say anything, but glanced at Dawn. Dawn understood what he meant. She held Piplup in her arms, raised her head, and walked between the Elite Four Day and the gym leader Denji, and said in a calm tone, Who said there's only one? Mr. Xia Fan doesn't even know how many legendary Pokémon he has captured. In addition to the 2 you've seen so far, there are also the Nightmare God Darkrai, the 3 legendary pillars, the Ice Pillar, Regice, the Steel Pillar, Registeel, and the Rock Pillar, Regirock. By the way, there's also the Heatran that was captured in Stark Mountain not long ago. Because that Pokemon likes to live in the volcano, Mr. Xia Fan just let it go there after capturing it. He goes back to check out sometimes. As for this Gengar of a different color, don't underestimate its status as the other two. Its real strength is very strong. Anyway, Mr. Xia Fan said that its strength is no worse than the legendary Pokemon. Is this true or not? Day looked at Xia Fan in shock. The reason why he brought Xia Fan here was to use his Deoxys to stimulate Diance's fighting spirit, but he didn't expect that this fighting spirit would scare himself. It's true. We can vouch for this from Mr. Xia Fan. Ash and Gon stepped forward. Xia Fan glanced at the two idiots. What's the point of asking them to testify? Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the four of us are in the same group. It would be better for them not to testify. Dawn is basically right. I do have all those Pokemon, but I only carry 3 in normal situations. After all, with these 3, I think I can sweep the entire Sinnoh Alliance. Xia Fan stood with his hand behind his back, full of B-style. I just don't know if this Mr. Dinsey will give me a legitimate chance to defeat him. Dinsey, who hadn't spoken since seeing Xia Fan's 3 Pokemon, stared at Xia Fan intently for several times. In that case, then fight me. Let me see how powerful the legendary Pokemon can be under your training. After saying that, Denji looked at Ash again. Oh, and you get ready. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Denji. Ash clenched his fists and bowed to Denji joyfully. Denji waved his hand, took his Raichu into the elevator, and returned to the Lakeside City Gym. He was full of cool from beginning to end. You might as well bow to me, Xia Fan complained. 20 minutes later, the 6 arrived at the battle venue of the Lakeside City Gym. Xia Fan and Gym Leader Densi were already standing in the battle area. In the audience, Ash Dawn, Xiao Jing, and Day from the Elite Four were already waiting for the game start. As for the referee, he was a robot thrown outside by Densi at the beginning to distribute badges. Now, the Lakeside Gym tournament between Challenger Xia Fan and Gym Trainer Densi is about to begin. Both sides can use Pokemon. When all the people on one side lose their ability to fight, the match ends. In addition, only the challenger has the ability to replace Pokemon. Before the game starts, the robot explains the rules to both sides. Xia Fan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I won't use the rule that allows challengers to replace Pokemon midway. As I said at the beginning, I want to defeat 3 with 1, and I will only use that Gengar. As long as you defeat it, I won't use the remaining 2 legendary Pokemon. I will just admit defeat, transfer the money, and leave." The guy in front of him just acted like a big shot in front of him. Now it's his turn to act like a big shot. After saying that, Xia Fan threw out the Pokeball. A red light flashed, and Gengar made a brilliant appearance. A sharp and piercing ghostly laugh was heard in the venue. Densi smiled and said, "I didn't accept your challenge for the money, so you don't have to admit defeat just because this Gengar loses. Just continue to release your other 2 legendary Pokemon. I won't take advantage of you." After saying that, Denji also threw out his own Pokemon. A red light flashed by. It was Electivire. The Lakeside City Gym is an electric-type Pokemon gym, so the main partners of the gym leader Denji are all electric-type. Xia Fan was stunned when he heard Diance's reply and hurriedly said, "No, Mr. Diance, you misunderstood. I didn't say this to take advantage of you, but..." Xia Fan suddenly smiled. "But it's to show off. Don't you often see the weak rival bragging at the beginning and then looking depressed after losing? Well, I want to try it today, but I want to try the 1-on-3 fight I mentioned before. Let's see if I can be the first person in your words who shows off without getting slapped in the face." Densi paused, then showed disdain. Xia Fan's words made him very unhappy. It was just a Gengar, but you were thinking of defeating him, the strongest gym leader in the Sinnoh region, 3 in a row. You must be dreaming. It would be better to take the other 2 legendary Pokemon. Therefore, when the referee robot announced the start of the game, Denji was the first to launch an attack order. Electivire Quick Attack. Electivire roared and rushed towards the floating Gengar like a spark. Xia Fan did not give any instructions. When Electivire rushed to the top of Jengar's head, Diancie saw that Xia Fan was still silent and looked puzzled, but with the mentality of not missing the opportunity, he quickly gave the order. Electivire used the ground skill bulldoze and tried to inflict heavy damage with one strike. Electivire roared again, and its feet gathered a powerful force. If it stepped on any Pokémon, it would not feel good. But at this moment, Xia Fan and his Jengar smiled at the same time, smiling and ferocious. Whoosh! The next second, a terrifying black aura suddenly appeared under Jengar's feet, covering the entire venue. When Electivire's bulldoze was about to step on Jengar, Jengar disappeared and instead let out a hideous laugh, suddenly appearing behind Electivire, opening his gluttonous mouth and swallowing Electivire alive in front of everyone. Electivire. Diancie was shocked. He didn't expect that his Electivire would be swallowed into the mouth of a Jengar in an instant. "Spit out my Electivire!" Diancie roared and shouted. Xia Fan shrugged and snapped his fingers. The next second, Jengar removed the terrifying aura under his feet. What everyone saw next was that Electivire was sleeping motionless on the ground and had not been swallowed into the mouth at all. "What's going on?" Diancie asked Xia Fan in shock. He was clearly swallowed just now, but as soon as the terrifying aura faded away, Electivire appeared on the ground. "Because what you see is an illusion," Xia Fan said with a smile, and Jengar in front of him laughed triumphantly after hearing it, and explained to everyone using telepathy. "Am I really awesome? This is my ultimate move using Dark Pulse and Nightshade. In my domain, what's real is fake, what's fake is real. I am a king here. Your next Pokémon might be swallowed by me." After saying that, Jengar opened his huge mouth and taunted Denji. Except for Ash and his 3 companions, Diancie and Day of the Elite Four were shocked again when they heard Jengar's telepathy. "I didn't expect Jengar to be able to do this. I'm not going to relax anymore. I'm going to take it seriously from now on." Denji gritted his teeth, retracted Electivire, and released his strongest partner, Raichu. But what he didn't expect was that within 3 seconds after Raichu came on the field, the Jengar once again released a terrifying dark aura at the same time, enveloping the field. In this field, Raichu had no chance to fight at all and was thrown out by Jengar with a lick. After Raichu was defeated, Xia Fan said with a smile, "There's only one left. Mr. Diancie, my Jengar will soon be able to defeat 3 of them at once. I admit that this Jengar of yours is beyond my imagination. It is the strongest Jengar I have ever encountered since I started my journey as a trainer." Denji put Raichu into the Pokeball and took out the 3rd Pokeball, but I won't know the outcome until the last moment. After all, it's hard to predict. We said the last 2 words. Dincie's heart began to beat, but he still said it. There was a flash of red light, and Denji sent out the 3rd and final Pokemon, Jolteon. As a result, as soon as this one landed, it inherited Xia Fan's unsportsmanlike Jengar and used Lick even faster than before, throwing the Thunder Pokemon directly out of the battlefield. It didn't fight with you, but just threw you out. The Thunder Pokemon resisted during the process, but as soon as it resisted, Jengar's curse body was activated and it fell into the disable contest condition. The battle lasted less than 20 seconds, and all 3 of Denji's Pokemon were eliminated. Day and Diancie from the Elite Four were completely stunned. Ash and the other 2 were fine. After all, this famous scene had happened 7 times before, and they were used to Jengar's power. "Congratulations, you have become my Jengar ancestor's 8th gym trainer who can easily defeat 3 people at once." Ancestor Jengar proudly showed off to everyone. With Jengar defeating 3 opponents at once, Xia Fan legitimately got the 8th badge from Diancie. "You are very strong. You show me that there are always people better than you. Next time we meet, I will definitely not lose miserably like today," Diancie said carefully as he handed Xia the fan badge. Xia Fan smiled and shrugged. "I hope so, but take a good rest first. You still have a challenge waiting for you, and that boy's strength is not bad either." The young man was naturally referring to Ash. Xia Fan walked into the audience and exchanged the role of challenger with Ash. While waiting for the break, Day of Elite Four expressed his opinion to Xia Fan. I think you already have the strength to challenge the Elite Four and even replace Zhulan as the new Sinnoh Alliance champion. How about challenging us, the Elite Four, directly? Xia Fan waved his hand and said, I'm not interested. I don't have much interest in becoming the new Elite Four or Sinnoh champion, but I will probably participate in the Sinnoh Alliance competition. I'm used to freedom. If I become the real champion, I will abdicate immediately after pretending to be cool that day, and then return the title of champion to Miss Zhulan. Just kidding, if I really become that kind of powerful champion, I will be locked in Sinnoh, and there is no point in going to other regions. Everything I say and do will be noticed by others. Xia Fan hummed in his heart. Once he took the position of Sinnoh champion, although he would be respected and have status, he would also have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the region. He would have to go wherever there was trouble. If there was any emergency, he would have to follow orders and investigate. If someone had the qualifications to challenge him, he would have to run over there without stopping to fight them. It was really not a position for a human being. Isn't it the same with the Hoenn region champion Daogu? In order not to let the title of champion hinder him from finding precious stones around the world, he directly gave the title to his good friend Wallace, and then wandered around the world alone. Okay, then. They paused. He didn't expect Xia Fan's reply to be so straightforward. He even blurted out words like, run away after turning around. 20 minutes later, after Denji healed his Pokémon, he began his battle with Ash. In the opinion of his good friend Day, the command of this battle against Densi was probably affected by the beating by Xia Fan in the previous game. He made constant mistakes in command, but he still fought with Ash until only one was left, Ash's Infernape and Densi's Luxray. In the subsequent battle, Ash's Infernape stimulated his ability Fierce Fire, and he became stronger and stronger. With his last move, Flame Wheel, he defeated Denji's Luxray and successfully obtained the badge of the Lakeside City Gym, qualifying for the Sinnoh Alliance tournament. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Ash was very excited to get the 8th badge. Even when he said goodbye to Day and Denji from the Elite Four outside the gym, he was still thanking them for agreeing to the battle. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. You've made me excited about the battle. I will secretly cheer for you in the next battle. When saying goodbye, Densi smiled and shook hands with Xia Fan and Ash one by one. Yeah, I'll try my best. Ash nodded. In this way, all 8 badges are complete, and everyone's wish has reached the final step. Xiaojing laughed. The next Sinnoh Alliance will be held in a month, and the location will be on Suzerain Island. You have plenty of time to prepare. Before leaving, Day from the Elite Four told the others some things to note about the Sinnoh Alliance competition. After that, they said goodbye and continued their journey. Dawn's contest celebration is 15 days earlier than the Sinnoh Alliance competition and happens to be on the same route. 3 days later, Xia Fan, Ash, and the others passed through a vast forest and came to a beautiful town surrounded by abundant nature, Midna. Okay, everyone come out. Seeing this beautiful scenery, Ash couldn't help but let his friends out to enjoy and play together. Dawn and Xiaojing followed closely and released their companions. Only Xia Fan did not release his Pokémon to avoid attracting attention. After releasing their respective Pokémon, Ash and the other 2 pulled Xia Fan to change into swimming clothes and jumped into the nearby river. There was a clear river in this town. Ash and the other 2 had just been overheated while walking through the bushes, and now that they had finally seen a river, they had to take a good rest. But as I was washing, watermelons began to float down from the upper reaches of the river. It's watermelon. That's great. I'm so lucky. I can enjoy delicious food while swimming. Ash, who was having fun playing in the river, picked up a watermelon and excitedly shared it with everyone. Mr. Xia Fan, you can release the Jengar and let it cool the watermelon. Dawn looked at Xia Fan. Good. Xia Fan agreed with a smile, but just as she was about to throw the Pokeball, a pair of boys who looked like brother and sister, Stephanie, ran over angrily. Wait a minute. Those watermelons are ours, the boy said angrily. I soaked in water to cool down and ended up floating down. To prove her point, Stephanie pointed to a silk net upstream of the river. There were 5 watermelons still inside the net, and a hole was torn on one side of the net. Apparently, The watermelon Ash picked up slipped out from that broken hole. What? What a shame. How disappointing. Ash and Dawn were very disappointed and looked at the watermelons they picked up with regret. The boys saw Ash's expressions and smiled. But if you win the battle with us, we can share the watermelon with you. Stephanie took out the Pokeball. Let's have a doubles match to decide the winner. Really? Ash and Dawn looked at each other and then excitedly agreed. If someone asked for a fight, of course we should accept it. Besides, it's what we want. Xia Fan, who was originally preparing to release Jengar to cool the watermelon, smiled and put the Pokeball back and continued to soak in the water with Xiaojing to witness the battle between Ash Dawn and the two siblings. The final doubles battle lasted for 10 minutes. Ash and Dawn commanded Pikachu and Piplup to defeat the brother and sisters Heracross and Beautifly, and won the opportunity to hide under the shade of the trees with the Pokémon and enjoy watermelon. At this time, Xia Fan also released Jengar, Cresselia, and Deoxys. Let Jengar act as the air conditioner. This way everyone will feel great when eating watermelon. Wow, I didn't expect this brother to have a legendary dream goddess Cresselia and a Pokémon from space. Brother, can you let me hug Cresselia? While eating watermelon, the brother and sister were immediately stunned when they saw Xia Fan, Cresselia, and Deoxys. Sure, Xia Fan agreed with a smile. Jengar on the side was a little unhappy and insisted that the brother and sister hug it as well, because it felt insulted again. However, its rude behavior was suppressed by Xia Fan, and it could only act as a cooler, watching the goddess it secretly loved being taken pictures and hugged by the brother and sister and their Pokémon. After enjoying the delicious food, the siblings led the way to the Pokémon Center in town at the request of Ash and his friends. Since we are already in this town, I suggest you go and see the ruins. The boy said to the crowd as he led the way. Ash, ruins? Are there ruins here too? Yes, they're the remains of a temple thousands of years ago, Stephanie said with a smile. Xiao Gang picked up a notebook and said, so, there seems to be some related introduction in the guidebook. It seems to be the remains of a creature related to the legendary creation of the Pokémon world. Right, the boy continued. The scenery there is also great. Then I want to go and see. Dawn was moved by what he said. Ash saw that everyone was interested and agreed. Okay, let's go visit the ruins then. Xia Fan, who was following at the end, had his eyes flickering and was muttering in his heart about the legendary remains of the creature that Xiaojing had just mentioned that created the Pokémon world. Isn't that the god of creation, Arceus? He is the only one who can create a Pokémon world that matches the Pokémon world. Xia Fan couldn't help but get excited. Arceus, the god of creation, is an invincible being. If he can capture this one, all the remaining legendary Pokémon will fly over and bow down to him and call him daddy. However, his inner intuition told him that this would be very difficult. So, at the boy's suggestion, Xia Fan and his group of 4 found the Pokémon Center, rested for a while, and then followed Xiaojing's guide, left the town, and walked towards the nearby ancient ruins. On the way to the ruins, they saw a waterfall lake that looked like a fairyland. Everyone ran over happily. The ruins are right up there, Xiaojing said. Looking up along the waterfall, they saw the outline of an ancient building. Xiaogang added, I feel like there is some very good energy flowing here. Take a deep breath and see. Really? That's right. It's so comfortable. Ash and Dawn took a deep breath and nodded excitedly. Xia Fan, who was following slowly behind, did the same. However, just as he was immersed in this beautiful environment, his heart suddenly beat violently, as if a special energy wave was transmitted to him. He looked up and around, and found that Xiao Huan on his shoulder was looking around with a puzzled expression, just like him. Did you feel anything just now? Xia Fan asked Miu in the shared spiritual world. I felt my heart suddenly beat violently just now. Miu replied truthfully. You also felt a palpitation in your heart. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and quickly asked Rayquaza in the shared spiritual world, Ho-Oh, if they felt anything. After a while, they all answered that their hearts suddenly palpitated just now, and then they felt nothing. What's going on? Xia Fan muttered in his heart and glanced at Ash and the others. They didn't seem to feel anything when the throbbing happened just now. Even Pikachu was unmoved and was still doing water sports on the lake with Piplup. But at this moment, Xia Fan suddenly saw the water surface suddenly and slowly twisted, and a few drops of water flew from the water surface towards soaring in the sky. Xia Fan stared at the water droplets and slowly raised his head, finally seeing a small space vortex that had appeared at some point 100 meters in the sky. The next second after the water drop entered the space vortex, a faint spark flashed through the space vortex, and then the space vortex quickly calmed down as if it had never appeared. Xia Fan frowned slightly, thinking about what was going on. 2 seconds later, the center of the lake suddenly began to spin violently. It took barely 3 seconds for a huge water tornado to form, shocking Ash and the other two. Ash saw this and hurriedly gave Pikachu an order to use Thunderbolt on the growing waterspout. Pikachu did as he was told and successfully dispersed the water tornado with a Thunderbolt. The water surface returned to calm, and the few people breathed a sigh of relief. However, 5 seconds after the waterspout broke up, Xia Fan's heart began to beat violently again, and a picture involuntarily emerged in his mind. In the vast universe, a terrifying, colorful wave erupted from a sphere. Xiao Huan, did you sense it just now? Xia Fan hurriedly asked Mew. Mew nodded solemnly. In the shared spiritual world, Rayquaza Ho-Oh and the others also hurriedly told Xia Fan that they had just felt the throbbing again, and like Xia Fan, a picture from the universe emerged in their minds. Boom! Just as Xia Fan and Rayquaza Ho-Oh were talking, the ground suddenly shook, and a large number of Pokémon living in the nearby forest fled outward as if they were escaping. In soaring in the sky, Pidgeotto, Pidgey, and Fearow also began to flee into the distance in panic. Ash and the other two also noticed this scene. Xiaojiang said, "The Pokémon are all running away." Don asked what happened. After all the wild Pokémon nearby fled, the calm lake began to move again. In an instant, 6 thick water tornadoes rushed out of the water. They rushed towards soaring in the sky, and soaring in the sky also formed a huge dark red space vortex in an instant. The 6 water tornadoes rushed into the space vortex and quickly grew larger and larger. Everyone run away. Ash and the other two saw this and ran for their lives. However, the strong wind made it impossible for the three to resist. In the end, Xia Fan grabbed them with one hand, like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, and stood in place to hold them. After a while, a handsome and beautiful man and woman appeared in Xia Fan's sight. They looked at the strange scene calmly. The girl glanced at Xia Fan and the other 4, then said to the air on the left, "Dialga, come out. Please help save the Pokémon nearby." The girl's words not only confused Xia Fan, but also Ash Dawn and Xiao Gang, who thought they had heard it wrong. But 2 seconds later, a dimensional hole suddenly formed on the girl's side, and Dialga ran out of it. F***K. He actually came out. Where did he go before? Xia Fan's eyes widened. Palkia and Giratina had been looking for it, but couldn't find it, and now Dialga was called over by a girl. After Dialga came out, he didn't notice the existence of Xia Fan and the others, and went straight to the waterspout. He only used 1 roar of time to calm the phenomenon. Having calmed down the crisis, Dialga stood in mid-air, looking at the people below with a calm expression. Only then did it see Xia Fan and Ash, but it did not recognize that Xia Fan was the human who commanded the Pantheon to conquer Palkia in Bayan Town last time. "Thank you, Dialga." The girl who called Dialga here thanked him. Dialga nodded and turned to leave. However, at this moment, ripples appeared on the calm lake's surface again. Xia Fan sensed something and turned his head to look. The next second, the ripple formed a dimensional hole. Giratina suddenly rushed out of it and rammed Dialga, who was about to turn around and leave. Then she spit an aura sphere into Dialga's chest. There was a loud explosion in the air, and Dialga screamed and ran away in panic. But when he turned around, Giratina gave him a body slam and pinned him to the surface of the water and beat him violently. Dialga. Ash, who had just been rescued by Dialga, became anxious and didn't want to see Giratina beating up Dialga. Xia Fan, who was standing by, frowned slightly as he looked at Giratina. He didn't know what Giratina meant. If he remembered correctly, the order he gave it was to notify him the first time it saw Dialga. He led the army of the Pantheon here to conquer the city, instead of doing what he did now, where when he saw Dialga, he didn't say a word to him and just beat him to death. If it didn't go to the scene now, would Giratina beat Dialga to death here? Thinking of this, Xia Fan's brows turned from slightly frowned to tightly frowned. He decided not to show up for the time being and just stood aside and watched quietly. He wanted to see what kind of position he held in Giratina's heart. If Dialga was about to be beaten to death by it and it didn't contact him, then he would show up and let Giratina know the true meaning of the word master. It's too dangerous there. You guys should retreat quickly. At this time, the boy who came with the girl shouted to several people. The reason was that Giratina's attack on Dialga caused a large amount of water to splash towards them. Upon hearing this, Ash, the other two, and Xia Fan took 7 or 8 steps back away from the lake. In the middle of the lake, Dialga was completely powerless to resist Giratina's attack and was constantly pressed into the lake and rubbed and beaten by Giratina. As soon as he got up from the lake, Giratina kicked him to the ground, and then she shot an aura sphere at his waist, making Dialga wail continuously. The scene was so horrific that everyone present couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Xiao Gang couldn't help but said, "This Giratina is attacking Dialga again. Why is it so? Wasn't it subjugated by the Pantheon? Why isn't it controlled by the Pantheon? Also, doesn't the Pantheon claim to be a good organization? Won't it cause harm to the world? How can they allow the legendary Pokémon under their control to attack other legendary Pokémon? Have they forgotten the crisis in Poplar Town? This level of Pokémon confrontation is too harmful to the world." Xia Fan, who was inexplicably blamed, quickly defended himself. I think the Pantheon may not know what Giratina is doing now. Their attitude towards legendary Pokémon seems to be the same as mine. That is, they will let it go after catching it. Otherwise, they would have stopped it long ago. After saying that, Xia Fan looked towards Giratina, who was beating Dialga in the middle of the lake. His eyes gradually turned unfriendly. He thought about how to punish this guy who was hypocritically disobeying him after this incident. Ash and Dawn on the side began to shout to stop the fight. "Giratina, stop it!" Dawn shouted worriedly. "Dialga helped us save Pikachu and Piplup. Giratina, please don't blame it for what happened in the reverse world anymore." Ash yelled, but this attempt to stop the fight was of no use, because Giratina was fighting so hard that she couldn't hear anything. At this moment, Giratina looked at Dialga, who was covered with bruises by her, and let out a proud howl. Mew, the real-time translator, came online. "Master, Giratina just called Dialga AB asterisk 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 D. Now you know how powerful I am. If you have the guts, try to trap me in the reverse world with time loops. I will beat the shit out of you." Xia Fan nodded. He could no longer bear to see Dialga in such a miserable state. He prepared to use the spiritual shared world to warn Giratina, letting it open its dog eyes and look at who was standing outside the battlefield. But just as he was about to take action, he saw from the corner of his eye that the girl who called Dialga over here clasped her hands together and placed them between her eyebrows, as if she was performing some ritual. The direction was aimed at Giratina. Seeing this behavior, Xia Fan delayed the mental sharing world and wanted to see what the girl wanted to do first. Overcome the laws of time and space, the girl closed her eyes and shouted to Giratina. No one knew what the point of her doing this was, but after a while, Xia Fan saw the girl suddenly scream, then take a few steps back with a painful look on her face. "Xena, are you okay?" The boy who came with the girl supported her worriedly. The girl shook her head and said, "Giratina's rage is too strong. I can't communicate with it. Now Dialga is in real trouble." Xia Fan heard that it seemed that he was still needed, so he turned his head and looked at Giratina. At this time, Giratina stepped on Dialga and kept roaring. "Go ahead, keep jumping, Dialga. Aren't you very capable? You made my reverse world full of smoke and poisonous fog. and trapped me in the reverse world. If I hadn't been smart and found a way to break your time cycle, I don't know how long I would have to stay in there before I could sign up. Dialga was pinned down and wailed for mercy. I was wrong, big brother. I was wrong. I will never use the cycle of time on you again. You've been fighting for so long now, and you must have vented your anger. Can you forgive me? I'll find a way to lure Palkia out for you, so you can vent your anger. The poisonous fog in your reverse world was caused by that D. He was the one who insisted that I had invaded his world and forced me to fight him, so that's why it happened. However, what Dialga didn't know was that when it said this, Giratina became even angrier. Because of that D. Palkia, it has no way to revenge itself now. The D was conquered by that perverted human earlier than it. If it goes to revenge, it will definitely not get any benefit, and may even be in danger of being beaten up. You son of a B*******, how dare you say that? If you hadn't trapped me in the reverse world, I wouldn't have tried every possible way to get out, and I wouldn't have targeted that damn Jamie. I wouldn't have been targeted by that damn human and become his lackey, obeying his orders as soon as I got out of the reverse world. I wouldn't have been blocked in the shared spiritual world by that Palkia and constantly mocked and slandered. Speaking of the sore spot, Giratina was so angry that she fired 2 aura spheres at Dialga. Dialga was beaten and wailing again. But right after she vomited, a creepy sound suddenly rang in Giratina's mind. Are you talking about me, that damned human? Giratina was frightened when she heard the sudden voice coming from the shared spiritual world. Master, what can I do for you? Are you talking about me, that damn human? The voice in my head said again. How is that possible? Master, did you hear me wrong? I never said a damn human. Having said that, Giratina still looked up nervously and looked around soaring in the sky to see if Rayquaza and the others were nearby. But after looking around, there was no trace of Rayquaza at all. Giratina began to wonder why Xia Fan knew what she had just said. Lower your head and look toward the shore. I will be watching you quietly here. In my mind, Xia Fan's voice sounded again. Hearing this, Giratina's heart suddenly rose, and she lowered her head to look towards the shore. As a result, when I saw Xia Fan and Mew on his shoulder transformed into Pikachu, my heart sank. At this time, Xia Fan was looking at Giratina with a smile on his face and whispered softly in the shared spiritual world, How was it? Did you feel good to beat up Dialga? Wasn't it super exciting? But, as the host, I want to ask you, do you remember what was the first thing I asked you to do after you saw Dialga? Hearing this, Giratina nervously withdrew her foot from Dialga, and the aura sphere that had just condensed in her mouth dissipated again, and she spit out a mouthful of dragon breath towards the lake. The next second, the dimensional hole in the reverse world was opened. I'm sorry, Master. I was wrong. After leaving a message, Giratina turned around and fled inside, as if she wanted to use the reverse world to avoid Xia Fan's blame. Giratina's sudden departure left Dialga, who had just been beaten, completely bewildered. He couldn't believe that Giratina, the vengeful D, would actually let him go. It's like a dream. At this moment, not only Dialga was confused, but Ash and the other two, as well as the brother and sister who summoned Dialga, were also confused. They couldn't understand how Giratina, who was furious the last second, suddenly rushed back to her own reverse world the next second. This thing doesn't think I can do anything to it just because it's hiding in the reverse world, does it? The only one who was not confused was Xia Fan. He knew why Giratina wanted to escape. He just wondered if Giratina's brain had been kicked by a donkey and didn't know that he could use teleportation to teleport it to his side? Or did he forget that he had the ability to teleport? Giratina, what's going on? Why did it leave so suddenly? Hina, did you communicate with it again just now? No. After being rejected by it once, I have not communicated with it telepathically. I don't know what happened. On the shore, the man and woman who summoned Dialga looked at the lake in confusion. Telepathic communication? Dawn heard the conversation between the brother and sister and went up to ask. The girl named Hina did not reject Dawn's question and explained, "Because I have the ability to communicate with Pokémon." With Pokémon? Dawn wondered. "So, that's why Dialga came here earlier?" Sheena nodded. "Dialga lent me its power." Xia Fan, who was not far away, heard it and looked at the beautiful girl. Thinking about her words, I began to understand why this girl was able to call Dialga over. "My name is Xena, and I'm the guardian of this ruins." The girl began to introduce herself, pointing to the large ruins above the waterfall. "My name is Kabine, and I'm the guardian of this ruins." The boy followed suit and introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Ash and the other two introduced themselves. "My name is Dawn, and this is my buddy Piplup." "My name is Ash, and this is my buddy Pikachu." "My name is Xia Fan, and my partner is also Pikachu." After Xia Fan finished introducing herself, when Xiaogang was about to introduce himself, the girl named Xena suddenly jumped between Xia Fan and Ash, interrupting Xiaogang's self-introduction. She first touched the cheek of Mew, who had transformed into Pikachu, on Xia Fan's shoulder. After touching it for a while, he frowned, as if he felt something was wrong but couldn't put it into words. Then he turned his head and touched the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. After touching it for a while, she nodded and said, "In the past, the Thunder Beast and the Beast Messenger changed the fate of this town." Ash and the other two looked confused, and Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, wondering if Ash had triggered some incredible plot again. "That's an old legend of this town," said the boy named Kabine. "Thunder Beast and Beast Messenger?" Dawn asked in surprise. "Are you talking about Pikachu and me?" Ash asked confusedly. "Maybe it's my destiny to meet you guys. Can you go to the same place with us?" Xena said. Ash readily agreed. "You helped us, so I will do my best to help as long as I can." Just as the voice fell, Xiaogang, who was interrupted in his self-introduction, finally couldn't hold back his lustful heart, rushed to Ash's side, grabbed Hina's hand, and greeted her with love. "MS. Hina, I am the one destined by you, Xiaogang. Actually, when I was running away just now, fate arranged for me to fall, and my elbow was accidentally slightly scratched. If Miss Hina heals me according to fate, my pain will definitely be ah." Halfway through his words, Krogunk dragged the perverted master away. Everyone around was speechless, including Xia Fan. He turned his head to look at Dialga, who had not left the lake yet, and wondered whether he should subdue him now or wait for another opportunity. After all, if he got the people from the Pantheon out now and forcibly took Dialga away, it might destroy the good image of the Pantheon that he had created for Ash and the others. Bang! At this moment, Xia Fan's heart beat for the third time, and a picture appeared in his mind again. It was the same scene as the explosion in the universe just now, except that this time the power was even greater, so much so that it was beyond Xia Fan's expectations. As soon as the scene in his mind ended, he felt the space around him suddenly vibrate, and then the lake, which had calmed down, erupted again. One after another, water tornadoes more violent than before suddenly formed, catching Dialga, who was wresting the water, off guard and rushing straight into the large space vortex formed by soaring in the sky. All around, strong winds blew, and small space vortices began to form in an instant and then disappeared in an instant, causing the surrounding trees to be inexplicably cut down and swaying in the wind. Among them, there was a tree that was separated by a space vortex and fell towards Dawn. If the guardian of the ruins nearby had not discovered it and rescued Dawn in time, Dawn might have been in danger of her life. "Xena, run away." After rescuing Dawn, the guardian of the ruins, Kabine, said to his partner Xena, "If you stay here any longer, you'll be dragged into this." But Dialga... Xena was worried as she watched Dialga being caught in the waterspout and constantly struggling to save himself. "It seems I have to take action." Xia Fan looked at this scene and thought to himself. However, just as he was about to take action, a dimensional hole suddenly formed in midair, and a large Pokémon with a pale purple body rushed out from it. Palkia, the Pokémon known as the god of space. "Why is it here?" everyone on the shore exclaimed. Xia Fan, standing by, also paused, wondering why Palkia had come here. After Palkia appeared, he swung his right hand vigorously, and a spatial rend that was strong enough to cut through space broke the water tornado that trapped Dialga. Then he spat out the origin of space from his mouth, stabilizing the chaotic space around him, allowing Dialga to successfully escape from the suction of the space vortex. Palkia, it's great that Dialga was rescued. Ash and the other two were overjoyed when they saw this scene. Shout Gang said, "The last time I saw them, they were enemies and wanted to kill each other on the spot. But now, Palkia actually took the initiative to rescue Dialga. I didn't expect it. It seems that the Pantheon is really capable." "That's right," Ash nodded. However, the next second, the joyful expressions on the faces of the people on the shore froze. Because after Palkia rescued Dialga, he roared and started beating Dialga, who was already seriously injured. He looked like a man who was going to give the fallen dog a beating. The attack was even more brutal than that of Giratina just now. Everyone on the shore was speechless. They originally thought that Palkia came here to save Dialga, but now it seems that he came here to avenge the last time he was chased and beaten by Dialga in Bayon Town. What should we do? Dialga was just severely injured by Giratina, and now Palkia wants to attack it too. If they keep fighting like this, I'm afraid it will die here soon. Dawn said worriedly. "You guys step back a few steps. I'll try to communicate with Palkia and see if I can mediate their conflict." Xena asked everyone to step back, then clenched her fists, pointed them at Palkia, who was beating up Dialga, and said with her eyes closed, "Overcome the laws of time and space." Ash and the other two looked at her expectantly. However, a few seconds later, she screamed again, stepped back in pain, and was supported by Kabine. "What? Palkia can't communicate either?" Kabine asked. Hina shook her head. "No. Palkia is just like Giratina just now. The rage in her heart is too strong. I can't communicate with it." After hearing this, Kabine angrily said, "What's going on with Dialga? Why did Giratina beat it? And why did Palkia also beat it? What did it do to make these two so angry that they want to fight each other as soon as they meet?" Ash and the other two looked at each other. They knew this because they had seen it with their own eyes. After hesitating for a while, Ash briefly told Kabine and Hina what he knew. While they were talking, Xia Fan, who said nothing, looked at Palkia, who was beating Dialga with an unfriendly look. This guy was just like Giratina. When he saw Dialga, the first thing he did was not to inform himself, but to retaliate. On the lake, Palkia sat on Dialga, constantly using the skill slash to chop at Dialga, with a happy expression on his face, and roared every time he chopped. "Damn you, Dialga, you son of a b ****h. Keep running if you have the guts. Didn't you power trip when you beat me up last time in Bayon Town? Didn't you enjoy the beating? I begged for mercy, but you chased me and kept beating me up. Now if you have the guts, just encore me. Son of a b ****ch. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Let me get beaten." Dialga lay on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy, hoping that Palkia would let him go, but unfortunately Palkia didn't listen at all and became more and more excited as he beat him. If Giratina beat Dialga because this guy defiled her reverse world, then Palkia beat Dialga because he had been annoyed with Dialga for a long time. Basically, they have to fight whenever they meet. Although most of the time it loses more than it wins, it doesn't stop it from hating Dialga. Now it has finally got a chance to retaliate, so it has to make good use of it. At least it has to beat the damn Dialga until he is left with only one breath before handing him over to the human to be conquered. Thinking of this, Palkia couldn't help but look up to Giratina, because the trace of Dialga just now was that Giratina contacted it through the spiritual shared world, telling it the location of Dialga, and also told it that it had helped it to seriously injure Dialga in advance. And now was just the right time to go over and beat the fallen dog. "Giratina, you have become more successful. After this incident, I will no longer blackmail you in front of Ho-Oh, Rayquaza, and the others." Palkia thought to herself, agreeing with Giratina's behavior. Since becoming a Xia Fan's Pokémon, Palkia has often chatted with guardian gods, such as Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Groudon Kyogre in the spiritual shared world, and most of the content of the chats is about it discrediting Giratina and Dialga. He said that these two guys were bastards who specifically bullied him, an honest man, and beat him up at every turn, making him suffer so much. He hoped that if these two guys joined the Pantheon in the future, everyone would join Palkia in isolating and suppressing them, and bringing order to the world. Later, after Giratina joined, the biggest reason why Giratina could do nothing about Palkia, another enemy who defiled her reverse world, was that Rayquaza and the others were standing behind Palkia. If she dared to take action, she might attract beat up, so she could only put all her hatred on Dialga. After the beating lasted for a full minute, Xia Fan finally couldn't stand it anymore and decided to stop it. At this time, Palkia was still roaring. Dialga, you idiot, you deserve the beating you got today, son of a B******. The more I think about what happened in Poplar Town, the angrier I get. We agreed to advance and retreat together, but you, D, actually dared to leave me and run away by yourself, causing me to become the human's running dog, to flatter those bastards, to suck up to Rayquaza, a stinkbug, and Ho-Oh, that chicken, every day. Humph, I'll get beaten again. After the roar, Palkia decided to finish with a spatial rend, and then called Xia Fan to come over to subdue it, pretending that he just passed by here and ran into Dialga, who was seriously injured by the dimensional vortex. However, just when Palkia was about to use spatial rend, Xia Fan's voice rang in his mind. Why? Are you unhappy about being my lackey? And those bastards you mentioned are Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, Kyogre, and the others? Is Rayquaza a stink bug in your eyes? Is Ho-Oh a chicken in your eyes? Very good, Palkia. You have gone a long way. I will reply to you word for what you just said. Xia Fan's voice was like a nightmare in Palkia's mind for the first time. It turned around suddenly with a look of horror, and like Giratina, it first looked around soaring in the sky to confirm whether Xia Fan was with the temple of the gods nearby. But just when it was wondering why it didn't see anyone, Xia Fan's voice in its mind sounded again. Take a look at the shore. I'll just sit here and watch you act cool. Palkia did as he was told and turned around to see Xia Fan. It was sweating profusely and felt like it was about to die. If it relayed this word for word, it would be doomed. No one would stand behind it and help it. The vengeful D Giratina would definitely attack revenge. Wait a minute. When thinking of the name Giratina, Palkia felt a flash of electricity in his heart, and he suddenly realized that he had been cheated by Giratina, the B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** D. Giratina told it that she had found Dialga and beat him up, but she didn't tell it that her owner Xia Fan was also at the scene. This means that Xia Fan witnessed everything she did as soon as she arrived here. Palkia's heart became even more flustered. He looked down at Dialga, who had been beaten to numbness, and said, "Take care, brother, and see you again if the chance permits." Then he quickly opened the dimensional hole and escaped. Only Dialga and the people on the shore were left with a look of shock. What do you mean, just like Giratina, fight and run? In the reverse world, Giratina felt very happy when she saw Palkia running away in panic. It originally just wanted to find someone to take the blame, so it tricked Palkia over. But I didn't expect that Palkia, this idiot, would say anything, not only offending his master, but also offending Rayquaza Ho-Oh and those guys. Now, if only Dialga heard it, it would be fine. After all, if it is tamed in the future, no matter what it says to Rayquaza and the others, Rayquaza and the others may not believe it. But now that the master is saying it in person, the result will be different. Giratina had already imagined in her mind the scene of herself catching Palkia and beating him up, returning all the slander and grievances she had suffered during this period to that be ********* D Palkia. And by the way, she would establish a good relationship with Rayquaza and the others, so that in the future, she could beat Palkia whenever she wanted, and no one would stop her. Thinking of this, Giratina's original fear of being discovered by Xia Fan for doing something wrong disappeared. Instead, it looked forward to Xia Fan causing trouble for it as soon as possible, so that it could cause trouble for Palkia as soon as possible. Well, it's so nice. Good and bad things go hand in hand. In the real world, after Palkia escaped, Hina and Kabine wanted to ask Dialga about his injuries and whether he could still stand up. But what he got in the end was Dialga standing up from the river tremblingly, and a small dragon breath opened the dimensional hole. It escaped, but before escaping, Dialga left a message in everyone's mind. I beg you, brother and sister, from now on, unless the world is destroyed, don't ask me for help with other trivial matters like this. If it happens a few more times, I'm afraid I can't bear it. Everyone, after hearing this, Hina and Kabine looked at each other awkwardly, and looking at the dimensional hole where Dialga disappeared, they didn't know what words to say to apologize. He called Dialga to help, but when others were beaten, he could do nothing and could only watch them get beaten. Come with us. I'll take you to the ruins. Hina looked at Ash and the others and changed the subject. Okay. Ash and the other two looked at each other, then looked at Xia Fan. After Xia Fan nodded, he followed Hina and Kabine and walked towards the ruins above the waterfall. After walking for half an hour, Xia Fan and his 3 companions arrived at the ruins. However, they did not enter the main gate of the ruins, but followed Hina and Kabine through an inconspicuous passage and entered the bottom of the ruins. The bottom of the ruins was more like a palace with various mechanisms inside. Led by Hina and Kabine, the 4 came to a lobby under the ruins, which contained many various ancient toys. In the center of the lobby stands a strange instrument that looks like a distorted space-time, surrounded by many spheres. What is this? Ash was puzzled when he saw this instrument he had never seen before. This is called a time-space device, Xena introduced. It can show the contest conditions of time and space that are changing all the time in this world. Dawn didn't understand, but she couldn't help but flatter. That's amazing. We use this time-space device to investigate places where time and space are in chaos. Xena said, didn't you just tell us that the reason why Giratina and Palkia targeted Dialga was because of the incident in Bayong Town? In fact, we also rushed there according to the prompts of the time-space device, but it was too late when we got there. Bayong Town had disappeared, and we have no way of knowing what really happened there at that time. Ash and the other 2 let out a long "oh" after hearing this. Hina continued her introduction, pointing to the spheres surrounding the instrument, indicating that they represented the real world, Giratina's reverse world, Dialga's space, Palkia's space, and the last one, Arcea's space. Arcea's space. What is that? Xiaojing and Dawn were puzzled when they heard the word Arceus. Could that be a Pokémon too? Ash followed closely. Yes. Hina nodded. It is said to be the legendary Pokémon that created everything in the world. Xia Fan's pupil shrank. Xiao Gang swallowed and said, the Pokémon that created everything in the world. Kabine stood beside Xena, pointed at the balls on the instrument that represented various worlds and said, it is said that these spaces were also created by it. Ash and the other 2 exclaimed. Sheena continued to introduce the group. Now, Arceus, who has been sleeping for a long time, is showing signs of waking up. Ash asked, it has been sleeping all this time? Hina nodded. A huge energy vortex is now generated around Arceus, who is about to wake up. That vortex caused the space to distort, causing the spaces of Dialga and Palkia, which should never have touched each other, to connect with each other. So I think this is the reason why the 2 Pokémon clashed in Bayong Town, because they both thought that the other was invading their own space. Kabine continued what Xena said. As for the accident that happened today, Kabine and I saw from the instruments that it was most likely because Arceus was about to wake up. As soon as Kabine finished speaking, the entire instrument suddenly shook violently. At the same time, Xia Fan's heart began to beat suddenly for the 4th time, and a horrifying scene reappeared in his mind. A terrifying explosion erupted from a sphere. The explosion was like a star exploding, with brilliant light, forming a huge golden vortex in the entire universe. The golden vortex was rapidly enlarging, and when it was magnified tens of thousands times, a Pokémon appeared in Xia Fan's mind. It is a white Pokémon that looks like a horse, a unicorn, or a centaur. It has its eyes closed and seems to be resting. However, the next second his eyes suddenly opened, and the terrifying golden vortex instantly went back in time and space and entered the body of the Pokémon. 3 seconds later, the Pokémon stood quietly in the universe, its eyes bloodshot and its body radiating golden light, as if it was the only one in the universe. After a while, 11 stone slabs gradually emerged around the Pokémon. The 11 stone slabs glowed for 3 seconds and were sucked into the Pokémon's body after 3 seconds. It turned its head to look at one place, and Xia Fan was shocked because it felt that Arceus was looking at itself. Human, unforgivable. With a roar, the scene in Xia Fan's mind ended. The whole person had a splitting headache from being yelled at. He couldn't help but scream and knelt on one knee. Mew on the shoulder, like it, screamed and fell into Xia Fan's arms. "Mr. Xia Fan, Xiao Huan, what's wrong with you?" Ash, the other two, Hina, and Ketten were startled. Xia Fan did not respond, but looked at Mew, who was lying in its arms. "Did you see it just now?" Xia Fan asked Mew in the spiritual shared world and wiped its little face. "Yes, master." Mew nodded uncomfortably. "I saw Arceus. It has awakened from hibernation." Xia Fan then asked other legendary Pokémon. The response was that they had also just felt Arceus awakening in anger. "Master, I know what happened. The place you are staying now has offended Lord Arceus. I suggest you leave there as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Arceus comes there and starts killing people, we may not be able to stop him." Giratina said to Xia Fan nervously. "What are you afraid of? There's so many of us fighting against one person. How we know we can't beat it if we don't try? Besides, if I can't beat it, I can just throw the ball secretly." Xia Fan was full of confidence. In his mind, if Arceus showed up, he would never let him go. Run away? You must be kidding. A real man never backs down from a fight. If he does, he is not a real man. "I'm fine. I'm just a little hungry. I'll just grab some biscuits." Coming back to his senses from the spiritual shared world, Xia Fan said to Ash and the others with a smile, then took out a bag of biscuit from his backpack and shared it with Mew. The two guys acted together. Ash, the other two, Hina, and Kabin looked at each other with strange expressions. Xia Fan and Xiao Huan screamed so loudly just now, and they actually said it was because they were hungry? Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Xia Fan knew that this lie had some flaws, so he quickly changed the subject. "Really, don't worry about me. Just continue the conversation. What are you talking about just now?" Ash and the others looked at each other again, and Kabin continued the previous topic. "Xena and I once used this time-space instrument to detect the period when Arceus would appear. The reason is that Arceus hates humans very much, so it intends to punish us humans." "Ah, sanctions?" Ash and Dawn were surprised. "We might be destroyed by Arceus." Xena sighed. "Pokémon are going to destroy humanity. How could this be possible?" Ash and Dawn couldn't accept it. Xena didn't say anything, but waved her hand, asking Ash, the other two, and Xia Fan to follow it to the next place. After a while, they came to a compartment with a water curtain inside. A projector projected a picture on the water curtain. The picture is a short artificial animation in which Arceus is rushing towards an incomparably huge meteorite. Hina pointed at the animation and said, "This is a legend from this country. It describes that a long time ago, a star fragment from the universe was about to destroy many Pokémon on this planet. Arceus appeared and single-handedly prevented the tragedy from happening." "Meteorite was blocked, right?" Xiaojiang asked in surprise. "That's right." Xena nodded. "It's a really powerful Pokémon." Ash said. Xena said, "That's because Arceus has 16 sources of life that can make all attacks ineffective, help it block meteorite, but it also fell down due to exhaustion, and the sources of life on its body fell everywhere. At that time, a man named Damos came to Arceus. He saw Arceus fall down to save the planet, so he wanted to help him. According to Arceus' instructions, he found one of the scattered sources of life, restored Arceus, and called back the other scattered sources of life one by one. "That's a really nice guy," Ash praised. Xena smiled awkwardly and did not speak, but continued. At that time, Damo's homeland, Midina, was just a barren land. Arceus could not bear to see this situation, and out of pity, he took out the 5 sources of life from the source of life: water, grass, ground, lightning, and dragon, and fused them into one to make the Gem of Life. The Gem of Life. Ash and the other two couldn't help but repeat the name in a low voice when they heard it. Xia Fan, who was pretending to eat snacks to fill his stomach, paused when he heard the words Ge of Life, and couldn't help revealing a hint of greed in his eyes. Xena continued. Arceus didn't care even if his life was in danger because he trusted Damos, so he lent him the Jewel of Life and agreed to return it on the day of the solar eclipse. Hearing Xia Fan's words, Xena and Cabine lowered their heads even more. But Xena still said honestly, yes, at that time, Damos thought that if he returned the life gem, this land would become a wasteland again. Cabine said, after his agreement was broken and he suffered betrayal, Arceus went mad and completely destroyed the temple. Then, in order to heal his injuries, he fell into eternal sleep. Ash was furious after hearing this. Of course, Arceus will be angry. He risked his life to help others and even lent a part of his life. So, the one who is fundamentally wrong is this man named Damos, right? Xiaojing said, yes, there is something wrong with this person's thinking. Dawn said angrily. Cabine didn't say anything, but Xena sighed, walked to the side, picked up a mold made of iron lotus, and said to everyone, in fact, Damos is my ancestor. Ah! Ash and Dawn screamed in shock, sweat pouring down their cheeks, while Xiaojing covered his mouth in an astonishing manner. They felt a little embarrassed to curse their ancestors in front of other people's descendants. It's okay. When I heard this when I was a kid, I also cursed Damos at first. Hina smiled and eased the embarrassment of Ash and the other two. She walked up to the crowd holding the iron lotus mold and said, this is the Jade of Life, the Gem of Life. Ash and the other two hurried forward, and Xia Fan jumped from the stone pillar he was leaning against Hina's side, looking at the object in her hand. At this time, the iron lotus was slowly peeled open, revealing a crystal-clear gem. When Xia Fan saw the orb, he became extremely greedy and wanted to take it away right away, and then use it to attract Arceus' hatred and subdue him. However, just as this thought came to mind, Mew's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Master, there seems to be something wrong with this orb. I can't even feel the slightest energy fluctuation. What do you mean? Xia Fan frowned slightly. What I mean is that this thing is fake. How could a treasure created by the famous creator god Arceus at the cost of his life be just an ordinary broken glass ball in my eyes? Mew said. Xia Fan's greed that had just arisen disappeared instantly when he heard this. More saintly than a saint. After Arceus fled, our ancestors regretted their decision. They were afraid that Arceus would retaliate, so they kept the life gem and passed down ancestral teachings. When Arceus comes again, we must return the life gem to him and calm his rage. Otherwise, this country will be destroyed. Xena held the life gem and looked at a stone tablet. That's what it says on it. Ash and the other two nodded. Xena added, so we must return this to Arceus to calm its rage. As soon as he finished speaking, the space-time device vibrated again, more violently than before. Sheena and Cabine trotted forward, and after a careful observation, Sheena said nervously, Arceus is coming. Ashton Xiaojing suddenly looked scared. To be honest, after listening to what Xena said just now, they wanted to back out and leave. Let's get out quickly. If we don't return the Gem of Life immediately, Arceus will get angry and our lives may be in danger. Xena said, leading everyone to leave. Xia Fan followed at the end, and while they were not paying attention, his body split into two. Then the substitute followed Hina and Ash and the others, while the main body appeared outside the ruins with Mew in a teleport. He looked up and saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds, covering the last glimmer of sunlight. In midair, a transparent space vortex slowly formed and grew larger and larger. 10 seconds later, a colorful light projected from it. Arceus rushed out of it, his eyes as blood-red as the ones that appeared in Xia Fan's mind. As you can imagine, he is now in a state of rage. As soon as it appeared, a golden energy ball gathered above its head without saying a word. When the energy ball condensed into the size of a fist, it projected a golden beam of light, which shot towards soaring in the sky. It suddenly exploded like a firework, brilliant and extremely bright, and instantly became the only thing in this world. Then hundreds of pink light bombs as big as meteorites smashed into the ground. The town of Midna below was shaking violently and fell into a doomsday scene under Arceus' attack, with countless houses collapsing and exploding. Humans and Pokémon scattered. F***K. Is this necessary? He uses his ultimate move as soon as he comes out. At least say a few words first. Xia Fan couldn't help but feel sympathy when he saw this scene. He recognized the skill Arceus had just released. It was Judgment, Arceus' exclusive skill with incredibly great power. As Xia Fan finished speaking, Arceus in midair was about to release another judgment, as if he didn't want to communicate with anyone, and directly destroyed the land into a wasteland. Arceus, please stop. However, just as the judgment was released, a shout came from the old ruins. Sheena shouted at Arceus with the Orb of Life, followed by Ash and the others. Arceus canceled Judgment's release because of that shout. Who are you? Arceus' telepathy spread out in all directions. I'm a descendant of Deimos. My ancestors once did something very cruel to you. I apologize to you here. Xena lowered her head and sincerely apologized to Arceus, then raised the Gem of Life in her hand. This is the Life Gem. I will return it to you. Arceus was stunned when he heard this, and looked down at what Xena was holding. What did you say? Its telepathy was slightly angry, and it obviously recognized it was fake at a glance. Xia Fan, who was watching from a distance, saw that they began to communicate in the spirit-sharing world, preparing to start a real war of the gods. This time, he wanted to let more legendary Pokémon join the battle. But before the battle, he gave them a psychological shot to prevent them from being frightened when they found out that rival was Arceus. But Hina did not hear the anger in Arceus' tone. Instead, she thought Arceus was shocked that they would return the Life Gem truthfully. So she took the Life Gem and placed it on a stone platform beside her, waiting for Arceus to come and take it, and said, "We have been guarding this thing, waiting to return it to you." Looking at the fake Gem of Life, Arceus was furious. He suppressed his anger and asked again, "You said this is the Life Gem? Say it again." "Arceus, what's wrong with you? This is the Gem of Life." Xena was surprised and didn't understand why Arceus reacted like this. But the next second, when Arceus teleported to the crowd and crushed the Life Gem with ease, Xena finally realized why, and her face turned pale as snow. After Arceus crushed the gem, he looked at everyone with cold eyes and said, "The Life Gem is my clone. It can't be broken easily." As soon as he finished speaking, Arceus spat out a flamethrower that was several times more powerful than Ho-Oh's sacred fire. When this breath of flame was exhaled, the entire mountain shook and the peak was burned into two. "I will never be deceived by you humans again. You all must accept my punishment." Arceus roared, and another powerful judgment shot out from his mouth. Countless meteorites like fireworks smashed towards Midna, an ancient city with thousands of years of history. "It's over. It's over now. How could that Life Gem be fake? Why? Our home is gone from now on." Xena slumped on the ground, looking at the furious Arceus. She blamed herself so much and was totally at a loss as to what to do. She just stared blankly at a light bullet that looked like a meteorite coming towards her. "Go, Hina!" Kabine pulled Xena and wanted to take her away, but Xena didn't move, as if she was determined to die. In the end, Xia Fan's substitute released Deoxys to use Safeguard to save her life and forcibly drag her away. What kind of Pokemon is this? After being rescued, Hina looked at this Pokemon she had never seen before, and it actually blocked a judgment from Arceus without any damage. Her eyes lit up again. This is Deoxys, a Pokemon from outer space. Don't think too much. It alone can only keep us alive. To confront Arceus head-on is to seek death. Xia Fan's substitute could tell at a glance what Xena was thinking, which was nothing more than wanting his Deoxys to help Midna fight Arceus. All right. Hope was ruthlessly crushed, and Xena lowered her head again. But Mr. Xia Fan, don't you still have Cresselia and Gengar? Let them fight with Deoxys and see if they can defeat it. Dawn suddenly suggested. Xia Fan's substitute shook his head decisively. Don't forget that it is a legendary Pokemon known as the God of Creation. Just the three of them are not enough unless... Unless what? Everyone stared at Xia Fan's substitute. Xia Fan's substitute spoke slowly. Unless the dozen legendary Pokemon from the Pantheon arrive here and everyone fights side by side, maybe we can still have a fighting chance. The Temple of the Gods. Hina and Kabine looked confused. Ash and the other two were delighted, but they were discouraged the next second. But how do we contact the Pantheon? I have a plan. Xia Fan's substitute showed a sly smile, called Dialga over. It has a grudge against Palkia and Giratina. Once it comes out, the other two will most likely come out. Once the other two come out and see Arceus, they should call the rest of the Pantheon over. In this way, the chances of winning the battle with Arceus will greatly increase. But wasn't Dialga just badly injured by Palkia and Giratina? Why would it be willing to come out again? And even if Dialga comes out again, why would Palkia and Giratina come out again? They've already been beaten up, so their resentment should have subsided. Ash asked doubtfully. That's what you said, but what else can you do if you don't try? This is the last way to save Midna. Xia Fan's substitute looked at Xena and Kabine. Xena and Kabine looked at each other, then looked at their home in danger and gritted their teeth. Between pitting Dialga or saving Midna, they chose to save Midna. So the next second, Xia Fan's substitute saw Hina close her eyes and start contacting Dialga. Xia Fan's substitute raised the corners of his mouth. What he wanted was to use Dialga to legitimately call all the members of the Pantheon over, so that he could not only subdue Arceus, but also Dialga at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. After a while, a dimensional hole appeared above their heads, and Dialga, covered in scars, emerged from it. As soon as he came out, he was seen by the furious Arceus. Dialga, are you going to stop me? Arceus shouted angrily. No. Dialga shook his head quickly, and the look he gave Arceus was full of fear and horror, which was countless times more terrifying than seeing Giratina. Then what are you doing here? Arceus asked angrily, a flamethrower already gathered in his mouth. If Dialga didn't give a satisfactory answer, he was afraid that this mouthful of flame would be spit towards it. Dialga was so panicked that he didn't know how to reply. Just now, Sina contacted him and told him that Palkia and Shirakana had a fight, and now both of them were seriously injured and fell to the ground. It was time for him to retaliate. So he endured the injury and rushed over happily, just to beat up the two fallen dogs to vent his hatred. But I never expected that when this guy came out, the first person I saw was Arceus. It screwed up a lot. What's even more terrifying is that anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Arceus is in a state of rage. Dialga lowered his head and looked at Sheena with a rage, wanting to ask her what was going on. Didn't she say Palkia and Giratina? Why did she see Arceus when he came out? Facing Dialga Rage's gaze, Hina turned her head and looked at Xia Fan's substitute. Xia Fan's substitute did not speak, but suddenly pointed to the other side and said excitedly, "Everyone look there." Hina, Kabine, and Ash looked at where Xia Fan's substitute was pointing. On the other side of soaring in the sky, two more dimensional holes appeared. Giratina and Palkia rushed out from them and used Safeguard to block two Arceus' judgment. A human and a Mew were standing above Giratina's head. Giratina, Palkia, are you two here to stop me like Dialga? After Giratina and Palkia appeared, Arceus questioned with cold eyes. Hearing Arceus lumping himself and Giratina Palkia together, Dialga panicked and tried to prove his innocence. "Sir Arceus, I am not here." But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Giratina, who shouted righteously, "That's right, Lord Arceus. Dialga and I came out to stop your atrocities." Equals. Dialga looked over with a look of astonishment on his face. "What the hell are you talking about? When did I ever say that I would work with you two shameless people to stop Lord Arceus? Even if I die, I will never stand side by side with you two shameless bastards." Dialga was about to defend himself again. "Sir Arceus, don't listen to his nonsense. I am your loyal." But before he could finish his words, Giratina interrupted him again. "Lord Arceus, if you don't stop your atrocities, don't blame us for insubordination. Dialga has long been dissatisfied with you and has secretly joined forces with the patron saints of other regions. If you insist on harming this world, you will not only be enemies with the three of us, but also the patron saints of other regions." After saying this, the human above Giratina glanced at Palkia, who quickly echoed Giratina's words and shouted, "You are right. If you don't stop your atrocities, Dialga will lead us to rebel against you, the god of creation. We will rule this world ourselves. Dialga will be our new big brother." "Dialga!" The god of creation Arceus looked at the already confused Dialga with a grim face. "You are so resourceful and so brave. You actually wanted to rebel against me and even persuaded the patron saints of other regions, except Giratina and Palkia, to rebel against me together. Do you know what I hate most in my life? The first is deception, and the second is betrayal. Call." A flamethrower came out of Arceus' mouth and went straight to Dialga, but was blocked by Giratina and Palkia. "Dialga, are you okay? Don't worry, we won't let you get hurt." Giratina did not forget to encourage while resisting. Dialga was almost mad enough to have a cerebral hemorrhage, and Arceus was almost mad enough to have a cerebral hemorrhage. He was still skeptical at first, but now that he saw Giratina and Palkia risking their lives to save Dialga, he immediately believed it 100% and shouted Dialga. The roar caused a violent wind to rise, the space to shake, and his murderous intent was revealed. Dialga was trembling with fear and said in panic, "Lord Arceus, don't listen to their nonsense. I have never betrayed you. I have always been your loyal subordinate. It was those two bastards who betrayed me. Look at the wounds on my body. They took turns beating me. I was beaten so badly. Don't be deceived by them." This time Giratina and Palkia did not interrupt it, but two huge dimensional holes appeared not far from them. A dragon roar and a phoenix roar came from inside. After a while, a Mega Evolution Rayquaza and Ho-Oh rushed out respectively, followed by Lugia, Kyogre, Entei, Raikou, Suicune, Articuno, Moltres, Regice, Regirock, Registeel, Latios, Latias, Shalebi, Darkrai, Manaphy, Heatran, Mesprit, Uxie, Azelf, Jamie, and at the back were Groudon and Regigigas. A total of 24 legendary Pokémon rushed out. As soon as they came out, the first thing they did was to shout to Dialga, "Master Dialga, we are all here to help you. Help you rebel against the god of creation Arceus. Help you ascend to the throne of the new god of creation and become the new ruler of this world. Sigma, degree. After hearing the shouting, Dialga was so stunned that he was speechless. I feel like even if I opened 100 more mouths, I still wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Arceus was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He never expected that the god of time, whom he created, would do such a big thing during his sleep and join forces with so many mythical beasts to rebel against him. Dialga, try to say you're wronged again. Arceus roared and used a judgment to directly hit soaring in the sky, and then hundreds of light bullets like meteorite normal hit Dialga. None of them hit the town of Midna, as if they wanted to kill Dialga with one blow. Seeing this scene, Dialga wanted to cry. What did it do wrong? Why did it treat itself like this? Why did it do nothing but have to bear the biggest spite from the god of creation, Arceus? It's so unfair, so unfair. I feel so wrong that I don't even know how to defend myself. Forget it. I won't resist or argue anymore. I'm tired. Let this world be destroyed. Thinking of this, Dialga closed his eyes and waited for hundreds of meteorites to hit him. Don't cry, kid. Arceus doesn't know how wronged you are, but I do. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Dialga's mind. It turned its head and saw a young man who had appeared beside it at some point. He was stepping on the air and looking at it with a mouthful of big white teeth. Behind the boy were many legendary Pokémon that worked together to block Arceus' hundreds of judgments. Who are you? Dialga looked at Xia Fan and felt that it looked familiar, but also a little surprised. How did it float? It did not sense the confusion fluctuations of other Pokémon around Xia Fan. Bayong Town, Temple of the Gods. Xia Fan said with a smile. Dialga suddenly realized and remembered that Xia Fan was the one who rushed in with a bunch of legendary Pokémon during the battle between Bayong Town and Palkia. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he might have been subdued by this man like Palkia. What are you doing? Dialga asked nervously. Now he realized that the 24 legendary Pokémon that appeared behind him were all brought by the person in front of him. How about following me? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow and took out a Pokeball from his waist. Now you can only survive if you follow me. If you follow Arceus, you will definitely be beaten to death. That's all your fault. Dialga's tone was a little exasperated. It was not stupid. From the brief conversation with Xia Fan, it had already understood that the grievances it had suffered were definitely caused by the man in front of it. Xia Fan shrugged and did not deny it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. Only routines can win people's hearts. You only have one way to go now. No other choice." After saying that, Xia Fan threw the Pokeball directly at Dialga, without caring whether it would bounce off with confusion or not. And Dialga, looking at the Pokeball and then at the 20 or so legendary Pokémon that were already fighting Arceus. Although he looked gritting his teeth at Xia Fan, he still chose not to resist the Pokeball coming at him. It knew that no matter what, Arceus had absolutely blamed all the blame for the war on itself. If it lost the war, it would definitely be the first to die. There was a flash of red light, and Dialga was put into the Pokeball. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Dialga. Please select one from the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Steel-type and Dragon-type legendary Pokemon, Dialga. Gender, none. Ability, Pressure, puts rival into a tense contest condition with a 10% chance of skill activation failure. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Dragon Breath, blows a strong breath towards rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition with a 30% chance. Scary Face, stares at rival with a scary face, scaring him, thus greatly reducing rival's speed. Iron Tail, uses a hardtail to slam rival to attack. Sometimes it will reduce rival's defense. Roar of Time, releases a powerful force that distorts time to attack rival. Flash Cannon, gather the light of the body at one point and release it. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Metal Burst, before using a move, return 1.5 times the last move damage received to rival. Destruction Ray, fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Earth Power, releases Earth Power at rival's feet. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Safeguard, protected by magical power for a period of time, so that you will not be affected by status condition. Looking at Dialga's many powerful skills, Xia Fan said in his heart without thinking. System, I want to choose Dialga's Roar of Time. After a while, Xia Fan obtained Dialga's exclusive skill Roar of Time. He was not in a hurry to try out his skills, but instead released Dialga from the Pokeball, then used teleportation to summon Latias, Mew, and Celebi who were in the battle to his side, and together they used the skill Wish on Dialga, who is still in the injured contest condition, to heal his injuries. Stay here and heal your wounds. Join the battle when you are better. Those who join the battle with serious injuries will often be a drag. Xia Fan said to Dialga, and then a teleport appeared above Rayquaza's head. At this time, Mega Evolution's Rayquaza was rushing to the forefront of the battlefield with Giratina, Ho-Oh, Palkia, Lugia, and Kyogre, while Articuno, Moltres, Latios, Manaphy, Darkrai, Mesprit, Uxie, Azelf, and Jamie in Soaring in the Sky form were providing cover from behind with their skills. On ground, Groudon and Regigigas stood at the forefront of ground, with Nei, Raikou, Suicune, Regice, Regirock, Registeel, and Heatran behind them. Together with Groudon and Regigigas, they launched skill attacks towards Arceus and resisted Arceus' judgment to prevent the light gravel from causing greater damage to Medina. However, facing Arceus, more than 20 legendary Pokémon still could not gain the upper hand, and could not even cause much damage. Master, Arceus possesses the most precious treasure in the universe. Most of our skills can't cause any damage to Arceus. On the contrary, if it uses any skill to hit us, we can't resist it at all. Rayquaza said to Xia Fan with embarrassment. And to prove it, it fired a destructive death ray while speaking, but it was easily sucked into Arceus' body. Xia Fan paused. Then he remembered that Arceus still preserved the life sources of other attributes in his body. Now, except for the 5 life sources it lost, ground, water, grass, thunder, and dragon, 5 skill attributes can cause damage to it. If you want to cause damage with the skills of other attributes, it is simply a dream. From now on, all of you will use these 5 skills: ground, water, grass, lightning, and dragon. Xia Fan hurriedly said to the Pokémon. Upon hearing this, all the legendary Pokémon began to use these 5 attribute skills. Among them, the exclusive skills of these 3 region guardians, Kyogre's Origin Pulse, Groudon's Precipice Blades, and Palkia's Spatial Rend, are the main ones. The exclusive skills of other regions, such as Giratina, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, and Lugia, are restrained, so they can only be assisted by small skills. However, even with the combined attack of more than 20 Pokémon, this battle was beyond Xia Fan's expectations. When Arceus was facing the 5 types of skills, ground, water, grass, lightning, and dragon, he easily blocked the combined attack of more than 20 legendary Pokémon with just 1 destructive death ray. Then he roared to the sky without hesitation, and the whole world changed color. Countless space vortices emerged instantly. In these space vortices, various colors of strange powers from the universe emerged. All this power poured into Arceus' body. All the divine beasts looked at these cosmic powers of different colors and were terrified. It's cosmic power. It's mobilizing power from the universe. Feeling the surging power, Rayquaza trembled and said, "Master, this Arceus is countless times more powerful than me. The cosmic power it mobilizes is also dozens, no, hundreds, thousands of times more than mine. This is truly terrifying." Deoxys, who can also use cosmic power, showed an expression of inferiority for the first time after seeing Arceus' cosmic power. Xia Fan swallowed his saliva as he listened to what Rayquaza and Deoxys said. Cosmic power is a skill that is equivalent to adding a defense buff. According to Deoxys, there's no need to fight, just stand there and wait to die. That's an exaggeration. It's 100 or 1,000 times stronger than your skills. Xia Fan said to Deoxys nervously. But after a while, Xia Fan believed it, because he took advantage of Arceus' buff and asked everyone to work together to launch a wave of skills to sneak attack. But the result was that these skills were easily blocked by Arceus with just 1 safeguard, and even the thin film of the safeguard was not broken. After another joint attack failed, Rayquaza said to Xia Fan, "Master, the only way now is to use your previous sneaking methods to subdue it. I feel that in a head-on confrontation, even if we have 10 more allies, we still cannot defeat Arceus, because not only can we not match it in attack, but also in defense, unless you can strip away all the life source in its body. This life source is not only the source of its defense, but also the source of its strength." "You're talking nonsense. If I had the ability to remove the remaining 11 sources of life from its body, would I still be able to call all of you here?" Xia Fan curled his lips. The next second, he paused and realized something was wrong. Wait, what do you mean by using my previous sneaky methods to subdue him? Where have I ever sneaked or done anything sneaky in the past? Rayquaza did not reply. Anyway, those who understand will understand, and it knows that Xia Fan must understand what it means. The other partners also knew what it meant. Feeling the gazes of Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, Lugia, Kyogre, Giratina, and Palkia, Xia Fan sighed and reached his hand to his waist. Didn't he just want him to subdue Arceus stealthily by a sneak attack? Why was he so blunt? Why not just say, Master, now I can only rely on you to subdue Arceus in your own way? Looking at Arceus in the distance, whose buff was almost finished, Xia Fan took a deep breath, said a few words of encouragement in his heart, and then began to let the Pokémon cover him. He entered the invisible contest condition, preparing to sneak up on Arceus. The Pokémon obeyed the order and once again used their skills together, this time using their maximum strength to try to hold Arceus back. Arceus also walked out of the blessing of cosmic power. The space vortex around him gradually dissipated. Facing Rayquaza and their joint attack again, Arceus' blood-red eyes became even colder. The skill of Destruction Ray, which requires accumulated energy, is almost instantly activated in its mouth, fighting against the skills of other Pokémon in mid-air, and using Safeguard to dodge the skill attacks of Groudon, Regigigas, and Entei Raikou from ground. This collision lasted for nearly half a minute, and Arceus' eyes flashed with surprise, because he felt that this combined attack was several times stronger than the previous ones, and it was obvious that they were really going to fight it to the death. Thinking of this, Arceus became even more angry, and looked at Dialga, who was hiding in the back and receiving treatment. I can't understand how such a loser could convince these guys to work for him. Seeing Arceus rage his eyes, Dialga pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only bite the bullet and snorted coldly. He was already hated anyway, and dying standing was 100 times more beautiful than dying on his knees. After snorting coldly, Dialga discovered Xia Fan's substitute, Ash and Hina, not far away. A light bulb went off in its head, and considering the misfortune that had happened to Midna, it suddenly thought of another way to save its life. And at a height of dozens of meters away from Arceus, Xia Fan had been waiting for the moment when Arceus' safeguard disappeared. After waiting for nearly half a minute, he finally saw Arceus preparing to replace a new layer of safeguard. Right now, seeing the safeguard disappear, Xia Fan was very excited, and without hesitation, a teleport appeared above Arceus' head. Throw the Pokeball in your hand. But just as the Pokeball was about to flash red, Xia Fan's pupil shrank. Because Arceus suddenly disappeared under him, the Pokeball missed. He quickly looked around and saw Arceus standing next to him, looking at him coldly with bloodshot eyes. Human, Arceus asked coldly. Well, Xia Fan was sweating profusely at this moment. Under Arceus' gaze, he didn't know why, but he couldn't even move. He felt a force coming from all directions and rushing towards him. Even though his body had been strengthened many times by the system, he still had a hard time under this force. If I have to move, I will feel like an octogenarian, so slow that it makes people feel distressed. Human, Arceus asked coldly again. Hundreds of meters away, Rayquaza and the others saw Xia Fan lying motionless and being stared at by Arceus. They were frightened and sweated profusely. Without thinking, they continued to attack together. But the next second, they were suddenly shocked, and then a powerful gravity pressed towards them. Articuno, Moltres, Latios, Manaphy, Mesprit, Uxie, Azelf, and soaring in the sky form of Jimmer were directly pressed down by the gravity and fell to the ground. Rayquaza, Giratina, Ho-Oh, Lugia, Kyogre, and Darkrai were fine. They could still fly under this power, but it was very uncomfortable. However, Palkia was the easiest among them, using the origin of space to balance the gravity. But it was afraid of death, so when it saw the situation around it, in order not to stand out, it quickly pretended to be flying in gravity. Meanwhile, on ground, Groudon and Regigigas had knelt on one knee under gravity and were now gritting their teeth and slowly standing up again. Behind him, Inei, Raikou, Sen, Regis the Ice God Pillar, Regirock the Rock God Pillar, Registeel the Steel God Pillar, and Heatran suffered the most as they fell to the ground when gravity came. And like the two adults before them, they are now struggling to fend off gravity and stand up again. Are they worried about you? Arceus asked Xia Fan coldly. Hee hee. No way, you're overthinking it. Xia Fan smiled awkwardly at Arceus with sweat all over his forehead. Are you human? Arceus returned to the first question. Yes and no. Xia Fan hesitated for a long time and chose to talk nonsense. What do you mean by yes and no? Arceus asked coldly. Because I possess divine power, I can use the power of this world just like you. If you must identify my race, you can identify me as half human, half god. Xia Fan said nonsense. And to prove this ridiculous statement, Xia Fan spewed out the scorching sacred fire from his mouth. After seeing the sacred fire, Arceus, who was originally a little skeptical, believed it immediately. Interesting. Arceus sneered. You, a half-human, half-god, want to subjugate me? No, absolutely not. Xia Fan denied it without even thinking about it. He could admit the other things, but this one, no matter how hard he tried. If he admitted it, it would be like trying to hit his head against a knife placed on his neck. Arceus didn't reply, but used confusion to send the pokeball that had missed the target to Xia Fan, as if to explain himself. Xia Fan broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the pokeball, and quickly used his skill nasty plot to develop his brain and think of even more ridiculous methods. 2 seconds later, Xia Fan suddenly calmed down and said righteously, Master Arceus, I actually threw this pokeball to test you. Test me. Arceus felt offended. The bloodshot in his eyes became even more intense, and a destructive death ray began to condense in his mouth, as if he wanted to spit out Xia Fan with a mouthful of destructive death ray. But the next second, Xia Fan's words made it disperse the destructive death light directly. I'm testing you to see if you're qualified to make me submit to you and become your subordinate. Now it seems that you're obviously qualified because you will not be conquered by human pokeballs, and you are still the strongest on this planet and in the universe. Xia Fan said, Submit to me? Arceus looked at Xia Fan carefully with bloodshot eyes. Xia Fan, whose acting skills exploded, said loudly without blinking, That's right. I grew up listening to your stories. I know that you are not only the first Pokémon in the universe, but also the creator of this world, the father of many legendary Pokémon. Without you, there would be no life in this world, and there would be no humans and many Pokémon. You are the greatest ruler of this world. No, this universe. If possible, please allow me to call you Dad. Speaking of this, Xia Fan immediately revealed the worshipful look of a crazy fan. Arceus felt a little embarrassed when he was called Dad, and turned his head away, not wanting to look Xia Fan in the eye. Many mythical beasts hundreds of meters away were stunned, especially Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga, who had just joined Xia Fan's mythical beast camp. My eyes are about to bulge out. It's unbelievable how Xia Fan had the nerve to say such a thing. In order to save his life, damn it, can he just call out the word Dad? None of the three of them have ever said this word. Dialga, in particular, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had just betrayed it and became its master, but this master turned to the enemy Arceus in the blink of an eye. Damn, where does this put it? Is this something a normal person would do? Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, Lugia, the mythical beasts who had known Xia Fan for a long time, simply turned their heads away, as if they were ashamed to be associated with him, but they did not seem too shocked. After all, these were indeed words that Xia Fan, who spoke differently to different people, would say. His face is so thick that even a city wall cannot match it. As expected of Xia Huyo, he is finally going to start talking nonsense again. Xia Fan's third legendary Pokémon, Raikou, spoke frankly after listening. Even the honest man, Entei, couldn't help but repeat what Raikou used to say. I'd rather believe there are ghosts in the world than believe what Xia said. Having followed Xia Fan for so long, They can tell at once what Xia Fan says is nonsense. Words like this about worshipping Arceus are completely bullshit. Moreover, they also know that whenever Xia Fan lies, they only need to listen to Xia Fan's words in reverse order to know what he really thinks. For someone like this who calls him dad, Xia Fan's real thoughts in his heart must be that he is calling him son. Thinking of this in the spiritual world shared by NTI and Reiku, the next second, Xia Fan suddenly heard the voice cursing the god of creation Arceus, as they be **************, saying, "If you dare, let me go, and I will definitely beat you into a fool." After hearing this, NTI and Reiku looked at each other while lying on the ground. Then they sighed at the same time and turned their heads to the side. Get used to it and become immune. In human terms, Mr. Xia's behavior means that I am timid in reality, but I strike hard in the spiritual shared world. That's enough. Shut up. Arceus felt embarrassed when Xia Fan kept calling him dad, so he stopped him angrily, but the fierceness in his eyes faded a little. Xia Fan saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. His life should be half saved. After all, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. He has been such a lapdog. If you, Arceus, still want to kill him, it will be the height of unsportsmanlike behavior. As for the other half of his life, he needs the help of the boss Ash. Therefore, Xia Fan immediately said, "Lord Arceus, the reason why I came to Medina today is because I sense that you were about to wake up, so I came here to greet you. I also know that you were deceived by a damned human thousands of years ago, which led to the loss of the 5 life gems that merged the source of life. If possible, can you give me the task of finding the life gem? I can definitely help you find the real gem, and then return it to its original owner and get it back to you." Really, the fierce light in Arceus' eyes faded a little, and he was obviously moved by what was said. The reason why it came here today, in addition to revenge on the humans who deceived it in the past, is to take back its own life gem and make up for the gap in strength and life. Hearing some fluctuations in Arceus' cold tone, Xia Fan was secretly delighted and turned to look in the direction of Ash and the others. As a result, his expression froze instantly because Ash, his substitute, and Hina were gradually becoming transparent and disappearing under Dialga's gaze. Among them, its substitute was directly dispersed under the pressure of a force. "What are you doing?" Xia Fan shouted angrily to Dialga in the shared spiritual world. Dialga, who didn't know about the existence of the spiritual shared world, was stunned by Xia Fan's yelling. It was only after Mew beside it told it that it understood. Dialga hurriedly said to Xia Fan, "I know what happened here that year. I know what Lord Arceus went through. So the only way to appease his emotions is to find the life gem. But currently no one knows where the real life gem is in this world. The only way is to go back to the year before the disaster happened, find a life gem, and hand it over to Lord Arceus as it should be. In this way, today's crisis will no longer exist." After saying that, Dialga added to himself in his mind, "In this way, the crisis I am about to face today may no longer exist. Damn, Xia Fan, if I rely on you, I will definitely not survive tomorrow, hum. If I believe a word from you again in the future, I'll be a big idiot." After hearing Dialga's reply, Xia Fan said without hesitation, "Get ready and send me over as well." After that, Xia Fan said to Arceus, "Lord Arceus, please give me some time. I will definitely help you find the life gem and return it to you intact. If I can't do it, I will be struck by lightning. But what if you run away?" Arceus said, "Xia Fan adheres to the philosophy that flattery can never be worn out," and said directly, "How can I escape from your palm? You are the omnipotent creator god, Arceus. You can escape the monk, but not the temple. If I run away, it will not be easy for you to find me, and it will be even easier for you to kill me." "That's right." Arceus nodded, satisfied with Xia Fan's awareness of the current situation. Xia Fan struck while the iron was hot and said shamelessly, "But Lord Arceus, I need to tell you first, while I'm away, I hope you can calm down the rage for a while and stop fighting. After all, peace is the most precious thing. Are you teaching me how to do things?" Arceus' voice was cold again. Xia Fan shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. After all, you're the great creator god Arceus, and the patron gods of each region are your subordinates. This time they got carried away and made a mistake. I will help you tell them about your generosity and let them follow you again, and follow you again with a grateful heart. Otherwise, I will strike you with lightning. Arceus' expression softened slightly when he heard this, and he nodded again. Seeing this, Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction at his own cleverness. A teleport disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Dialga the next second, picking up several Pokeballs that Substitute had dropped earlier. Then, under the time origin of Dialga, he disappeared from the place with Mew. When I came to my senses again, I was already in a space-time tunnel like Mew normal. In this space-time tunnel, Xia Fan didn't dare to move around with Solation, so he just stood there quietly holding Mew. 5 seconds later, there was a flash of white light, and Xia Fan was in the garden of an ancient castle. He looked around and found that this place was very similar to what he saw in the ruins. But this place looks very new, not as old as it was back then, and there are no signs of time that can be seen at a glance. It seems that we have indeed gone back thousands of years. Xia Fan muttered softly. He looked up at soaring in the sky. The sun was shining brightly at that moment, and it was not the moment of solar eclipse as Xia Fan had expected. Dialga, what is going on? Why didn't you send me to the moment of the solar eclipse? Xia Fan said in the spiritual shared world. Master, we've been there before. Dialga said. Just before you arrived, Hina and your 3 companions had already carried out an operation at that time. But due to lack of time, they failed to complete the mission and return the real-life gem to Lord Arceus, which still deceived Lord Arceus. So after the mission failed, Hina suggested that I go a few hours earlier to give them some time to prepare, so I sent you here with me. Xia Fan nodded when he heard this. If that was the case, then it was understandable. But how are they prepared now? Xia Fan took Mew into the invisible contest condition and then stepped into the castle. Inside the castle, Xia Fan often saw guards with weapons. They looked serious and were on high alert. However, no matter when and where, there will always be sneaky slack-off products. When Xia Fan was on his way to find Ash and the others, he saw 2 skinny young men separated from the escort team, hiding in a corner with a lazy look on their faces and talking nonsense. Did you see the yellow-haired beauty just now? She was so beautiful like a fairy. Her clothes were so exquisite, and you can tell at a glance that they were not ordinary. Even the exquisiteness of Lord Chi Xian's clothes is far inferior to mine. I also think that the outsider really looks like a fairy. She is so beautiful. There is another imprisoned little Stephanie. I think she is also pretty, but she is too young. I think if she grows up a few years, she will be as beautiful as the fairy. The 2 thin young men talked back and forth, and Xia Fan understood immediately that they were referring to Miss Hina and Dawn. So the next second, Xia Fan showed up without saying a word and fired 2 dark voids, bringing the 2 guys into a nightmare and interrogating them about what happened. After a while, Xia Fan learned the whole story. It turned out that Ash and Miss Hina suddenly appeared in the castle half an hour ago. The noise attracted the attention of the guards, who surrounded them. Afterwards, Ash and the other 3 were hypnotized by a Bronzong and locked in a cage because they were too resistant. Sina said that she came to stop the fight with Arceus, so she was taken to a room alone by the castle's ruler Chizen and entertained. After listening to what the 2 people said, Xia Fan went to find Xena's location. After a while, he came to a room. In the room, Xena was sitting at a dining table and talking to a young man with red hair and a long red coat. Beside the young man, there's a Bronzong and a legendary Pokémon, Heatran, guarding him. However, Xia Fan did not receive any god-level hints for this Heatran. After taking a look at the environment, Xia Fan looked at the young man, who was just asking, in the future you saw, what kind of attack did Damos launch on Arceus? Hina said truthfully, using Pokemon's Thunder Shock or having Rock fall down and attack it. But this did not work, and instead made Arceus even more rage, causing him to launch a horrific attack on Midna. I hope Master Chizen can stop this from happening. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. looking at the young man opposite him. If he remembered correctly, this young man, named Xia Fan, was not a good guy. After hearing Dialga's reply, Xia Fan said, without hesitation, "Get ready and send me over as well." After that, Xia Fan said to Arceus, "Lord Arceus, please give me some time. I will definitely help you find the life gem and return it to you intact. If I can't do it, I will be struck by lightning." "But what if you run away?" Arceus said. Xia Fan adheres to the philosophy that flattery can never be worn out, and said directly, "How can I escape from your palm? You are the omnipotent creator god, Arceus. You can escape the monk, but not the temple. If I run away, it will not be easy for you to find me, and it will be even easier for you to kill me." "That's right." Arceus nodded, satisfied with Xia Fan's awareness of the current situation. Xia Fan struck while the iron was hot and said shamelessly, "But Lord Arceus, I need to tell you first, while I'm away, I hope you can calm down the rage for a while and stop fighting. After all, peace is the most precious thing. Are you teaching me how to do things?" Arceus' voice was cold again. Xia Fan shook his head repeatedly. "No, no, no. After all, you're the great creator god Arceus, and the patron gods of each region are your subordinates. This time I got carried away and made a mistake. I will help you tell them about your generosity and let them follow you again, and follow you again with a grateful heart. Otherwise, I will strike you with lightning." Arceus' expression softened slightly when he heard this, and he nodded again. Seeing this, Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction at his own cleverness. A teleport disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Dialga the next second, picking up several Pokeballs that Substitute had dropped earlier. Then, under the time origin of Dialga, he disappeared from the place with Mew. When I came to my senses again, I was already in a space-time tunnel like Mew normal. In this space-time tunnel, Xia Fan didn't dare to move around with Solation, so he just stood there quietly holding Mew. 5 seconds later, there was a flash of white light, and Xia Fan was in the garden of an ancient castle. He looked around and found that this place was very similar to what he saw in the ruins. But this place looks very new, not as old as it was back then, and there are no signs of time that can be seen at a glance. It seems that we have indeed gone back thousands of years. Xia Fan muttered softly. He looked up at soaring in the sky. The sun was shining brightly at that moment, and it was not the moment of solar eclipse as Xia Fan had expected. "Dialga, what is going on? Why didn't you send me to the moment of the solar eclipse?" Xia Fan said in the spiritual shared world. "Master, we've been there before." Dialga said, "Just before you arrived, Hina and your 3 companions had already carried out an operation at that time. But due to lack of time, they failed to complete the mission and return the real-life gem to Lord Arceus, which still deceived Lord Arceus. So after the mission failed, Hina suggested that I go a few hours earlier to give them some time to prepare, so I sent you here with me." Xia Fan nodded when he heard this. If that was the case, then it was understandable. But how are they prepared now? Xia Fan took Mew into the invisible contest condition and then stepped into the castle. Inside the castle, Xia Fan often saw guards with weapons. They looked serious and were on high alert. However, no matter when and where, there will always be sneaky slack-off products. When Xia Fan was on his way to find Ash and the others, he saw 2 skinny young men separated from the escort team, hiding in a corner with a lazy look on their faces and talking nonsense. "Did you see the yellow-haired beauty just now? She was so beautiful, like a fairy. Her clothes were so exquisite, and you can tell at a glance that they were not ordinary. Even the exquisiteness of Lord Xia Fan's clothes is far inferior to mine. I also think that the outsider really looks like a fairy. She is so beautiful. There is another imprisoned little Stephanie. I think she's also pretty, but she is too young. I think if she grows up a few years, she will be as beautiful as the fairy." The 2 thin young men talked back and forth, and Xia Fan understood immediately that they were referring to Miss Hina and Dawn. So the next second, Xia Fan showed up without saying a word and fired 2 dark voids, bringing the 2 guys into a nightmare and interrogating them about what happened. After a while, Xia Fan learned the whole story. It turned out that Ash and Miss Hina suddenly appeared in the castle half an hour ago. The noise attracted the attention of the guards, who surrounded them. Afterwards, Ash and the other three were hypnotized by a bronzong and locked in a cage because they were too resistant. Xia said that she came to stop the fight with Arceus, so she was taken to a room alone by the castle's ruler Chizin and entertained. After listening to what the two people said, Xia Fan went to find Xena's location. After a while, he came to a room. In the room, Xena was sitting at a dining table and talking to a young man with red hair and a long red coat. Beside the young man, there is a bronzong and a legendary Pokémon Heatran guarding him. However, Xia Fan did not receive any god-level hints for this Heatran. After taking a look at the environment, Xia Fan looked at the young man, who was just asking, "In the future you saw, what kind of attack did Damos launch on Arceus?" Hina said truthfully, using Pokemon's Thunder Shock, or having Rock fall down and attack it, but this did not work, and instead made Arceus even more rage, causing him to launch a horrific attack on Midna. I hope Master Chizin can stop this from happening. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, looking at the young man opposite him. If he remembered correctly, this young man, named Xian, was not a good guy. What about the silver water? After Xena finished speaking, Xian on the opposite side suddenly asked. Sheena paused. Xian said calmly, "We didn't use it?" Sheena nodded. "I understand. I will trust you. I will stop Damos. I must return the Gem of Life to Arceus." Chizin stood up from his seat, picked up a staff that was leaning against the table, and walked toward Sheena. Hearing this, Xena immediately stood up excitedly, her eyes full of tears as she said, "Thank you for your trust." Xian smiled, walked closer to Xena, pressed a button on the staff, and soon an exquisite transparent gem appeared from the top. "This is the Gem of Life. You should return it to Arceus," Xian said. Xena was shocked. She looked at the flawless life gem and pointed at herself in disbelief. "Is it really okay for me to hand it over to Arceus?" Xian smiled, turned around and walked to the windowsill, and said with his back to Xena, "Believe in yourself, you will change history." As he spoke, Xian took advantage of the opportunity when his back was facing Xena to quietly put the life gem on the staff into his arms, then press the button to close the mechanism on the staff. "Okay, let's go, you can do it." Xian handed the empty staff to Xena. "Thank you, Lord Xian. I will definitely complete the task you assign me." Xena took the staff and left with an attendant under Xian's arrangement. "Oh kid, you are so naive. You believe everything he says." Looking at Xena's back as she left, Xia Fan couldn't help but sigh. You saw what Xian did on the windowsill just now. "Master, that should be the real-life gem just now. I felt the powerful vitality in the gem, which is definitely not comparable to the broken thing we saw the first time. Should we snatch it now and return it to Arceus?" Mew said to Xia Fan. Xia Fan shook his head and looked at Xian, who had a sinister look on his face, with a playful look on his face. Xian shouted to the guards outside the door, "Come here, prepare the silver water quickly." "Lord Xian, how much do you want to prepare?" the guard asked. "Of course, the more the better. It would be best if we could bring all the silver water in Midna here." Xian looked a little crazy. According to what the little girl said just now, neither Thundershock nor Rock Throw can kill Arceus. So we should prepare a large amount of silver water to increase the damage of Thundershock. In short, Arceus must die here today, and the life orb must stay in Midna. I believe that people in the future will thank us. After saying that, Xian turned his back to the guards, took out the life gem from his arms, and caressed it greedily. Mew couldn't help but wanted to grab it directly, but was stopped by Xia Fan. "Not urgent, first class," Xia Fan said in the spiritual shared world. Seeing Xian's crazy expression, his greed for Arceus was rekindled. Bad guys also have their advantages. He has made up his mind that since Chizin wants Arceus to die so much, he will help him. If Arceus is really forced into a desperate situation by him, he will take advantage of Arceus' serious injury to subdue him. If he couldn't force him into a desperate situation, he would decisively and honestly snatch the Jade of Life, return it to Arceus, and continue to be Arceus' biggest bootlicker. As human beings, in order to achieve our goals, we must always know how to adapt to changing circumstances. 2 minutes later, Xia Fan left the reception room and headed to the cell where Ash and the others were being held. The cell where Ash and the other two were being held was deep underground. Xia Fan followed the instructions of the two perverts, and it took him 5 minutes to get there. When Xia Fan first walked into the cell, he only saw an old man who was about 70 years old guarding there with a weapon. As he got closer, he saw Ash and the other three talking to a burly middle-aged man. Xia Fan did not show up, but hid invisibly nearby and eavesdropped. After eavesdropping for a while, Xia Fan realized from Ash's address that the middle-aged man was Damos. At this time, Damos was explaining to Ash and the others that he had never thought of betraying Arceus, and told Ash and the others how he met Arceus, saying that he had always been grateful to Arceus. The reason why he was in prison here today was because his subordinate Chi Xian disagreed with him, betrayed him, and imprisoned him. Therefore, if he betrayed Arceus in the future, it must be Chi Xian's doing, letting Bronzong, who could hypnotize others, manipulate him to betray Arceus. After listening to Damo's story, Ash and the other two chose to believe it and began to think about how to escape. "Master, why don't we show up and help them escape?" Mew suddenly said. Xia Fan shook his head. "No, they're all people with Hideki's luck. Believe it or not, they can definitely rely on themselves to get out." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound in the cell, and a Pico holding a key crawled out a small hole in the ground, followed by Ash's Pikachu and Dawn's Piplup. They handed the key to Damos. Damos, who got the key, opened the cell door easily in front of the white-haired old guard, then threw the key to the old guard and left with Ash and the others. "You see, I was right, they're all Hideki's lucky people. They can get out safely with or without your master." Xia Fan looked at Mew with a smile. Mew was speechless, not knowing how to respond. But after a while, he sensed something and continued to say to Xia Fan, "Master, the solar eclipse has begun. Here we go." Xia Fan had teleport, and Mew appeared outside the castle. As Mew said, soaring in the sky is already dark at this time, and the sun is slowly being swallowed by the moon. When there was only a tiny bit of Cal left, a dimensional hole appeared in Midna's sky. Colorful beams of light were projected from inside, which was beautiful beyond words. Arceus rushed out of the beautiful beams and rushed towards the castle on Xia Fan's side. At this moment, Arceus' eyes were clear, without any anger. Even when passing by Xia Fan and Mew, he just looked at it in surprise, without thinking too much, nor did he deliberately pull it out of the invisible contest condition. Compared with the furious image of the god of death that Xia Fan saw thousands of years later, he was completely different. "I'm here to retrieve the life gem." Arceus entered through the castle's main gate, and the voice was transmitted throughout the castle via telepathy. Xia Fan and Mew followed behind, hiding quietly to the side. Arceus noticed it, but did not drive them away. Arceus' voice was gentle and comfortable to listen to, which made Xia Fan reluctant to let it face the next betrayal. However, when he thought that only if Arceus suffered could he tame it, he immediately gave up and wanted Arceus to suffer quickly and embrace him. After all, human mouths can lie. However, as long as they follow Xia, no one dares to cheat. As the master, you will definitely take the lead, trick the other party into becoming lame, and then beat them up to vent his anger, of course, except for the master himself. Arceus' voice spread throughout the castle, and soon a young girl came up to Arceus from the stairs holding a staff. "I am Xena, and the orb of life is right here." The girl raised her staff and shouted, "Where's Damos?" Arceus was a little surprised when he saw that it was not his friend who returned the jewel of life. "Damos won't come," said Xena. "What happened?" Arceus asked softly. Without even thinking, Xena said, "Damos is planning to betray you." "What a stupid woman." Xia Fan sighed. "No matter whether there was betrayal or not, you should not say it directly. After all, he is your ancestor. What did you say?" As Xia Fan thought, Arceus' tone changed immediately when he heard this, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Xena hurriedly added, "But don't worry, the life jade is in my hands now. I will give it to you now." Arceus nodded, his anger immediately hidden. But when Xena raised the staff, pressed the switch, and the staff sky was empty, Arceus suddenly felt that he was being fooled. He looked at Xena coldly, waiting for an explanation. Xena looked terrified. "This is impossible. The staff has always been in my hand. It was Xia Fan who personally handed the life gem to me." Hina paused in the middle of her words, her mind recollecting Chisen's sudden and inexplicable turn before handing her the staff. Sheena screamed, "It's Chisen, Lord Arceus. The life orb is still there." Sizzle. Halfway through his words, an astonishing blue light suddenly appeared above them. The blue light was dazzling, and Arceus and Xena looked up, only to see countless lightning bolts striking Arceus. There were probably tens of thousands of them, and these lightning bolts struck Arceus, who was caught off guard, causing him unbearable pain. Xia Fan, who was hiding in a corner and watching this scene, saw a teleport appear in the lightning launch area, and found that the originally closed place in the castle suddenly had many secret passages, in which stood many electric-type Pokémon and Pokémon that could use electric-type skills. After a rough estimate, Xia Fan felt that there were at least tens of thousands of them. These Pokémon are now using their strongest electric skills under the command of a man. "How dare you lie to me?" Arceus, who suffered thunder shock, looked at Xena with a painful expression and began to condense destructive death light in his mouth, wanting to blast this vicious woman into pieces in one bite. But just as he was about to condense, a cold voice came from above. "Release the silver water." 2 seconds later, a highly corrosive, conductive, and viscous silver liquid began to pour out from the top of Arceus' head. These liquids were like surging waves and suddenly poured over Arceus. Arceus immediately fell from midair to the bottom of the castle. Arceus began to wail continuously because Thundershock's damage began to double under the blessing of silver water. It wanted to escape, but due to the strong viscosity of the silver water, it couldn't move at all and could only passively take the blow. This guy's methods are really amazing. He actually made Arceus suffer a great loss. Xia Fan was amazed and couldn't help praising Xia Fan's methods. But Arceus really underestimated human nature. Things like the life gem make me drool, not to mention these guys. "Arceus, the gem of life is here. I will never give this back to you." Chisen stood on the viewing platform, looking at the powerful Arceus below, who was in great pain because of his own actions. He began to feel proud and thought that he would become the greatest contributor to Midna today. "You've been lying to me all along, haven't you?" Xena looked up angrily. "Thank you for telling me what will happen in the future. Thanks to you, history can be changed." Xia Fan waved his hand excitedly. "Pour out all the silver water. Today we must make Arceus sleep here forever." Hearing this, Xena shouted and tried to stop it, but under Xia Fan's order, more silver water gushed out after 2 seconds. The silver water poured on Arceus, making Arceus even more painful. He fell directly to the ground, and it was difficult to condense energy in his mouth. Xia Fan began to put his hands on his waist, wondering whether he should throw the ball right now. But after thinking for a while, he, who has the stable attribute, decided to use a more reliable method. That is to control a human to throw the ball. If he successfully throws it, everyone is happy, and you can take Arceus into your pocket. If he's killed by Arceus on the spot, then you'd better just be a dog. Never be the first to do something. Otherwise, even if you return the life gem to Arceus later, it will still bear a grudge against you. After thinking about it, Xia Fan, a teleport, appeared next to Xia Fan, ready to use this guy as a scapegoat. However, just as he reached Chisen's side, Ash arrived. Chi-Xin returned the gem of life to Arceus. Ash Rage yells at Chisen, wanting him to return the life gem to Arceus. "It's too late now. This is ours." Chisen naturally refused and turned to look at his Heatran. "Flamethrower. Cedo." Heatran roared and spit out burning flames from his mouth. However, This flamethrower was easily dodged by Pikachu and Ash, and then Pikachu used Thunderbolt to electrocute Heatran. Seeing this, Xin quickly shouted to his other Pokemon Bronzong. Bronzong, confuse Ray. Bronzong shouted, and a beam of light shot out from the mouth of the bell. But Dawn, who arrived, ordered Piplup to use Bubble Beam to block it. Behind Dawn, there are a dozen Raticate in the Chengdu region's Big Three, Cyndaquil, Totodile, and Chikorita. These guys followed Dawn and wanted to fight against Xin together with Ash and others. Oh my goodness, is the protagonist's halo going to explode? Xia Fan's mouth twitched. After all, Heatran, a legendary Pokemon, was suppressed by Pikachu. If this wasn't the protagonist's halo exploding, he wouldn't believe anything he said. Not only that, at this moment, Xia Fan noticed that Hina and Damos were standing together below, and the two guys were clasping their fists towards the Electro Pokemon around them, as if they wanted to use their telepathy to make those Pokemon stop attacking Arceus. Xia Fan saw this, and without saying a word, he teleported behind the two of them and cast a dark void on each of them, causing them to fall into a painful nightmare and terminating their telepathic contact with those Pokemon. Then he returned to Xin and helped Xin drive away Ash and the others. That's right, drive Ash and the others away so that they don't disturb Xin's operation against Arceus. At this time, Chisen's Heatran and Bronzong, under the influence of Ash's protagonist Halo, were beaten back by Pikachu and the others. But Xin still refused to return the Jade of Life. He held the Jade tightly and said, "Get out of here quickly, you guys from the future. You will definitely thank me in the future because Arceus will be buried here. Therefore, Arceus will never appear in the future again. I will change history." But Ash and Dawn, who were firm in their belief, didn't buy it at all and continued to command Pikachu, Piplup, as well as Raticate and the three major players in Chengdu, beat up Heatran and Bronzong. Chikorita, Vine, take the Jewel of Life. Just when Heatran and Bronzong were completely deadlocked, Ash gave an order to the Chikorita. Chikorita stretched out two vines and quickly whipped them towards Chisen. However, when the vines were about to be drawn, a barrier shaped like a safeguard suddenly appeared around Xin and blocked them. What's going on? Ash and Dawn were stunned, full of disbelief. Xin, on the other hand, looked at the barrier that was protecting him in astonishment. The next second, another powerful confusion came from nowhere, suddenly enveloping Ash, Dawn, and all the Pokemon present, floating them in the air. What the hell is going on? Ash said angrily. He and Dawn wanted to resist, but couldn't find anyone to resist, so they could only order Pikachu and other Pokemon to attack Chisen. But Xin was inside the barrier and couldn't be attacked at all. This is God's blessing. This is God's blessing. God has determined that my behavior is the most correct choice. Xin laughed excitedly while hiding in the barrier, attributing all the protection he now had to God. Behind Xin, Xia Fan, who was in the invisible contest condition, dug his ears and said to Mew, "Xiao Huan, let Ash and the others fall asleep." Mew nodded. After a while, a lot of green powder inexplicably fell on Ash and the others' heads. After inhaling the powder, they gradually fell into coma. Xin was even more excited when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground and thank God for helping him. Boom, 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 it knocks very loudly. However, just as he finished bowing his head, a young man suddenly appeared in front of him and looked at him with a teasing expression. Xin was startled and tried to stand up in panic. However, just when his eyes were about to move away from the boy's eyes, he paused. His eyes immediately became dull, and his pupils dilated, like a walking corpse waiting to be controlled. "Go, take this ball and throw it at Arceus." Xia Fan pulled out an empty Pokeball from his waist. Chisen took it reluctantly, and then, according to Xia Fan's instructions, he ran downwards with the life orb in his left hand and the Pokeball in his right hand. However, he was hurriedly stopped by Xia Fan just as he started running. "Wait a minute, give me the orb of life first, then go throw the ball." Xin paused. and handed the life gem to Xia Fan. When handing it over, his movements were a little hesitant, as if his consciousness was instinctively resisting. But it only lasted for 2 seconds before he was crushed by Xia Fan's hypnosis. Xia Fan didn't care, but the moment he took the Jade of Life, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Touching the origin of the world, the life gem. This item is made up of Arceus' 5 life sources: ground, water, grass, thunder, and dragon. Those who hold this item can revive all things, and all barren lands will return to life in a short period of time. If you separate this object, you will obtain 5 sources of life: ground, water, grass, thunder, and dragon. The player who continues will be immune to attacks from these 5 attributes. Does the host need the system to re-engraving the life gem? The re-engraving time is 5 minutes. It cannot be interrupted within 5 minutes. Once interrupted, it will not be able to be re-engraved again within a month. The re-engraving is related to the capture of the creator god Arceus. Please choose carefully. Fan was stunned when he heard the system prompt. What is the replica about the capture of the creator god Arceus? Please choose carefully. Is it that if I replicate it, I can't catch Arceus, or if I replicate it, I can catch Arceus? Damn it, can you please make one thing clear and stop beating around the bush? Xia Fan wanted to rely on the system for 18 generations, but after thinking for a while, he decided to ask the system in a gentle tone. Master System, please come out and explain it again. Tell me whether I can catch Arceus after the replica, or whether I can't catch Arceus after the replica. However, the system remained the same as always, and ignored it coldly. I'll F***K your ancestors to bits. Xia Fan couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Then he glanced at Chizen, who had already run away. A teleport appeared next to Xin, and another teleport appeared with Xin not far from the bottom floor. He decided that no matter what, it would be the same as the previous plan. If Xin could throw the ball successfully, he would take Arceus under his control. If not, he would let the system replicate it and then return the life gem to Arceus. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the castle, Arceus had fallen into an extremely severely injured contest condition because of the silver water. Not only was it difficult for him to release skills to save himself, but it was also difficult for him to escape from the predicament. He could only look at everything in the castle with bloodshot eyes, hating the humans who deceived him, waiting for himself to be completely covered by the silver water. 10 seconds later, Arceus' bloodshot eyes saw a human running towards him, holding a ball he didn't recognize. It wanted to kill him with its skills, but due to the silver water, it was extremely weak at this moment and could only use its remaining strength to resist the damage of the silver water. If it separated its strength, it would only accelerate its own death. So it could only watch the human throw the ball in his hand. Although it didn't know the function of a ball, it sensed a great danger. In the face of life and death, it didn't care about dispersing its strength and wanted to burn the ball with a flamethrower. Boom! However, the next moment, a huge thunder suddenly fell from the sky from soaring in the sky, one step ahead of Arceus, and smashed the Pokeball into powder. Arceus was stunned, and the flamethrower that he tried to gather in his mouth immediately dissipated. Xia Fan, who was hiding in a corner, was also stunned. He looked up at the big hole above the castle that was made by the bolt strike with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Arceus skill? But it's already dead. How can it still release thunder? Xia Fan muttered in a low voice. His tone was full of disbelief and unacceptability. Master, it shouldn't have been cast by Arceus. I feel like it was soaring in the sky himself who struck it down. At this time, Mew suddenly said, Did you chop it off yourself? Is that true? Is it such a coincidence? Xia Fan frowned slightly, and not wanting to believe it, he took out 5 empty Pokeballs and threw them at Xion's feet. Chizen picked up the 5 Pokeballs and threw them all at Arceus at once. Boom, 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 boom. When the Pokeball was about to land on Arceus, 6 bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. 5 of the 6 lightning strikes turned the 5 Pokeballs into powder, and the 6th one directly turned Xion into powder. When Xia Fan saw this scene, he was stunned. He directly denied his plan to continue capturing Arceus. He could still comfort himself that one bolt of lightning was just a coincidence. But damn it, now 6 bolts of lightning fell, and one of them was aimed at Xia Fan. Doesn't this mean that the capture would be life-threatening? He would never believe it. System, I have made up my mind. I want to replicate the Life Jade. Damn it, since I can't catch Arceus, I have to at least get the Orb of Life. Otherwise, after all the effort, I only managed to capture Dialga. I'm at a loss. Ding. According to the host's request, the system begins to replicate the Life Gem. The replication time is 5 minutes and cannot be interrupted during this period. Once interrupted, the replication fails and needs to be repeated after 1 month. As the system's voice sounded, the Life Jade in Xia Fan's hand began to float in the air, and a colorful light was projected from his body, wrapping the Life Jade. The Life Gem was enveloped in light, and soon a circular shadow separated out. The shadow and the Life Gem began to intertwine with each other and became more and more real. 5 minutes later, 2 identical Life Gems fell into Xia Fan's hands. If Xia Fan hadn't remembered which one was the original one, he really wouldn't have been able to tell the real one from the fake one. The same was true for Mew, because they were exactly the same. Even the energy fluctuations they emitted were the same. However, when the replica of the Life Gem fell into Xia Fan's hands, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Life Gem. Now we're starting a plan to capture the creator god Arceus for the host. Please collect the remaining life sources of Arceus and give them to the system for replication. When the host collects all the replicated life sources, the system will help the host to fight against the will of the universe, and the host will be able to capture the creator Arceus. If the host does not collect them all for capture, the host will face the punishment of the will of the universe. The replica of the Life Jade has the same functions as the real Life Jade. Xia Fan was stunned after hearing this. What the hell is cosmic will? How come there is such a thing? Xia Fan suddenly recalled that just now Xin threw the ball at the seriously injured Arceus under his instruction. But in the end, Arceus was chopped into pieces. Is that the will of the universe? Xia Fan muttered. Damn it, luckily I was smart and asked Xin to help me throw the ball. Otherwise I might be the one left with nothing. After he finished speaking, Xia Fan was stunned again. Wait, why does the game world have a cosmic will? Could it be? Xia Fan shook his head, not daring to think about it too much. The more he thought about it, the more headache he got, and the more confused he became. Taking a deep breath, Xia Fan turned his gaze to the real Life Gem in his hand. Since we can't catch Arceus, we should quickly return the real one to it and become the hero who saves Arceus. Thinking of this, Xia Fan poked his head out from a corner and looked at Arceus, who was really dying. At this time, the silver water was almost completely covering Arceus' body. Xia Fan scratched his head and tried his best to look as embarrassed as possible. Then he put away the replica gem, and when everything was done, he took the real gem of life and rushed towards Arceus with excitement. Lord Arceus, I have the gem of life in my hands, and I will return it to you right now. You must hold on. You cannot die. You must not die. You are the benefactor of this world, the creator of this world. You cannot die here like this. Xia Fan screamed at the top of his lungs, looking extremely realistic, as if Arceus was his father or wife. However, as soon as he finished roaring, he cried out, "Ouch!" and fell to the ground, hitting his head on a stone, bleeding profusely. When he stood up again, his entire face was covered in blood. No one knew whether he really fell or faked. Anyway, Arceus, with bloodshot eyes, looked at this young man he had never seen before, and his eyes shook noticeably. Especially the boy, after falling with blood all over his face, staggering towards it while protecting the life orb, and constantly moving away from his own blood, as if he was afraid that his blood would stain the life orb. Finally, Xia Fan reached the shore. He was now separated from Arceus by a 6-meter-long strip of silver water. He shouted with all his heart, "Lord Arceus, please wait a moment. I will return the orb to you intact." After saying that, Xia Fan jumped into the corrosive silver water without hesitation. First, with a ferocious look on his face, he swam to a distance of 3 meters from Arceus, then acted as if he could not hold on any longer, and with a desperate throw, he threw the life gem onto Arceus' back. And when he threw it, he shouted, "Please believe in humans again." After he shouted, he was submerged in the silver water. After the life gem fell on Arceus' back, it immediately emitted a dazzling blue light. Then, the life gem suddenly expanded and split into 5, becoming 5 sources of life. The 5 sources of life were thus integrated into Arceus' body. 3 seconds later, a golden light suddenly appeared and shot straight into the sky, and Arceus slowly rose from the golden light, no longer restrained by the silver water. And the seriously injured look just now was no longer there. It once again returned to its holy and noble appearance, and its blood-red eyes also became clear again. The first thing Arceus did after recovering was to look for Xia Fan. It looked towards the direction where Xia Fan had just been buried by the silver water, stretched out its front hooves, and waved, wanting to rescue Xia Fan and give him life again. However, with this wave of its hand, the silver water evaporated completely, and not even a trace of Xia Fan's body was left. Arceus' pupils shrank in disbelief, and at the same time a strong sense of guilt suddenly rose. And in Midna, thousands of years later, Xia Fan and Ash are back. Ash, Dawn, and the others were still sleeping, while Brock and Hina looked around in confusion. Only Xia Fan looked at Arceus and soaring in the sky with a smile on his face. After he was buried by the silver water, the first thing he did was to contact Dialga to send them back. The purpose is to make Arceus feel guilty for not being able to find himself after he recovers. This guilt in particular will last for thousands of years. As the saying goes, since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. Only routines can win people's hearts. He just couldn't believe that after thousands of years of guilt, Arceus would not treat him like a treasure and protect him. At this time in soaring in the sky, Arceus' eyes were still bloodshot, but unfortunately the distance was too far and Xia Fan did not see it. Xia Fan turned his head to look at Xiaojiang and Xena, who were still in shock, and snapped his fingers at Mew. Mew then floated in front of the 2 guys, and the 2 guys immediately fell asleep like Ash Dawn. After they fell, Xia Fan, a teleport, appeared in the center of the soaring in the sky battlefield. Arceus and Rayquaza Giratina are between them. Giratina was delighted to see Xia Fan appear. "Master, did you get the Gem of Life?" Giratina asked excitedly. During the waiting period, Arceus had been staring at them with a scrutinizing eye. This was really a kind of psychological torture. She was afraid that Arceus would get angry and ignore what he had promised Xia Fan before and rush up to beat them up. So during this time, it and Palkia kept their heads down and didn't dare look Arceus in the eye, for fear that Arceus would see them and get angrier. "No," Xia Fan shrugged. "What? You didn't get it. That's it. It's over. We have to fight again." When Giratina and Palkia heard this, they immediately panicked and began to prepare themselves for another beating. "What are you afraid of? Look at what you have done," Rayquaza said to the 2 guys. Seeing that Xia Fan was so calm, it thought that Xia Fan must have other solutions. The fact was just as Rayquaza thought. Xia Fan patted Giratina's head and flew to Arceus. "Lord Arceus, we finally meet again after thousands of years." Xia Fan smiled brightly and bowed respectfully to Arceus. However, to Xia Fan's surprise, the first sentence Arceus saw was, "What do you mean? Give me back the life gem." Xia Fan's smiling face immediately froze. He slowly raised his head like a robot and looked at Arceus. Only then did he realize that Arceus' eyes were still bloodshot. It feels like anyone who dares to provoke it at this time will be beaten to pieces. "What's going on? Didn't I get it the life gem? Why is it still like this?" Xia Fan was panicking. Or did something else happen after I threw the life gem out, causing the life gem to not be integrated into Arceus' body? Xia Fan suddenly wanted to slap himself. What the hell? Why did he come back so soon? He didn't know when to quit. He didn't need Arceus guilt at all. He might as well stay there and see with his own eyes whether Arceus really got the Jade of Life. Now, who knows whether he succeeded or not? Thinking of the 3 words, who knows, Xia Fan suddenly looked at Dialga, who was controlling time the next second. Whoever controls time controls history, and it should know what happens after it leaves. Dialga, after I threw the Orb of Life, was Arceus successfully rescued? Xia Fan asked Dialga through the spiritual shared world. It's rescued. Lord Arceus was immediately restored to normal because of your life gem. After recovery, it asked Damos your name, but Damos had never seen his master, so he didn't know. Lord Arceus had no choice but to tell the town that if it weren't for you, it would not give humans another chance. Instead, it would make the entire town pay the price for betraying it. Let the entire town of Mitna be grateful to you, the unsung hero. Dialga said, Thank you. Xia Fan frowned slightly. Then why is it still in such a dead state now? That's it. Dialga's voice became smaller and smaller, as if he was thinking about it himself. When Xia Fan saw this, she bit her lip and could only think about the reason. Could it be a parallel universe? Am I making wedding dresses for my parallel self? After thinking for a few seconds, Xia Fan thought of a possibility and muttered to himself. The more he muttered, the more panicked he became. Where is the jewel of life? At this time, Arceus on the opposite side looked at Fan, who was slow to speak, and the fierceness in his eyes became colder. You're kidding me! Arceus suddenly shouted angrily, gathering a judgment in his mouth. No, Lord Arceus, please listen to my explanation. Xia Fan was so scared that he wanted to take out his replica of the life gem. Behind Xia Fan, the legendary Pokémon, such as Rayquaza and Giratina, were also sweating profusely, frightened by Arceus' sudden attack. But Arceus didn't want to listen to Xia Fan's explanation and directly spit out judgment. Countless light bullets attacked Xia Fan simultaneously. But at this moment, a colorful dimensional hole suddenly appeared behind Arceus. A beam of colorful light rushed out from inside and rushed into Arceus' body. Arceus' bloodshot eyes immediately regained clarity. The moment he regained consciousness, an invisible light wave burst out from Arceus' body. Wherever the light reached, the world stopped instantly. Countless light bullets stopped in midair. Xia Fan, who was about to take out the replica of the Life Jade, also froze. Rayquaza, Giratina, Palkia, and other legendary Pokémon also stopped instantly. Only Arceus is active. In the reflection of Xia Fan's pupils, after the colorful beam rushed into Arceus' body, it not only made his blood-red eyes clear again, but also made Arceus release all the source of life. These sources of life surrounded Arceus. There were 11 pieces in the previous second, and in the next second, they were suddenly replenished. 16 pieces of source of life surrounded Arceus. Arceus returned to his peak, and his whole body radiated colorful light. After the colorful light appeared, the world returned to normal. All living things can continue to move. Only the judgment released by Arceus disappeared in midair for a moment, as if it had never appeared. Soaring in the sky is covered by dark clouds, an ray of golden light slants out. Wherever this ray of light shines, everything that was damaged by today's battle is restored to its original state. Countless dead people and Pokémon were also reborn under the shining light. Entei Raikou and Moltres Articuno, the legendary Pokémon lying on the ground that were seriously injured in the battle, also recovered from their injuries in an instant under the shining light. The war that was about to break out was instantly reversed after the colorful dimensional hole appeared. Arceus' eyes softened as he looked at Xia Fan. It was you who saved me. I remember now, Arceus said to Xia Fan calmly, not even hinting at the look on his face that he was ready to blow Xia Fan into pieces just a second ago. Xia Fan looked at Arceus and scratched his head, feeling a little confused. After carefully recalling every detail of what Arceus had just experienced, he gradually understood. He should have really succeeded in changing history and saving Arceus. But this change was delayed and was only sent into Arceus' body now. If he guessed correctly, the colorful dimensional hole just now might be a space-time hole. Through that gap in time, Arceus was able to complete the source of life and his memory of it. Otherwise, I can't explain this sudden change. Looking at Arceus' guilty eyes, Xia Fan couldn't help but be possessed by the actor again. Tears of joy flowed directly from the corners of his eyes, and he said excitedly to Arceus, "Lord Arceus, have you finally remembered what happened? This is really great." After shouting, Xia Fan looked down at his intact body and wanted to slap himself in the face, thinking he was so stupid. He shouldn't have used Recover when he came back from thousands of years ago to repair his body that was corroded by the silver water. He should drag that extremely miserable body to Arceus. Look how much he suffered to save it. It further deepened its sense of guilt. "You too. Thank you for that time." Arceus nodded. Because of the overriding of his memories, he began to have a special liking for Xia Fan, especially the guilt that had lasted for thousands of years. Even though Xia Fan's behavior towards him was a little offensive before, this emotion, which was mostly guilt, immediately restored his feelings. Xia Fan was still diligent. "That's what I should do. You are the creator of this world, and I must not let you get hurt." Arceus didn't say anything, but looked at the many legendary Pokémon that had rebelled against Dialga because of it. These legendary Pokémon quickly lowered their heads and showed submission. When Arceus only had 11 sources of life left, he could easily defeat them. Now that all the sources of life are replenished, he will be even more unable to defeat them. I could hurt Arceus a little bit before, but now, I can't hurt him at all. If I rebel, I'll be seeking death. As for Dialga, he was the most ruthless and wanted to bury his head in the ground. He was extremely afraid that Arceus would see him and cause trouble for him. Everything it had was given by Arceus, so Arceus, who had regained the 16 sources of life, killed it like slaughtering a dog. "Master Arceus, please don't blame them. They did this because the Pokémon world is in crisis, and they are in urgent need of a new leader. However, you are often asleep and cannot be contacted. They are worried that you are old and not as strong as you were in the past, so they have this idea. Please give them another chance." At this time, Xia Fan suddenly said, attracting the attention of Arceus and the attention of all the gods and beasts. "Crisis." Arceus looked at Xia Fan in confusion. Rayquaza, Giratina, Palkia, and others looked at Xia Fan with curiosity, wondering what nonsense he was going to tell next. Dialga, in particular, suddenly raised his head and looked at Xia Fan. Feeling the gazes of the gods and beasts, Xia Fan pointed to soaring in the sky without hesitation, and then threw the blame on Tiantian technology and the players. "Lord Arceus, while you were sleeping, the world changed drastically. Giant pillars fell from the oceans of each region, taking away many humans and Pokémon and controlling them to do many bad things. Those controlled humans are plotting against the world and often disturbing the guardian gods of this region. Divine beasts like Rayquaza, Ground, Ho-Oh, Lugia, Entei, Raikou, etc. have all been disturbed by them, and not just once, but over and over again. They often plunder the precious resources of this world and move them into the giant pillars, without any regard for the consequences for Pokémon and humans if they lose these resources. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone at random." Speaking of which, Xia Fan calls out to Rayquaza in the spiritual shared world. Rayquaza understood what he meant and immediately stepped forward to complain to Arceus word by word according to what Xia Fan said in the shared spiritual world. "Yes, Lord Arceus, I am a guy who often goes to the Hideki lair, and I am often disturbed by them. I have driven them away again and again, but they still use technology to attack me and capture me. Once when I was in a life-and-death crisis, if Xia Fan hadn't shown up with Ho-Oh to help me drive them away, I might have already become their prisoner and let them drive me around." Really, Arceus couldn't believe it. At this time, Kyogre stepped forward. "Really, Lord Arceus?" Kyogre said, Groudon and I were also deeply affected. During our sleep, a group of people also seized the red and blue orbs that awakened us. They used the two orbs to awaken Groudon and me, and tricked us into fighting. Then, after we were both seriously injured, they wanted to capture us. If Xia Fan hadn't appeared with Rayquaza, we might have fallen into their hands. Lord Arceus, Kyogre is right. After Kyogre finished speaking, Groudon hurriedly agreed under the guidance of Xia Fan. It's so serious. Arceus began to believe it. When the other divine beasts, including Rayquaza, Giratina, Ho-Oh, and Lugia, saw Arceus muttering like this, they immediately looked towards Xia Fan in admiration. As expected of Xia Daoyu, he is very good at lying. At this time, Xia Fan increased his firepower and called out to Palkia and Dialga in the spiritual shared world. Upon hearing this, Palkia stepped forward and cried about her miserable situation. Lord Arceus, this is far more serious than you think. Do you know why Dialga joined forces with us? It was because those people once entered Dialga's in my space, using a kind of technological power that we don't understand to temporarily connect our worlds. As a result, Dialga and I thought that the other party had invaded our space, and thus we fought each other. When Palkia was crying, Dialga flew over according to Xia Fan's instructions and stood beside Palkia with his head down like a child who had made a mistake. Our fight caused poisonous fog to grow in the reverse world, which caused Giratina to join the fight. Those people stood aside and watched as the three of us fought. If Xia Fan hadn't rushed to us without fear of life risk, told us the truth, and stopped us, we might have. At this point, Palkia couldn't go on. I don't know if I don't have the nerve like Xia Fan to continue acting, or if I feel like I'm done with this. Anyway, Arceus was filled with anger after hearing this, and asked Xia Fan where the giant pillars were and why they were not destroyed. Lord Arceus, it's not that we don't want to destroy it, it's just that it's difficult to destroy it. Those pillars are very hard and cannot be damaged no matter how you attack them. Xia Fan said. Indestructible. Arceus was a little unconvinced. Yes, Xia Fan said seriously. If you don't believe me, Lord Arceus, you can go and see it now. Xia Fan was not lying. He clearly remembered that when he left the giant pillar in the Hoenn region, he ordered Ho-Oh and Mew to attack the giant pillar at night. However, they fought for half the night, but could not cause any damage to the giant pillar. Yes, Lord Arceus, Lugia and I sometimes can't help but attack the giant pillars in our respective regions, but they really can't cause any damage. Ho-Oh flew forward to report. Where? Arceus was a little curious about what Xia Fan said. He knew a little about the strength of Ho-Oh and Lugia. As the guardian gods of a region, they couldn't destroy it at all. What material was that giant pillar made of? Lord Arceus, those giant pillars can be found in every region, whether it's Chengdu, Guangdong, Fengyuan, or Sinnoh. Xia Fan said, the giant pillars all appear in the center of the sea, and there are also some in Sinnoh, so please follow me. Xia Fan began to lead the way for the creator god, Arceus. When passing by Deoxys, he asked him to stay and help him watch over Ash and the others who were sleeping, as well as Cabine who was hiding in the dark and witnessing everything. An hour later, the legendary Pokémon, led by Xia Fan, arrived at the harbor city of Canalave City. The giant pillar stationed in the Sinnoh region was in the middle of the ocean here. When many legendary Pokémon arrived, the sky and the earth changed color, and the golden light shone brightly, as if the Buddha had descended to the world. This strange sight caused people living in Canalave City to go out of their homes and look up at the sky. When I looked up and saw a Pokémon wrapped in colorful light walking down from the clouds, I was completely stunned. Some people knelt down in shock, while others were excited. Since Arceus only appears in legends, and only a few words are left in human history, very few people know about it, causing most trainers in Canalave City to believe that this is a rare Pokémon that has never appeared in this world. Therefore, the first thought of most trainers who have flying-type Pokémon is to take flying-type Pokémon to capture this Pokémon accompanied by auspicious light. They are the ones who are excited. As for the trainers who recognized Arceus, They were so shocked that they bowed down to him. After all, Arceus is the most powerful and greatest legendary Pokémon, and no legendary Pokémon can compete with it. When the trainers who were trying to capture a Pokémon flew into the air, a second Pokémon appeared from the clouds. A giant Pokémon that looks like a giant insect and has a very ferocious appearance. The Pokémon lowered its head and followed Arceus. "It's Giratina!" Someone in the crowd who wanted to tame Arceus exclaimed. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize Arceus. After all, there are too few historical records. We only know that it is very great. But Giratina is different. In the history recorded by mankind, it occasionally ran out of the reverse world several times. The several times it ran out, its terrifying and hideous face attracted the attention of human beings and also made human beings gradually understand that outside the real world, there's also the reverse world, which replicates everything in the real world and carries all the filth. Those who recognized Giratina immediately stopped their flying-type Pokémon. After Giratina, two more Pokémon emerged from the clouds at the same time. These two Pokémon were even more humble than Giratina, and they followed behind obediently without making any sound. It's Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. Oh my god, what on earth is going on? How did they appear in our Canalave city? At this point, most of the trainers that flew into the air exclaimed. As the two gods of time and space that frequently appear in the history of the Sinnoh region, no one fails to recognize them as long as they have studied them seriously. After all, the most common things in the entire Sinnoh region are relics. 99% of these relics were built by ancient humans to worship these two. They are much more famous than Giratina and Arceus, because the real guardian gods of the Sinnoh region are only these two, and Giratina is just the king who stays in the reverse world. She has only appeared a few times in thousands of years. Humans know very little about her, and she has never saved humans who are in danger. As for Arceus, except for a few people who know a little bit of details in the historical records of Sinnoh region, most people only know one sentence. That is, Sinnoh region and even the entire world were most likely created by a Pokémon called Arceus. After Dialga and Palkia appeared, almost all trainers who wanted to capture Pokémon stopped flying. Only a few brave ones continued flying, not caring at all that their Pokémon were about to be scared out of their wits. After Dialga and Palkia appeared, Rayquaza and Kyogre emerged from the clouds. After these two Pokémon appeared, they glanced at the trainers who flew over, especially the Mega Evolution's Rayquaza, whose eyes gave it a cold glance and directly caused a Pidgey to fall from soaring in the sky, and its entire nerves were paralyzed with fear. It's Rayquaza and Kyogre, the guardian gods of the Hoenn region. Oh my god, why are they here in our Sinnoh region? Rayquaza and Kyogre are very famous in the Sinnoh region, because most trainers will travel to various regions. Anyone who has been there will have heard of their legends, not to mention the Hoenn region a year ago, when Kyogre and Groudon awakened from the Funyuan region, attracting the attention of many people. But what makes people curious is that the patron saints of the Hoenn region, Rayquaza and Kyogre, both appeared, so where is Groudon and why is he not seen? The people in Canalave City began to feel confused, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to understand what was happening today. It was one thing that the patron saint of their Sinnoh region had appeared in Canalave City, but how come the patron saint of the Hoenn region had also come? However, a few seconds later, the people of Canalave City became even more confused, because after Rayquaza and Kyogre, it was the guardian god of Chengdu region and Kanto region, Ho-Oh, and the sea god Lugia, who were also shining with colorful lights. But the chaos and shock don't end there. After Ho-Oh and Kyogre is the gods under the patron saints of each region. First are the three lake gods of the Sinnoh region, Mesprit, Uxie, Azelf, and the soaring in the sky form of Jamie and the god-level Darkrai. Then the siblings Latios and Latias, and a Celebi from the Hoenn region. And finally Moltres and Articuno under Lugia from the Chengdu and Kanto regions. As for those legendary Pokémon that cannot fly, After Moltres and Articuno appeared, they also began to appear one by one in Canalave City. The first to do so was Groudon from the Hoenn region. Its scorching body temperature brought heat to Canalave City, and its huge size made Canalave City the same as Earthquake every step it took. However, after Xia Fan's warning, it did not go towards the crowd, but slowly moved towards the suburbs outside Canalave City. Next to Groudon, there is a powerful Pokémon that is huge and slow-moving. It's Regigigas. Like the big guy Groudon, every step he takes makes Canalave City like an earthquake. It kept making the sound of dong dong dong. After Groudon and Regigigas, there are Heatran, Regice the Ice Pillar, Regirock the Rock Pillar, and Registeel the Steel Pillar. Among them, Heatran follows Groudon closely because he is greedy for the high temperature emitted by Groudon. After the three pillars, there are Inti Raikou and the god-level Suicune. Since they didn't want to stand too close to the two big guys, the three of them went straight through Canalave City, causing a huge commotion. What is going on? Why are there so many legendary Pokémon here? What kind of Pokémon was the leader at the beginning? How did it manage to lead so many Pokémon? A young man who didn't know Arceus exclaimed. An old man beside him slapped the young man on the back of his head and scolded him. Stupid, that's Arceus, the greatest Pokémon in the world. It created this world. But after scolding, the old man threw away his crutches and slumped to the ground. This world is over. What happened today? Why did so many legendary Pokémon appear in our Canalave City? Even the legendary creator god Arceus was alarmed. Is he going to destroy the world? In the past history, it is said that the appearance of Pokémon either destroyed the world or saved it. But now their Canalave City is peaceful and sunny, and they don't need anyone to save the world. So, there's only one possibility left: the destruction of the world. This idea was not only held by one old man, but by most people in Canalave City. Canalave City began to panic because of this. If the world was really going to be destroyed, the people in their city would not be able to resist it. No, it should be that no one in the world would be able to resist it. However, as they were waiting to die, these legendary Pokémon didn't even bother to glance at them and flew directly towards the sea. Even Groudon, who loved to cause trouble the most, stepped into the sea without harming a single human. Where are they going? The humans of Canalave City gradually began to realize that the target of these legendary Pokémon was not them at all, but the distant sea. Although they felt a little disappointed, they were mostly grateful. People who have come to their senses have begun releasing their flying Pokémon to follow these legendary Pokémon, but they did not dare to follow too closely for fear of angering these legendary Pokémon, who would then turn around and use a skill. Therefore, most people followed with a telescope. Use a telescope to watch these legendary Pokémon's every move. However, as they observed, they gradually discovered that in front of the unparalleled creator god Arceus, there was a human figure floating in mid-air. They didn't know if it was because of Arceus, and if it weren't for the telescope, no one might have discovered his existence. There was a Pokémon with a soft pink complexion sitting on the human shoulder. The trainers who were following him stared at it for a long time, but couldn't guess who it was. It was not until the Pokémon stood up and floated that the trainers had a chance to see its face. It turned out to be the legendary Pokémon ancestor, Mew. Mew's presence began to make these trainers curious about who the human standing in front of Arceus was. It's unexpected that he can be so stylish. Unfortunately, the human never turned back, and they had no chance to see what he looked like. Unless someone can fly in front of that human or next to him. But no one has the courage to do this, unless they don't want to live and are looking for death, and their companions may also resist orders out of fear. 10 minutes later, the trainers saw from afar a giant technological pillar inserted into the sea. They knew this giant pillar. It suddenly appeared here more than a year ago. Many people entered it at that time. It was said that giant pillars also suddenly appeared in the deep sea of other regions, but no one knew what was inside. The news kept reporting on this thing, and trainers wanted to go in and explore, but in the end, nothing happened because the giant pillar would not open no matter what weapons were used. When they saw Arceus, Giratina, Dialga, and other legendary Pokémon stopped in front of the giant pillar and surrounded it. Their hearts began to warm up. They wondered if the giant pillar had affected these legendary Pokémon, and now they were looking for their father Arceus to come over and retaliate. They guessed this fact correctly. The human next to Arceus seemed to say something, and Arceus released a judgment. Since Arceus has recovered 16 sources of life, once judgment is released, it will be much more powerful than when it was released in Midna. After a golden energy bomb exploded and soaring in the sky, thousands of light bombs were immediately generated and smashed towards the giant pillar at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. The meteorite normal's light bullets hit the giant pillar like a machine gun, immediately producing a large amount of water mist that enveloped the entire giant pillar. However, the trainers holding telescopes in the distance were still stunned by this doomsday-like scene, and they kept praising Arceus, the creator of the world. If this skill was used in their Canalave city, the entire city would be destroyed in an instant. Now this small pillar will definitely be destroyed by Arceus. However, when the mist dissipated, these people's faces changed, and they were filled with shock, including the legendary Pokémon, who all looked at the pillar in disbelief. Because Arceus' attack did damage the giant pillars, but it only smashed them for a moment, and then the pillars healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 5 seconds, it returns to brand new contest condition. How is this possible? Xia Fan's pupils shrank in disbelief. The giant pillar could actually heal itself? He originally thought that it would be fine if Ho-Oh and the others couldn't break through the defenses of the giant pillar. But now that Arceus had broken it, why is it that this is still the case? Arceus behind him was not very satisfied with the result. He no longer used judgment, but instead accumulated an extremely dense energy ball in his mouth, ready to release a destructive death ray. 2 seconds later, a beam of destructive death light that was dozens of times more powerful than those of the guardian gods, such as Giratina and Rayquaza, shot towards the giant pillar with a loud noise. The giant pillar was shot through in an instant. Everyone's eyes flickered, but they were not happy for a few seconds because the towering pillar that was shot through just wouldn't fall down, as if there was an invisible force holding it steady. Xia Fan commanded Groudon and Regigigas to push forward, but they were completely indifferent. And when the destructive death ray ended, the towering pillar that was shot through was repaired as quickly as before, leaving no chance for others to rush in. Why don't you try attacking from all directions and see if there's any chance? Xia Fan suggested with a raised brow. Arceus agreed and asked Giratina, Palkia, Dialga, and it to stand in 4 directions and use destructive death rays to blow up the giant pillar from top to bottom to see whether they could destroy it faster or the giant pillar could repair itself faster. Soon, 4 beams of destructive death light appeared on the sea surface and bombarded the giant pillar from different directions from top to bottom, according to Xia Fan's suggestion. However, under such an attack, except for Arceus' destruction ray, which smashed the giant pillar into pieces and then recovered, the destruction rays of Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga were just like Ho-Oh's before and could not cause any damage at all. What's the point of having you? You're such a waste. I don't know what the point was of me using my own power to create you. Apart from guarding the house, you can't help at all. Arceus cursed directly. His voice was loud and could be heard everywhere. The trainers who followed him widened their eyes, looking as if they had eaten a big melon, and admired Arceus even more. As expected, they are Arceus, the god of creation, Palkia, the legendary god of space, Dialga, the god of time, and Giratina, the lord of reverse world. In its mouth, they are really scolded like a puppy, very domineering. These 3 legendary Pokémon didn't dare to say a word in rebuttal when being scolded, and their heads were lowered like puppies. Xia Fan saw Giratina and the others were upset, and hurried to comfort them. Don't be angry, Lord Arceus. After all, not everyone is as powerful as you. If this thing could be broken so easily, you wouldn't have bothered to come in person, right? And this also shows your importance. Only you have the opportunity to save the world from crisis. Without you, there is no chance at all. As soon as Arceus heard this, Rage's expression immediately relaxed. Xia Fan's flattery of a change of mindset hit the mark directly. Arceus looked at Xia Fan with great satisfaction. Yes, Dad is still Dad. The world cannot exist without Arceus. This giant pillar of the sky could not even leave a scar on Giratina and the others, but they were instantly blown into pieces in front of Arceus. When you think about it, it's unknown how important Arceus is to humans and Pokémon. They simply can't live without him. Giratina, Palkia, Dialga, and many other legendary Pokémon around, seeing Arceus' expression ease, all looked at Xia Fan with admiration and gave Xia Fan a 6 in the shared spiritual world. As expected of him, he is the great liar Xia. He is so good at flattering that they can't even catch up with him. With just such a short sentence, he managed to coax Arceus, who was about to get furious, into a pleasant mood. Do you have any other methods? Arceus asked Xia Fan softly. Let me think about it, Lord Arceus, but don't worry. I will figure out as soon as possible and will never keep you waiting. Xia Fan pondered sincerely. Arceus nodded and did not refuse. He now liked Xia Fan more and more, except for the fact that Xia Fan may not be as strong as Giratina and the others. She basically crushes them in other aspects, especially her mouth, which is very good at talking and knows how to solve problems for it. Less than 10 seconds later, Xia Fan suddenly clapped his hands and said to Arceus, Master Arceus, how about this? Let them try to attack the giant pillar together first. Let's see how many of them are needed to break the giant pillar. Okay, I'll follow your instructions. Arceus nodded, then looked at Giratina and the others. From now on, you will all listen to him. Seeing him is like seeing me. You're not allowed to disobey. Yes, Lord Arceus. The gods responded at the same time, but in their hearts, they looked at Arceus and sneered. Listen to Xia Fan. You Arceus, do you need to tell me? Even if you're not here, we have to follow his instructions. Now we just respect your power. Dialga, in particular, wanted to loudly mock Arceus. Open your dog eyes and see. I have long been his Pokémon and betrayed you. If I could have defeated you, I would have made you my little brother. After a while, under Xia Fan's arrangement, Giratina released the destructive death light at the giant pillar again, and 2 seconds later, Dialga superimposed it at the same position. But the giant pillar remained indifferent. Xia Fan waited for another 2 seconds and signaled Palkia to continue stacking. This time, with the combined efforts of the 3 legendary Pokémon, Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia, the giant pillar was finally damaged, but the extent of the damage was much smaller than that of Arceus. If Arceus had blasted out a 10-meter wide crater, then they had blasted out a 2-meter wide crater. However, this was enough in Xia Fan's eyes, so he stopped them and let them start accumulating stockpile and resting. Then he called the 3 totems from the Hoenn region, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, to go to the other side and continue to attack together in the same way, with Rayquaza taking the lead. A few dozen seconds later, the result of the 3 totems in the Hoenn region was the same as the previous one. If Rayquaza and Groudon attacked together, it would not work at all. Only Kyogre could do it together. Xia Fan nodded and looked at Ho-Oh and Lugia. Master, we just lack numbers. Ho-Oh saw Xia Fan looking at him and hurriedly said in the shared spiritual world, compared to Hoenn and Sinnoh, Chengdu and Kanto only have 2 patron saint-level legendary Pokémon, so it's insufficient. However, Xia Fan waved his hand and looked directly at Regigigas, who was standing motionless in the sea. Regigigas, go team up with Ho-Oh Lugia and attack together. You take the lead. You should have already disabled the slow start ability by now. Reigns, Regigigas nodded, then walked underneath Ho-Oh and Lugia, performing a combined attack. Dozens of seconds later, the result was the same. Only with the combined efforts of the 3 parties could the stone pillar be damaged. Seeing this, Xia Fan began to suggest to Arceus that they should continue as they had done before and attack the pillar from 4 directions at the same time. Arceus agreed. 1 minute later, Arceus appeared to the north of the giant pillar, gathering energy in his mouth. Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia appeared to the west of the giant pillar, gathering energy in their mouths. Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre appeared to the east of the giant pillar, gathering energy in their mouths at the same time. Regigigas, Ho-Oh, and Lugia appeared to the south of the giant pillar, gathering energy in their mouths at the same time. They attacked together. After a while, attacks from different directions immediately blasted the giant pillar into rubble. The rubble was repaired quickly, but compared with the previous repair speed, Xia Fan felt it was a little slow, especially when Arceus and the others attacked from all directions at the same time. He suddenly discovered that the center of the giant pillar was healing the slowest, and it seemed to be only half of the original speed. With this discovery, Xia Fan asked Arceus and the others to continue the joint attack, and then he and Mew kept a close eye on the center point. After shooting back and forth 5 times, Xia Fan came up with the idea of carrying Mew and drilling inside. As for why NTI, Raikou, and the others were not brought along, because of the speed of healing, Xia Fan felt that there was only a human-shaped range at most, and if NTI and the others rushed in, something might happen. It's also okay to put in a Pokeball, but Arceus will see it. When asked about it later, he was speechless. Therefore, when Arceus and his group attacked together for the 6th time, Xia Fan said something to Arceus, then rushed in holding Mew's teleport. When passing through the rapidly healing center point, Xia Fan only felt a black and white in front of his eyes. When he came to his senses again, he had appeared on a wide platform. Here, Xia Fan did not feel the attack from Arceus and the others. No, it should be said that this place had never been attacked. Is there another dimension inside the giant pillar? Xia Fan muttered. There was such a big explosion outside, but there was no problem inside. Apart from thinking of another dimension, he really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Thinking back to the last time he was brought into the giant pillar and everything that happened inside, Xia Fan began to feel certain. However, compared with the giant pillar in Hoenn region last time, the interior of this giant pillar is completely different. Everything there's a facility mainly for fighting, but here, Xia Fan took a look and it was empty, a vast expanse of white with nothing in it, and it was extremely desolate and empty. After reporting safety to Rayquaza and the others in the spiritual shared world, Xia Fan began to wander around here. After walking around for about 5 minutes, he and Mew found a closed elevator. This enclosed elevator is protected by a column, and it is unknown where it leads to. Xia Fan, being cautious, did not think of taking the elevator up, but flew upwards along the cylinder. Unfortunately, after flying upwards for only about 100 meters, they were blocked by an invisible force, and no matter what skills Mew and I used, we couldn't break it. Helplessly, Xia Fan could only return to ground and take the closed elevator with Mew. The elevator looked no different from an ordinary human elevator. The only difference was the 5 floor buttons. It says Blaze Ninja World, Demon Slayer World, One Piece World, Xinxiao World, and the last one, 1024 Earth Parallel Dimension World. And there is a bracket next to the 1024 Earth Parallel Plane Ghost. Seeing these 5 buttons, Xia Fan frowned slightly, and his first thought was to press the button for 1024 Earth Parallel Plane World Ghost. However, there was little response when pressing the button, and the elevator did not start. Xia Fan then looked at the other 4 buttons, Blaze Ninja, Demon Slayer, One Piece, and Xinxia. What exactly does Tianxin technology do? The more I learn about them, the more confused I become. Xia Fan muttered with narrowed eyes. He was no longer in a hurry to press the floor buttons, but began to ponder. After pondering for a long time, he said again, "Is this a game or reality? If it is a game, why is there a 1024 Earth parallel plane? If it is reality, why are there Blaze Ninja World, Demon Slayer World, One Piece World, and Xinxiao World? This should be something imagined by humans like Pokémon. No, wait." After pondering for a long time, Xia Fan suddenly had an idea, and without thinking, he decisively pressed Blaze Ninja among the 4 keys. When the button was pressed, the elevator responded, started moving, and rose rapidly. On the way up, the elevator gradually became transparent. Gradually, Arceus, Jurkna, Rayquaza, and others appeared outside the giant pillars. There was no reaction when Xia Fan's elevator passed through their bodies, except Arceus. When Xia Fan was looking at it, it seemed to sense something and suddenly turned its head to look at Xia Fan. The two of them stared at each other as if through a wall from different dimensions. But after looking at each other for a while, Arceus turned his head away without gaining anything. As expected of Arceus, the god of creation, Xia Fan couldn't help but praise him. He didn't think it was a coincidence, but rather believed that Arceus had sensed something. The elevator rose from the ground into the air and soon broke through the Hideki layer, broke through the planet, and finally continued to rise in the vast and silent universe. Xia Fan didn't know how long it would rise. Anyway, when the elevator was holding Mew and was about to hit Yon, it stopped, the door opened, and a white light shone. Xia Fan couldn't see what was outside the door. Due to the fear of the unknown, Xia Fan couldn't help but hesitate. But after hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and bravely stepped out of the elevator door. But just as he stepped out, he saw from a corner of his eye that a colorful dimensional hole suddenly appeared in the quiet universe on one side. Arceus stepped out of it and looked around cautiously, as if looking for something. It didn't stop looking until Xia Fan completely walked out of the elevator door to the other side. In the cold and lonely universe, Arceus muttered, "What is going on? Why can I suddenly feel the power of other universes?" On the other side, after Xia Fan stepped out of the elevator door filled with white light, he came to a place that looked like a space station. There are various control facilities inside. Xia Fan didn't understand, so he didn't dare to move around and just walked carefully in this place that was like a space station. This place is very big. Xia Fan walked for a long time without seeing a single person, not even a single living being, until he walked into a huge hall. There's an elevator with Blaze Ninja World written on it with a big X. Does it mean that riding is prohibited? Xia Fan frowned and looked at the big X next to Blaze's world. But he still walked forward and tried, pressing the door opening button. The next second, the whole hall suddenly flashed red light, accompanied by a beeping sound, as if a warning had been triggered. This startled Fan suddenly. He turned around and looked around, nervously wondering if a bunch of people would suddenly run out. Because according to the movies, an intruder like him who triggered the alarm would most likely be surrounded and captured. Mew, who was also curious about the unknown, also started and floated behind Xia Fan. With his cute big eyes, he looked around in confusion together with Xia Fan. But after waiting for a few seconds, they did not see any life, and the alarm stopped after 15 seconds, and everything returned to normal. Xia Fan's nervous heart calmed down, and at the same time, he became more curious about this place. He had triggered the alarm, but nothing happened. Is there really no living person in this place? Xia Fan did not continue to touch the switch button of the elevator door, but took Mew to observe the hall carefully. After a while, he saw this sentence in a booklet that Solation placed on the table. Blaze Ninja World Input Human Source, 9056 Earth Parallel Plane. 9056 Earth Parallel Plane? Xia Fan frowned slightly, thinking of the elevator button 1024 Earth Parallel Plane World, Ghost, that he saw at the beginning. Does the Earth have many parallel planes? Are the numbers in front the numbers of the parallel planes? Or do they represent something else? Xia Fan's brows were locked in a frown. Just one sentence made him feel confused. However, he did not think about these doubts for too long. Instead, he kept them in his heart and continued to look for the information he wanted in the hall. About 20 minutes later, he saw a protection manual, which described that the elevator in the lobby was one-way access. That is, only people from the Blaze Ninja World could enter here through the elevator, but people from outside could not enter the elevator. That is, they could not enter the Blaze Ninja World. Moreover, if someone who was not a staff member of Tianxia Technology touched the elevator start button 3 times in a row, the defense mechanism would be triggered and Tianxia Technology would randomly summon a person from the Blaze Ninja World to fight against him. Xia Fan paused when he saw this, then raised his head and looked at the elevator button. I hesitated whether to be bolder and touch it a few more times. But in my heart, I felt like I was stepping on a landmine, because curiosity killed the cat. In this hesitant state of mind, Xia Fan continued to look through the protection manual, wanting to see if there was any other important information at the back. But as soon as he turned to the next page, Xia Fan's mouth began to twitch, because the next page only had one line of big words. Don't think about outsiders, be brave. You are already here. What are you afraid of? Press it. As long as you press it, you will know a corner of the truth of this world. MMP, your grandfather must have been pointed at whenever he played chess. Xia Fan cursed under his breath, then suddenly turned around and looked around the hall. He suddenly felt that it was not that there was no one here, but that he might have been in a contest condition under surveillance since he entered here. After cursing, Xia Fan took a deep breath, walked to the elevator door with Mew, and pressed the elevator button. There's no way. Although it's unpleasant, the sentence in the protection manual, you will know a corner of the truth of this world, is really too curious. The next second after the button was pressed, a beeping sound was heard and the second alarm sounded. Xia Fan looked around and saw that the surroundings were still the same as before. Except for the alarm, nothing else had changed. The second alarm only lasted about 15 seconds before stopping. Xia Fan took a deep breath, guessing that Tianshan technology would randomly summon someone from the Blaze Ninja world, and then press the elevator button for the third time. But who knew that as soon as he pressed the elevator button for the third time, the ground under his feet disappeared instantly, and he and Mew seemed to fall into endless darkness. When he came to his senses again, he came to a white room. Then, a cold and rigid machine sound came from the room. The virtual scene is about to begin. Please be prepared. If you fail the challenge, you will lose your only chance to learn a little bit of the truth about the world. As soon as the words fell, a countdown began in the room. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 1 o'clock, Xia Fan and Mew first felt a sense of weightlessness, and then the next second, their eyes went dark. When they came to their senses, they found themselves in a very old hall full of stone pits. Is this a virtual world? Xia Fan muttered to himself. He began to look around and found that he was sitting on a stone seat, his right foot somehow resting on his left foot, and he was wearing a windbreaker with a blood cloud pattern on it, looking like a big shot. Looking at the windbreaker, Xia Fan frowned slightly, feeling that it looked a little familiar. At this time, Mew, who was very curious about this place, was flying around with his big eyes blinking. When he came behind Xia Fan, he stopped and said, "Master, what is this?" Xia Fan looked back and found that there was a picture carved behind his stone seat. There are 9 red magatama surrounding a fox character. Xia Fan then looked towards other parts of the hall. I found that there was a fan-like pattern carved on the ceiling and the ground. Seeing this, Xia Fan thought of a family from Blaze Ninja. Uchiha, a powerful family with terrifying eyes. And at this moment, he seemed to be in the ancestral home of this family. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the hall. The noise became louder and louder, as if someone was coming in. After a while, a young man walked out from the dark entrance of the hall. He has a handsome appearance, a bandage on his forehead, and wears a black windbreaker. The most striking thing is that he has a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 magatama patterns engraved in his pupils. Seeing this young man, Xia Fan blurted out, "Uchiha Sasuke?" However, the voice that came out was, "How far can you see with those Sharingan eyes?" Xia Fan frowned slightly, not understanding why his words would change after he spoke them out loud. The boy opposite, who Xia Fan recognized as Uchiha Sasuke, looked at Xia Fan and said coldly, "What I can see now, Itachi, is the Imagi being killed by me." Sure enough, Xia Fan narrowed his eyes. He had now become the older brother of the young man opposite. In Blaze Ninja's world, there is a great man who has always loved his village and family, but is willing to bear the crime of destroying his family because of an order from above. In the plot of that world, he should have come here when he was terminally ill in order to give his younger brother a chance to find the truth. He also wanted to make a wedding dress for his younger brother before he died and give him his most precious power. However, he is not the real Uchiha Itachi. He is not that great. While constantly letting go, he also continued to use the abilities that he was about to give to Sasuke in a fighting manner. Now he has met Sasuke, the second male protagonist in the world. According to his thinking, he wants to pin him to the ground and beat him, regardless of anything else, just for the truth of the world. Of course, I also want to fight this Blaze Ninja, this guy who is so handsome and likes to show off. After all, there can only be one king of Beep. So, Xia Fan took a deep breath, looked up at the roof, and spoke slowly in the way a Bai Wang should. The way I was killed. Then, the next second, a teleport appeared behind Sasuke. Please show it to me again. Hearing the voice coming from behind his head, Sasuke's pupils shrank, as if he had not expected his brother's speed to be so fast, like teleportation normal, so fast that even the wind could not be stirred. However, as the Uchiha king, he was also determined to kill his brother, the sinner who destroyed the family, today. As a silver light flashed, Uchiha Sasuke drew out the Kusanagi sword from his waist as fast as lightning. The Kusanagi sword, accompanied by a powerful electric current, chopped towards Xia Fan's head. He's so damn cruel. The first move is to chop on the head. I'm your brother after all. Wouldn't it be better to leave my body intact? Xia Fan cursed in his heart. After cursing, Xia Fan once again appeared behind Sasuke with a teleport. Taking advantage of the shock that just flashed across Sasuke's eyes, he grabbed his collar, picked him up easily, did a 360-degree spin, and slammed him heavily to the ground, instantly creating a big hole in the ground. Then, Xia Fan raised his right foot, ready to use his earthquake skill towards Sasuke's abdomen. However, at the critical moment, Sasuke's somersault created a distance between them and avoided the attack, causing the skill Earthquake to directly trigger a large earthquake movement. Afterwards, in front of Sasuke's even more shocked eyes, the ancestral home of their Uchiha family collapsed due to the earthquake. Not even a tile was left. And on a giant pillar 20 meters away from where Xia Fan and Sasuke were fighting, a strange man with half of his face white and the other half black, like a yin-yang face, emerged from the giant pillar. He looked at Xia Fan on the battlefield with shock. The one with half of his face in white said, "What is going on? Is that man still Uchiha Itachi? Isn't his body terminally ill? Why is his physical strength so strong now? Also, what happened to his speed just now? Even I couldn't catch his flying trajectory. Is his space-time ninjutsu? But how is this possible? How could Itachi perform this kind of ninjutsu? Could it be?" At this time, the one with half of his face in black said, "Oh no, damn Uchiha. Itachi must have discovered us and cast an illusion on us. We are now trapped and are not allowed to see the real battle between him and Sasuke. Find a way to solve it quickly." 50 meters away from the weirdo with the yin-yang face, the little guy, Mew, was wandering around bored. When the fight just started, it asked its owner if it needed help, but Xia Fan replied in the spiritual shared world that it didn't need help, saying that this was a battle between Be Kings, and it didn't want to interfere, so it had nothing to do but wander around. After a while, it discovered the yin-yang face protruding from the stone pillar. With his newfound curiosity, Mew used a teleport to float over. He called out twice, "Meow, meow, meow," at the yin-yang face. But the yin-yang face ignored it because they were arguing about what this illusion was and why they didn't have any clue how to solve it. So they could only call it the damn Uchiha Itachi for using the strongest illusion, Tsukuyami, on them. It wasn't until Mew used confusion to control a small stone and smashed it in their faces that they discovered Mew, a cute little pink guy. What kind of creature is this? A summoning beast? Itachi's? Why would he invent this summoning beast that he has never seen before in the illusion? "Do you know Black Zetsu?" The man with half the white face asked puzzledly. Black, who was called Black Zetsu, said with half his face, "I know nothing. This damn Uchiha. After the illusion is lifted, I will definitely tell Afei what Uchiha Itachi did to us." After saying that, it continued to look at the battlefield while thinking about how to remove the illusion and ignored Mew at all. At this time on the battlefield, the situation was one-sided. Uchiha Sasuke was completely ravaged by Xia Fan. No matter how he performed ninjutsu, he would be avoided by Xia Fan's teleport. Angry Uchiha Sasuke activated the Curse Seal contest condition, enhancing the power of his ninjutsu, and madly released fire and lightning jutsu. But what use is the enhanced ninjutsu to Xia Fan? As long as he can't touch Xia Fan, he is basically helpless. There were even a few times when Sasuke and Xia Fan were fighting, and Sasuke was stunned when he saw the two skills released by Xia Fan. One is to spit out fire from his mouth that can acid armor even stones, and the other is to release thunder on a sunny day. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he felt he would have been killed on the spot. At first he thought it was his brother Uchiha Itachi's ultimate move, and that after releasing it once or twice, Kar might be exhausted due to lack of strength. However, he never expected that the guy on the opposite side would use it casually in front of him, just like releasing Tessa technique, with a relaxed and nonchalant look on his face. He even had a feeling that he might have fallen into his brother's illusion. After all, the Uchiha family were all masters of illusion, and his brother was regarded by others as the strongest in illusion. On the other side of Uchiha Sasuke, Xia Fan suddenly felt a little bored of being ravaged, so he stood with his hands behind his back, and by Wang Fan straightened up and said lightly, "My stupid brother's saying, I'm tired of playing, you can rest in peace like this." After saying that, he prepared to use Groudon's Precipice Blades and Kyogre's Root passive to let Sasuke feel what despair is and end this battle between the two kings. However, just as he was about to release it, there was a noise not far away. He turned his head and saw Mew fighting with a masked man. The aura sphere released by Mew passed through the masked man's body. Uchiha Bito. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. He recognized this person as someone from Blaze Ninja. Then the next second, Xia Fan teleport disappeared from in front of Sasuke and appeared in front of the masked man, and the two looked into each other's eyes. Xia Fan said calmly, "Are you looking for death by bullying my Xiaohuan?" As he spoke, a dark void was thrown out from Xia Fan's hand. The masked man's pupils shrank. He couldn't believe that Uchiha Itachi in front of him would actually attack him. Shouldn't he be fighting Uchiha Sasuke right now? Why would he attack himself? He had only been here for a few seconds and saw that this little thing looked quite unique. He wanted to touch it out of curiosity, but was attacked by it instead. Was he wrong? But there was no time to think about it. Facing Xia Fan's dark void, the masked man's eyes flashed with a hint of movement under the mask, and the next second, the dark void thrown by Xia Fan penetrated through his body. "You are not Itachi. Who are you?" the masked man asked coldly. He knew Uchiha Itachi's beliefs very well, and he didn't believe that Uchiha Itachi would choose to attack him at this time. Xia Fan did not respond. Instead, he appeared 10 meters away with Mew's teleport. He decided to play it safe and use the skills he got from Pokémon here from now on. As for whether Uchiha Sasuke, the masked man, and the yin-yang-faced man hiding in the stone pillar can survive, it is none of his business. Space-time ninjutsu? You are definitely not Itachi. Who are you? The masked man said in a deep voice as he watched Xia Fan instantly disappear 10 meters away. Xia Fan smiled, but said nothing. Sizzle. At this time, there was a sound of electric current behind Xia Fan. It was Uchiha Sasuke who was slashing at him with the Kusanagi sword, and the sword was carrying an electric current. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth. Solation looked back and met Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Use the psychic skill obtained from NTI Extrasensory. The next second, Uchiha Sasuke's brain suddenly felt a sharp pain. The Kusanagi sword thus fell. Xia Fan then used the skill he got from Molter's agility. A shadow flashed before Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. He turned his head to look behind him, only to be met with a kick from Xia Fan. Sasuke's pupils shrank as he recalled the scene where Xia Fan's solation kicked the earthquake directly, causing the ancestral home to collapse. However, Xia Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry to kill you. If I kill you now, this trial will end immediately, and you will lose the chance to use your skills. So you must hold on until my last skill, my silly brother." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan kicked out and kicked Sasuke's solation out. Then, he pointed at soaring in the sky with one hand, and a saffron-colored energy bullet condensed out. It is a skill obtained from Rayquaza Draco Meteor. The saffron energy bullet shot towards soaring in the sky, then exploded and dozens of meteorites smashed towards ground. Uchiha Sasuke and the masked man began to dodge frantically, looking at Xia Fan with more and more shock. But the shock did not end there. During the falling of meteorite, Xia Fan activated the skill Precipice Blades obtained from Groudon. The next second, countless hard stones as sharp as sword blades pierced out from the ground. Under the double attack of soaring in the sky and ground, Sasuke dodged several times and was pierced through the abdomen by Precipice Blades. However, he did not die, but became a scarecrow substitute, and his real body was hiding somewhere, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Xia Fan. Xia Fan did not go looking for it, but floated into the air and continued to use his skills. I saw a bluish-white beam of light coming out of his mouth. After it came out, the beam exploded while flying and split into countless dawn beams that shot towards the earth. More than half of the trees in the forest fell down in an instant, and the area near the Uchiha ancestral home was soon reduced to ruins under the bombing. But that's not the end. Xia Fan looked at the masked man who was able to penetrate the attack, and with a wave of his hand, a blade of light powerful enough to tear through space swung out from his hand. Spatial Rend by Palkia. Under this blade of light, the masked man's face changed drastically because he felt the space was unstable, and he could hardly use his Mangekyo Sharingan to travel into the different space to avoid these powerful attacks. Swish! A Precipice Blades attacked the masked man together with the Spatial Rend at this moment, and went straight through his waist. The masked man screamed and was cut by Spatial Rend again. He flew backwards dozens of meters. Then mist flashed past, and the masked man turned into a piece of wood. It's the substitute technique again. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, somewhat dissatisfied. Since you want to hide, I'll let you hide enough. After saying that, Xia Fan landed on the ground, stomped on the ground hard, and used the skill Earthquake. The ground began to shake, and the masked man and Uchiha Sasuke emerged from the ground. Xia Fan looked at them, and a white light flashed. In their shocked eyes, he turned into the appearance of Jengar, and then two steel nails mixed with a dark aura emerged from midair. Under the gazes of the masked man and Uchiha Sasuke, the two steel nails pierced into Xia Fan's body. Xia Fan screamed with a painful expression, which made the masked man and Uchiha Sasuke's eyes twitch, but their expressions were very serious, because people like normal who are self-pitying are usually planning something disgusting. So neither of them took the opportunity to attack Xia Fan while she was screaming, but watched quietly. If there was any irresistible danger, they would have fled quickly, especially when they saw Xia Fan grinning at them while she was in pain, which made them even more afraid to attack her. It was not until the two steel nails were completely driven into Xia Fan's body that Xia Fan fell to the ground, almost dying, and turned back into human form in a flash of white light. Two streams of black air filled with curse rushed out of his body and then quickly rushed into the bodies of Sasuke and the masked man, and then their faces changed drastically, because they felt that the black energy was rapidly draining their life force, and it would be useless even if they used the car in their bodies to resist it. Sasuke and the masked man Rage looked at the fallen Xia Fan and immediately ignored whether there were any other dangers. They wanted to kill Xia Fan while he was weak. However, just as they had this thought, Xia Fan, who had just fallen to the ground and was almost dead, suddenly stood up again. His bloodless face regained its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wounds on his waist and abdomen caused by the steel nails also healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the skill obtained from Lugia, Recover. As Sasuke and the masked man watched this scene, they became more and more convinced that this man was definitely not Uchiha Itachi, but more like a monster from hell. You can't hide now. If you don't kill me within 5 minutes, you will be cursed to death. Xia Fan joked. As he spoke, there was no more wound on his body. It only took him 5 seconds to recover from the near-death state he had just been in. After saying this, Xia Fan stood there waiting for the two men's attack. In the dense forest a mile away, a man with an yin-yang face wearing a blood cloud robe led 6 guys who were also wearing blood cloud robes but had many black steel nails stuck in their faces. The pupils of these 6 guys were all wavy, just like the growth rings of a tree. Zay, is that guy really Itachi? The one who spoke was the guy named Pain among the 6. I can't say for sure, because Itachi has been under my surveillance today, and there is no possibility that he was killed and his identity replaced. But in the battle with Sasuke, his ninjutsu style was not like him at all. They're simply 2 different people. Yin Face said. During the battle with Xia Fan, he went back for help under the order of the masked man. As soon as Yin Face finished speaking, he seemed to sense something, and then he swallowed his saliva and said to the guy named Pain, "A Fei is dead." After saying that, the forest suddenly fell into deathly silence. This is impossible. How could that guy die here? The man named Pain was shocked, and then he quickened his pace with everyone and hurried over. 10 seconds later, they arrived at the scene, only to see a man in a blood cloud robe lying on the ground. The mask on his face had fallen off, revealing a half-disfigured face. Next to him, a guy who looked exactly like Uchiha Itachi was holding the dying Uchiha Sasuke like a chicken. He threw the body to the ground, and there was no life left in Uchiha Sasuke. The man looked at Pain and the other 6, shrugged and said, "What a pity you are late." After that, a white light flashed, and the world in front of Xia Fan turned white. The bodies of Uchiha Sasuke and the masked man disappeared. Only Mew remained with him. Xia Fan looked around and was about to shout out the truth about the world he needed when he heard the sound of a machine. "The challenge is successful. Please walk out of the simulation room. What you want is there." The sound of the machine stopped, and a door suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Xia Fan walked over and opened the door. The next second, he was stunned, because he saw a symbol that only existed in the real world he originally lived in, Douyin, a short video application. Seeing this, he excitedly wanted to turn around and ask, but he felt like his butt was kicked and kicked directly into the door. When he turned around, the door was gone. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air on a street. He looked around in a daze, attracting the attention of passers-by. "Where's Xiaohuan?" Xia Fan looked around, looking for Mew, because he was the only one who walked out of the door, and Mew was still behind him. After a while, the machine sound just now rang in his mind. "Outsider, you have 1 day to find out the truth you want. After 1 day, you will come back here again. Remember, during this day, you must not affect the established development direction of this world. If you do, the god technology will wipe you out." After saying that, the machine voice disappeared, and no matter how Xia Fan summoned it, it ignored him. "Xiaohuan, where are you now?" Xia Fan tried to contact Mew through the spiritual shared world. After a while, he got a response. Mew was still there. "Master, just now, there was a force that suddenly restrained me, as if it was not allowed to follow you. I wanted to call you, but you walked into the door." Mew said helplessly in the spiritual shared world. "Then did you see someone suddenly appear and kick me from behind?" Xia Fan asked again. "No," said Mew. Xia Fan frowned slightly, and then looked around. "Okay, Xiaohuan, you wait for me there for a day, and after a day, I will come back to you." After saying that, Xia Fan ended his communication with Mew in the spiritual shared world and turned to look at a large advertising screen not far away. There was an advertisement above that caught Xia Fan's attention. "Has Douyin changed its name?" Xia Fan asked while looking at the advertisement on the big screen. In his original memory, the software that used music symbols as its app image was called Douyin, but now on the big screen, it is called Mean. After pondering for a moment, Xia Fan stopped a passerby and asked if Mean was previously called Douyin. As a result, the man looked at him in confusion and said, "Mean has always been called Mean and has never been called Douyin? What is Douyin?" Which capital company saw that Mean was popular and planned to make a copycat product? Looking at the man's serious expression, Xia Fan frowned slightly, then raised his head and looked at the big screen again, and it happened that the big screen was switching to a commercial. The switched advertising message is that the 3rd round of Blaze Ninja AR game cabin developed by Tianshan Technology will be released the day after tomorrow. Blaze Ninja AR game cabin? Isn't it Pokémon? Xia Fan was stunned. The passerby who was pulled over by Xia Fan rolled his eyes when he heard what Xia Fan said. Pokémon AR game cabin? Can you stop talking nonsense? When did Tiantian Technology say that it was researching Pokémon AR game cabins? It should have always been the Blaze Ninja AR game cabin, right? After saying that, the passerby looked at the big screen excitedly. Damn it, I didn't get the game cabin in the previous 2 rounds. This time, I must open 5 computers to grab it together. After saying that, the passerby rubbed his hands and walked away with an expectant look on his face. Only Xia Fan was left standing there in a daze. Isn't this my own real world? Xia Fan murmured with a frown. The next second, he thought of a sentence he saw in a pamphlet he found in the lobby of the space station. Blaze Ninja World Input Human Source. 9056 Earth Parallel Plane. Xia Fan thought for a while and said, "Is there really a parallel world? And I am now in this so-called parallel dimension of Earth 9056. After saying that, he looked around and started running. If it really is a parallel world to the Earth, he would go to his home to take a look no matter what. He is not an only child. He has an older brother. Although he was often punished by his brother when he was a child, it was because he was naughty. In fact, his brother has always been indulging him, especially when Arnold was 12 years old and his parents died in a car accident. It was his older brother who took on the responsibility of supporting the family, raised him up, and made the family life better and better. If there is someone in the real world that he is most worried about, it is his older brother. The scene he had never dared to imagine was how his elder brother would feel when he saw him in the game cabin, like a vegetable, unable to wake up after he was trapped in the Pokémon world. An hour later, Xia Fan arrived at a villa area. He stood in front of one of the villas and suddenly became dazed. This was bought by his eldest brother after the factory left by his parents became more and more prosperous. It is their new home. However, I was in a daze for a long time. His hand was suddenly touched. He looked down and saw little Stephanie, who looked very cute, like a porcelain doll. "Brother, why are you standing at my door?" Little Stephanie looked at him puzzledly while holding a lollipop. "Your family?" Xia Fan paused and immediately guessed that if this was really a parallel world, then this little Stephanie couldn't be the daughter of his eldest brother. Thinking of this, Xia Fan looked at little Stephanie with a softening look in his eyes, and he increasingly felt that little Stephanie's features resembled his older brother, Mother. "What's your name?" Xia Fan asked gently. "My name is Xia Qingru." Little Stephanie licked the lollipop in her hand and said, "Xia Qingru? What a nice name." Hearing that Stephanie's last name was Xia, Xia Fan's eyes became even gentler. "Brother, what's your name?" Little Stephanie asked. "Also, you haven't told me why you were standing at my door." "My name is..." Xia Fan paused. "Can you call me Uncle first?" "Actually, Uncle is only 6 years younger than your father." Little Stephanie frowned slightly, took a few steps back, and then looked Fan up and down. Finally, he licked the lollipop, put his hands on his hips, and said, "You are lying. You're obviously the older brother. Dad looks much older than you." Xia Fan smiled and suddenly felt that her niece was very interesting. At this moment, a woman's voice came from my ear. "Who are you? Get away from my daughter." Xia Fan turned his head and saw a very gentle and beautiful woman holding a basket of vegetables in her hands. "Hello, Mr." Xia Fan greeted with a smile. But before he could finish his words, he saw a hint of shock and nervousness in the woman's expression when she looked at him. As soon as Xia Fan opened her mouth, the woman hurriedly pulled little Stephanie away, quickly took the key, opened the door of the villa, and then slammed it shut, as if she was afraid that Stephanie would be involved with Xia Fan. Xia Fan's smiling expression froze. "What's going on? Am I a very evil person in this world?" Xia Fan asked with a strange expression. After thinking for a while, Xia Fan felt more and more that this was a possibility. After all, in parallel worlds, anything could exist. It was impossible for him to be as good as he is now in every world. Maybe he did something to let down his eldest brother in this world, which made his eldest sister-in-law hate him so much. Well, in that case, let's go back to our original home. Xia Fan sighed, left the villa area, and walked towards his childhood home. He planned to come here again in the evening to secretly take a look at his eldest brother. He believed that his eldest brother, who had a strong sense of responsibility, would come back after he had a child. An hour later, Xia Fan arrived at a residential area. This community is where he lived with his parents and older brother when he was a child. Xia Fan looked at everything in the community, and his expression couldn't help but become moist. The flowers, plants, and trees here were still the same as he remembered. Seeing them, he couldn't help but think of the memories of his life with his older brother before his parents passed away. Deep in a memory, Xia Fan found Abigail and sat down, wanting to sit there for a while to see if he could see some friends and elders from childhood. Time passed bit by bit. Xia Fan's mind and brain were extremely relaxed. And just when she was about to close her eyes and take a nap, she was suddenly hit on the back of her head. Xia Fan turned her head and saw a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s. She was carrying a basket of vegetables and was angrily saying, "Little b asterisk 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 d. Why are you here? You are already in your 3rd year of high school, and you are still skipping school. Can't you learn from your big brother and pay more attention to your studies? You little b asterisk 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 d. I will beat you to death." After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she picked up a willow branch that had fallen on the ground and prepared to beat Fan. However, just as she was about to draw the punch, she stopped when she saw Xia Fan's eyes suddenly turned red and tears kept rolling down her cheeks. "What's wrong? Are you under too much pressure from studying at school recently?" The middle-aged woman sighed, threw down the willow branch, and stroked her little son's face with her wrinkled hands. "Xia Fan, Mom doesn't necessarily want you to go to a very good university like your big brother, but this is how the world is. When everyone is scrambling for a diploma, you have no choice but to follow suit. You don't have to use this thing, but you must have it, because no one knows whether this diploma will become a turning point in your life in the future. Don't believe those online theories that studying is useless. They're all people without ability deceiving themselves. How many people in this world have become superior people without studying? How many people who have studied have become superior people? You know the concept of survivor bias, right? The theory that studying is useless is survivor bias. So you must study hard and firmly believe that studying is the only reason to become a big boss. Hard days like this will only last for 1 year. Hang in there. Mom believes you can do it. If the pressure is too great, talk to Mom and vent the pressure. Mom will make you something delicious. Today, forget it. I will call Teacher Wong later and ask her to give you a day off so that you can rest, but you must go back to school and study hard tomorrow. It just so happens that your eldest brother is back today, so the 3 of us will have a good meal together." After saying that, the middle-aged woman took Xia Fan's hand and left. When neighbors on the way kept asking Xia Fan how she came back, the middle-aged woman replied that her eldest son had returned and she had asked her youngest son to come back from school to have the reunion dinner together. Xia Fan just followed in a dull manner, and every time he passed an elder, he would obediently call them aunt, uncle, or auntie, and his expression even showed a bit of enjoyment. If Jengar, Entei, Raikou, Mew, and other Pokémon saw this, their eyes would probably pop out. They would never have thought that Xia, who was always talking nonsense and cheating countless people to the extreme, would actually be so honest one day. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan followed the middle-aged woman into the house that was most deeply in his memory. As soon as the middle-aged woman entered the house, she walked into the kitchen with a basket of vegetables. Xia Fan was walking around the room alone. He first walked into his parents' bedroom, which was very monotonous. The only thing that caught Xia Fan's attention was a photo frame. The photo inside was a group photo of him and his eldest brother with their mother when they grew up. In the photo, his eldest brother was wearing a bachelor's gown for his college graduation. As for why his father was not there, Xia Fan was not sure for the time being, but he thought of what his mother had said before. When our eldest brother comes back today, the 3 of us will have a good meal together. After looking at his mother's bedroom, Xia Fan walked towards his eldest brother's bedroom. His eldest brother's bedroom was filled with books and 2 photo frames. One was a photo of him and his mother, and the other was a photo of him and a girl. The 2 of them were wearing bachelor's gowns and were very close, seemingly a couple. It seems that I'm misunderstood. That little Stephanie is not my niece, and my eldest brother in this dimension did not inherit the factory, but was studying, so the villa has nothing to do with our family. Xia Fan shook his head and smiled, but he still found it a little difficult to understand why little Stephanie's mother was shocked and nervous when she saw him. Maybe he suspected that I was a human trafficker. Xia Fan could only guess this. After looking at his eldest brother's bedroom, Xia Fan walked towards his own room. Unlike himself, the one in this dimension has Blaze Ninja wallpapers all over his bedroom, while he has Pokémon wallpapers all over his bedroom. Xia Fan looked for a while, and suddenly, there was a knock on the door.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.